guys? Welcome back. Are we here? I think we're here.
I think we're
I'm
live.
hearing the music. It's so nice in the background. So I wasn't sure, but delighted to be joined by Lucky Chewy.
Happy to be here.
Continuing coverage of the 25K WPT Heads Up Championship presented by Poker King. We have a couple of interesting matches today. We have Alexandra Botez versus Sam Greenwood in the featured match, and Button Clicker versus Limitless in the background. I mean, fantastic match.
Yeah,
What's your take on the feature, Chewy?
Well, it would be pretty exciting if Botez were to win and Dan were to win, and we see a quick student beat the teacher kind of experience. So I'm definitely rooting for that. And yeah, Clicker and Limitless have a bit of a history, I believe, having played a bit online. So it'll be fun to see how that manifests here in this format.
That's a really interesting match. I mean, both of those guys just top players of the game as far as two-card heads up. Sam Greenwood, world-class in MTTs. I mean, fantastic no-limit hold'em player in general. And Botez, excellent chess player, gamer, very smart, a little bit new to poker. It's kind of cool to see those dynamics. Short match, anything can happen. Dan Smith versus JRB later. It's a fun one.
Really.
Ivy Zinno. Be good.
Yeah, I'm excited. It should be an action-packed day. I mean, one could assume that the matches get more intense as the tournament goes on. I'm here for it.
They do, and it's cool. The matches get intense as the stack depths get shorter.
Like, that is true too.
The fun format. We see him there. Greenwood Botez about to kick off. Hope everybody's doing well. It's a nice Sunday down here in Cabo. Got the U.S. Open golf going on today. Poker. It's all here. 0.5 in tournament earnings. Greenwood is nasty. Chewy. I mean, talk to us.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when Sam was kind of up and coming. I believe he got into poker slightly after me. But yeah, always worked super hard, and I mean, here it is, 22.5 million. That hard work pays off.
No, he's a terrific player. It'll be cool to see how he navigates this format. It'll be cool to see how he navigates the kind of uncertainties as far as Botez and whatever maybe preconceived notions he has about her stylistically, if he goes for some sort of weird exploits or if he kind of keeps it close to the vest. It's always cool to see all of these guys make decisions in these spots. And Clicker Limitless, again, very high-level practitioners of the 100 BP depth, sure they have ideas, short stack. They've both played a lot of cash, so they must have navigated these depth a fair amount. Can't be free, which we're playing. We should be kicking off momentarily.
Limitless has played a few tournaments, so just by virtue of that, he'll have. He must have had experiences where he had to study some shorter stack play. So even so, Anthony and no Anthony have their differences. Any experience is better than, well, none.
Definitely. And again, they have extensive history just playing cash together online. So that's always, you know, to cross paths with people in tournaments that you've played a lot of cash with. It's a kind of different dynamic. It's sort of interesting.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm curious to see if.
My match against Hafu ended up in me winning 2-0, which doesn't mean that I'm much more skilled than Hafu, but I got very lucky. I kept getting full houses. I think my first game I did get some very good hands. I was being pretty aggressive against Hafu, but I also made a lot of mistakes, which my coach Dan pointed out after, and now I was able to learn. Dan was doing hand reviews with me yesterday, and I did a lot of very elementary mistakes. For example, I'd be raising when I was not in the instigator position. I would be making my decision very quickly. So those are two things that I'm going to make sure not to do anymore. But he did say that it was good that I played aggressively, because one thing that novices usually do is they get very intimidated and they tend to overfold. So that was the main thing that I did well. Going into my match with Sam Greenwood, every single poker pro at the event who has had a reaction to who I'm playing has been like, oh, good luck, he's really good luck. And they're like, well, the other person may have been the best in heads up, but he's probably top 20. So I'm a little bit intimidated. I did do a coaching session with Dan. I also did a practice session with Timex. And then this morning I also had some more training from Olivier. So I'm honestly really thankful for everybody who has just taken the time to sit down with me. I feel like I'm back in college where I'm cramming all of the information before a test. I think I'm definitely going to play better than I did yesterday in terms of actual skill. I know that, my chances aren't too high, let's say between 20 to 30% of winning the best out of 3, but it's poker, anything can happen, and this is just such a cool opportunity that hopefully I'll show that I was able to improve my skill and see what happens with the cards. I've really enjoyed the trip so far. Cabo has been really nice. The hotel is amazing. The organizers have gone above and beyond, and I'm someone who comes from the chess world. And chess organizers, they do their best, but there is less money in chess. So this has been just an incredible experience for me. And then on top of that, everybody who's here is so awesome. I've just had an absolute blast meeting people and learning from them.
Here from Alexander Botez there. Here we are. Looks like we have one already underway. 11K out there, 7 high for Botez on the button. Key blocker for Greenwood, and she goes for big bomb. Chewy.
Respect. I mean, that's an overbet on the river. I don't know exactly what happened up to that point. I'm guessing it was open c-bet. Maybe she just tripled off. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure how the pot size got to be 11,000, but sweet. I mean, well
Certainly the
done.
river, a highly respectable way to start things off for Botez.
Absolutely. Okay, coming with the defend with the ace-4. And yeah, this will be interesting to see how Sam plays this flop. I know these boards are often ones where you get to go pretty hard as the pre-flop raiser. Certainly queen 8 with a diamond, a more attractive bet. See how Botez plays turn here versus the check back line. Okay. Seems reasonable. Betting also okay.
Annoying little spot coming up for Botez. Let's see if she. Let's go with check. And for her, Sam has a fair amount of Queen X in these check down lines, right? But
Yeah,
all sometimes here.
I don't think you can ever really fold. It
Yeah.
feels like there's enough kind of like middle of
Nice
the
job.
deck, middle of the deck type hands that give up flop and then kind of just get to the river and feel compelled to bluff. The 4 probably a slightly good card.
Yeah, he would. Yeah,
It's a kicker.
he would barrel the wheel stuff kind of on turn.
I think so.
Yeah.
Or even just like hands that have less showdown value.
Maybe you fold like a7 a little bit, but mostly call all of them.
Yeah, I'd find it hard to fold any ace in that line, but
You're right.
perhaps there's some nuance.
Free bet from Botez, sure. See if
Yeah.
Greenwood defends. He's out. King deuce off, let's see. Must be kind of one. She opens.
I'm definitely curious to see how Botez plays overall in terms of just Is she going to be more aggressive, more passive? Has she kind of found a little bit of a flow at this point with the amount of poker and
Right.
she's been playing and discussing? So she's okay. Yeah, I was gonna say she's got obviously very much the best hand, but as we know, that doesn't always lock it up. I think typically these boards favor slightly larger bets. Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
Oh, a delightful turn card for Greenwood, naturally,
Very
with
much
the
so.
flush draw to complement the wheel. And Botez with a very comfy one as well, covering both flush draws and
Yeah.
a wheel of her own. So let's see if the unfortunate river slides in for her of the green variety. It's going in, Chewy.
It is indeed. Okay. Okay.
Clean. Botez keeps it clean.
So close.
Yeah.
8-5 off for Greenwood button. Let's see. Shoot it up to a little bit north of min. A shot for Greenwood on the button. 9-6-3 flush draw. Sizing ideas here for Sam, Chewy, with this one?
Yeah, I feel like this is in some ways similar to the King Deuce that Botez had. It's like I guess the King Deuce was better, had more interaction with the board. But here I feel like you kind of want the heart, and seems like a board where the big size is favorable. Just kind of push your equity now, get the money in the pot while you maintain your edge with your betting range. All the top pairs and stuff. Just want to force money in.
Like Greenwood agrees with you on a lovely situation for Botez here.
Yeah, let's see if she goes for the raise.
It feels like both are on the table. She does come with the 3x, and for Greenwood with the gut shot, no heart.
I think this is the end of it, I would think.
Empty curtains, but he is taking his time.
What does extra time work? Oh, overall of 45. Ah, okay.
And he does, finally, begrudgingly. He's out.
Yeah, part of the concern there has to be that, like, you can't rule out Botez having some sort of flush draw, and yeah, I mean, just having one of your outs diminished, and you're not drawing to the nuts as it is. It feels like a sound line up to that point, though.
Greenwood with a veritable snap free. King high with the backdoor versus this heavy interaction kind of hand for Botez on the button. See what she comes with. Just north of 30% for Greenwood. Off we go. Would you be compelled to barrel off here if you were Botez, Chewy? Sometimes.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of one of those hands where I would imagine it's, kind of the
Right.
boring answer is it's kind of a mix. I guess there's a
Sure.
lot of like one club hands, and I don't think you can bet all of them. And probably you're slightly more compelled to bet the ones that don't have king high. Not that king high necessarily has that much showdown value, although there she did have Sam dead to a 7. So yeah, it seems like a fine play.
Ace 3 off. She's in the tank. Shoots it up. We
Okay.
have one brewing here.
Yes, we do.
Best hand at the moment.
Yeah.
Greenwood in all likelihood will be calling. Relatively short order. so much the ace-3 offsuit kind of flop naturally. A good spot for Greenwood on the button.
Okay. I have a nice find here with the check, just presumably recognizing that the board is so dynamic and lots of hands that call the 3-bet will continue against a bet.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it seems like a nice line. This with the ace of hearts seems perhaps a bit dice.
Yeah, I think there are definitely some ace-high hands that want to check call. It feels like you need a slightly more interactive card than the 3, but perhaps she has some devious ideas. I mean, let's see how this plays out here.
Conventional wisdom might think this is a check bet fold situation. Does Botez come with big bombs here one time? I mean, just ace-3 off.
I fear for the longevity of this match.
She's
if
out
she
of there.
does. Okay.
Got a little sticky on flop, but reasonable. I mean,
Yeah.
she has ideas, and to speak to before when you were kind of questioning her, what her kind of style might be shaping up to be poker-wise, you know, a spirited player to say the least.
Definitely.
Right? King high on the button. Dusty kind of offsuit queen for Greenwood.
Another one of these middly sort of flush draw boards. A lot of straight draws possible.
We've seen this texture a few times today. Let's see what Greenwood comes with here with this kind of weird hand class. Goes with check. Seems quite reasonable. Botez with king high here, the deuce of hearts. Are we accepting the showdown or firing? See momentarily. We accept for the time being. Low spot, bit of a weird spot.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Comes with the overbet.
Well, if we want to take our like a hand like that and go over bet, maybe we just go normal bet. Maybe over bet is good. Just an odd spot and a reasonable line from both, I think. I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe king high accepts the showdown on the end, but
I think it's kind of a
sure.
cool play. I mean, king deuce will fold out some better king highs.
Very true and relevant there. I mean, there are quite a few of those.
Yeah. I think that was actually like quite a nice play.
Yeah.
I also think betting like flop is viable. Sometimes I think those hands get in there. The high card, low card. Sort of like you don't care if you get blown off your hand.
Agreed. King high here with backdoor. The middle spade. Does see bet. Greenwood with a extremely comfortable kind of hand. Top pair with a backdoor nut flush draw. Let's raise it right away, kind of just for value.
Yeah.
Sort of depolarizing is, I mean, not even just a great hand. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought with the backdoor he might go for call a lot.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Go.
Respect.
Now,
Botez, unfortunate. Chewy.
speaking of depolarizing, I mean, this is a risk that you run when you raise these Middle East strength kind of top pair hands for value. I think it's a fine play, but yeah, I'm not sure how I'm feeling as Sam with this sort of hand.
Indeed, you're not feeling terrific. It's so tough
Yeah.
with the back door, and he does get
Go,
out. So
Botez.
bravo, Alexandra Botez. You know, if you told us that she would be winning that one on the flop, it
Yeah.
would have been a A tall order after the check raise. Really,
was awesome.
she put Greenwood in the blender there.
Truly, she
blank.
did.
I kind of wasn't woken up to the fact that he was possibly going to fold until you mentioned it. Like, this is sort of the problem. And then it's like,
Yeah.
man,
And I don't
nice release there, pre from Greenwood.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's like an exceptionally likely result. I would imagine that he thought the same, which is why he folded.
Tournaments, you know, it's a weird spot. It's
Yeah.
anyway. That shoots it up with a nice one. Greenwood also suited.
Perhaps this is just the beginning of many poker successes to come for Botez. I mean, that was some killer instinct.
Oh, definitely.
I think we've both kind of throughout our career found some spots where you just kind of think, maybe this person just doesn't have a hand they want to put all the money in with.
Without a doubt, you know, we miss those days.
Yeah.
Kind of a nice card for Botez's range in a non-3-bet pot. Just 5 high. I don't know if now's the time or the river's the time, but the time is coming.
Yes.
He does go for it. Looks like 60 some odd percent seems reasonable. Can go bigger too, but no heart. It's a little bit uncomfortable. And Greenwood's in with king high, the open ender.
This is kind of just one of those spots for her. It's like you kind of just have two blank cards, which, I mean, I guess you don't really block
Oh,
folds.
beautiful,
Okay,
bravo.
let's go.
Take another one, Alexandra. Back to even in chips, 100 big blinds apiece. Exciting start.
Definitely. I mean, she's working for it here.
E6 off, Greenwood. Little steamy over there. Rolling over a possible 3-bet with the 4s, but does opt to defend. And my open-ended for Greenwood on the button, bottom set for Botez. No spades for either player, but some potential fireworks. Let's see. Seems like a kind of nice check from Sam on the button.
Yeah, I agree.
Retain our equity for turns and perhaps bluff at a later date anyway.
That's these kind of hands on this type of monotone flop always feel like getting raised is just really unpleasant. Oh no.
Well,
This is
brutal
no.
card for Botez. Shouldn't get too out of hand with the spades, but she does go for overbet. And let's see what Greenwood goes with here. Straight to the 6, no spade, but still do we find the raise in this check down line, Chewy?
Yeah, I think clear raise.
He agrees to the tune of 4x, and I don't want to call it a snap, but very hard to get away from a set here for Botez.
Yeah, I mean, you can even beat value here.
Right. Some 2-pair, so
Yeah.
on.
I mean, deuce, 10
Even
deuce.
3 deuces is possible.
3 deuces, yeah.
A front out for her. Greenwood slides into a semi-commanding lead. A lot can happen. 1200 big blind now.
This is cool. This is slightly deeper than the depth where in my match I started limping, but I do think it's kind of the right idea. As you know, stack size diminishes, certain hand classes just feel less excited to call 3 bets, but want to make sure that they do see the flop. I guess king 7 suited is probably strong enough to just open and call a 3 bet, but I do think it's kind of the right idea.
Wow. Powerhouse turn card there. Greenwood elects to check call with the gut shot after Botez stabs the back door, and very reputable one for her and the stone cold nuts for Sam. See how out
Yeah.
of hand this one gets. She goes with a little bit north of half pot. And I think for Greenwood with no heart especially, we have just a mandatory get more money in right now kind of affair.
Yeah,
And I guess she has a call, Chewy?
I think so. I mean, we're in position. we don't have a nut draw, but we have a, effectively nut draw. Interesting. I'm pretty curious to see how Sam plays this spot. It doesn't, at an immediate glance, feel like a spot where you want to bet super large.
I think this seems like very logical, and she
Yeah.
has an oddly bluffable one. You
Yeah.
usually don't want to be taking off with missed flush draws that often, but this strikes me as, at the very least, a candidate to go all in. She folds. Nice hand, Sam. Moves into a little north of a 2-1 chip lead.
Yeah, some of the 2-pair hands that you might want to target that raise turn might not block the river, just because it's such a dynamic card.
That's true.
So I do agree with you, but oh wow,
No.
Bombs. Right
Oh,
out.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This time maybe.
That was some thuggery, Chewy. And that was just
yeah, that was just pure raw aggression.
just get out of there.
Yeah.
Quite deep stack depth. Those unorthodox to shove 7 high pre. But those suited connectors, have proven themselves to be very powerful all in hand. So there were some ideas there. Nice flop for both. It'll pair the gut shot the spade for Greenwood.
Yeah, I mean, kind of as I was mentioning earlier, I think the most important thing Boat has in a match like this is just to make sure to like keep your foot on the gas, because if you sort of let the other player dictate the pace of the match, given that Sam is just a much more experienced player, that feels like kind of the worst thing you can do. So I just like the aggression generally. I think that it kind of gives her the best shot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. A reasonable continuation here, and I think for
Definitely.
Greenwood we just have a clear check call.
And noteworthy that she did actually size up on this flop. She'd been using mostly smaller bets from what we've seen, but kind of a nice application of the larger bet on the more dynamic board.
Indeed.
It's cool to see the subtleties creep in to her overall strategy.
She does jam, Chewy.
Yeah, I mean, not maybe the hand class that I would want to choose constantly, but I mean, respect. Sam's range looks weak. If he doesn't make 2-pair, he's probably just going to have a 5 and a gutter or 6, maybe some stronger 5s. Yeah, I mean, I think the spade's often not so pleasant there because part of the region of your opponent's range that's folding is missed flush draws. But yeah, I mean, I'll say it again, like I just love to see the aggression. I think that's her best shot here is really just to keep it going, keep it moving.
Small heart for both of them. 7 high for Botez. Jack high for Greenwood. He stabs. Let's see how she proceeds. 6, 7, 8 going on as well.
Yeah, I would think this is mostly a call, but raise certainly has some merits as well.
Yeah. Let's come right in. Of course, a lovely card for her. Sam drawing dead now.
Yeah, I would think check's pretty likely here, and then let's see if she goes, like what size she chooses on the river. Yeah, the 8 is definitely not a blank.
Maybe she can go with like a block kind of size now. That she could go with an 8 as well. And I wasn't sure on like a brick kind of what sizing ideas are for choice as well.
Yeah, these 4 flush boards are quite tricky.
They are, and this spot looks like Greenwood going for a value bet, targeting things like 8x perhaps, ace x, no heart, so on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty logical for him at this point.
Seemingly just a kind of good line.
So yeah, Bota's climbing back here. Seems like a nice defend,
Suited.
Alexandra. No?
Let's it go.
You probably played more hands with me than you did in the first match already.
That's true.
Yeah.
1600 on the big blind now. Roughly 55 effective to start bottom pair in the backdoor for Botas. The jack high backdoor coverage for Greenwood. Let's see, Chewy.
Yeah, I'm sure this hand gets in here betting a decent bit. Sometimes the broadways on these boards with the ace in particular and the two middling cards aren't as exciting. But
For a check.
yeah, as you go down in the strength of the Broadway cards, at a certain point, you're just incentivized to try and fold out some of the better hands, better high card hands.
Maybe for Greenwood, we wait until the river now.
Yeah, I think turn
Seems so unattractive with just no interaction, and this could very well go check something like 2/3. And Botas will have a pretty awkward decision. Greenwood just knuckles, fair enough.
Let's see.
Winner for Botas.
Would have been tough to get that to boil though at many points in the hand.
King Queen off for Sam 60 effective. Let's see.
Yeah,
See 2.5.
it feels like this will often 3-bet. Yeah, Alexandra did have that one spot where she limped, but other than that, she's been playing razor fold on the button. So definitely a lot of worse hands that called 3-bet.
Sure. And this is one of these kind of peelable ones, but you know, not the best, and off we go.
Yeah, it's not super lovely, but it is a connector. It is a bit concerning as stacks get shallower. Your pairs kind of like go up in value because the pot is just larger relative to the stacks, but it's not always such a good thing.
Comes with the bigger size, which might do it. It would have been interesting to see had he gone something like third.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. She does have the club and the gutter. It's not really the most lovely straight draw. I think
You're
it's
very right, though. It's not just preordained over.
yeah,
I mean, she 3-bet the king 7 off earlier too, so it's
prudent fold.
yeah, definitely good timing there from her.
Yeah, just to state the obvious, the 10 completing ace king, not not a particular aspect of peeling a larger flop bet there with unders and a gutter.
It's very true. Had the wrong end of that gutter many times over the years, my friend.
Yes, we learned the hard way, didn't we?
Middle pair for Botas, nice kicker. Bottom pair for Greenwood.
Alexandra really taking her time before acting in kind of every decision point. This certainly feels like a hand that's worth 2 streets of value at this point in the hand.
Indeed, the the king rather, extremely relevant.
Yeah.
She goes with check, and Sam has kind of a decision, some equity denial, some just bet for value kind of stuff going on. And for Botez, this honestly feels close. I guess we're generally calling. I suppose raise is just a little bit too ambitious.
Somewhat ambitious, but here we
She
are.
does go for it though, Chewy. So
This is
bravo. I
exciting.
mean, in a fantastic situation, this is a highly aggressive kind of, you know, excellent sort of gauge of where she was at. Really well done.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty impressed with the way that she's played post flop so far. For someone who, you know, doesn't play poker on a super regular basis, it seems like she has a pretty good understanding of just how different hands interact with different boards. And yeah, the sizes and hand selection's been pretty logical so far.
Sam comes with a 3-bet here. King 5 off a bit.
Yeah.
She's done. And I agree, Chewy. She's played quite well. Not that experienced in poker. It's very impressive. This is a 25K heads up, no limit tournament with some of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty daunting when you really think about it. And she's not only coming with some nice poker ideas, but you know, she's just clearly pretty game competitor kind of wise.
Definitely. Let's see if we get an open here and how Sam plays these sixes. I would guess this is mostly gonna call, but yeah,
Like he
it's
agrees.
getting close.
Ooh, what a nice sight that is. Top set rainbow board.
Yes.
Couple of straights possible, but off we go. And Botez with queen high, the 8. See how she proceeds.
Certainly a candidate for a bet.
Definitely. Does wisely check back, and
It feels like often it will go for check raise.
Greenwood agrees with you, Chewy. And for Botez here again, she has a candidate for a bluff for sure.
Really, 8 interfering with some of the straight draw potential cards, the queen of spades
Goes for
on the
check,
2-spade
and a
turn.
good decision it was. Greenwood with boat. Let's see how this plays out.
I think he has a lot of options on the table. I think block is kind of the immediate sort of thing that comes to mind. He goes for the larger size. I think that's fine too. I mean, at this point, I guess most of Alexandra's bluff catchers.
Oh my, this
This
is
is unfortunate timing.
very unfortunate timing for Alexandra.
But it's kind of a cool line, to be honest.
She could very reasonably have a 4 here.
100%, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine that from Sam's perspective, he's thinking it's very likely that she just has stone air.
I agree, Julian. A little bit of a Hollywood here.
Yeah. I guess the only issue you face there is that Sam is kind of making I guess a larger river bet, but he could just have a bare 6. I mean,
Indeed, he could be going fairly quote unquote thin for value, and she would
Yeah.
have put a lot of stuff in the blender. 6-6, not one of those those holdings, but you've got to admire the you know, that heart for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think any of the spots where she's applied a ton of aggression have been like outrageously unsound or anything.
Yeah, that last one I'm wondering, when we're going so big on the end, do we want to block a boat somehow with like bottom pair, or do we take two somewhat disconnected cards, albeit, you know, all cards have some, are
Yeah.
doing some things and do that? I'm inclined to think probably not that often, but I'm not sure, honestly, and it doesn't seem like insane.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure either. It feels like the blocking a boat idea might not be so relevant in this line because it's just check down. So
Right.
Yeah, Sam is more representing, like, I guess the bulk of his value range is probably just a single 6 or a 10 that check the turn. He can, of course, have a 4 as well. Combinatorically, they're just going to be less likely. Yeah.
Sam's in an awkward spot here facing the overbet. He just snaps it off in the check down line. Very reasonable. Nice bet from Botez there.
So
3-1 chip lead for Greenwood. Lock can happen though. Blinds up. I mean, these sit and go kind of formats
oh yeah.
are fun. Yeah. Have the bottom of the deck covered. Greenwood defends 2.5x. Interesting. The gut shot for Botez and the baby flush draw for Greenwood, which might actually go quite hard in a spot like this.
Yeah. Let's see how she decides to play this flop. She has made quite a few sensible rather checkbacks in spots where getting raised is quite unpleasant.
Yeah, well said. Agreed. I think this spot came up a bit earlier. Maybe it was Greenwood who checked back. This is surprising to me that he elected to go full pot here.
I think the deuce 3 is just like it's so blank to the board. I think the idea here is probably just attempting to immediately fold out some king and queen high hands.
Indeed.
I guess it's possible that her straight draw was sort of quote unquote bad enough that betting the flop is okay, just folding if you get raised. But yeah, I think again, just kind of another pretty logical line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gotta get hand.
Ugh.
that's too bad. I don't think this is like a crazy shove or
Good game.
anything.
Good game.
I got very lucky. I just kept getting
Oh.
sweet.
Yeah, Sam
Fair
did
enough.
get
Best
dealt
of 3.
quite some heat there.
Sam had to deal with a lot of heat. I mean, Botez played pretty aggressively, pretty well in a number of spots. In the end, Greenwood took it. Excited to see how it shapes out. Best of 3. Cut to a short break soon, and we'll be back. What do you think, Chewy? I mean, what are we looking at in match 2 here?
I mean, I think we're gonna see Botez drop the hammer a few more times, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm rooting for her. I hope she gets dealt some better hands and she puts Sam in the blender because it's fun to watch.
It is. I mean, the check raise fold ace-8 with the back door. That was a cool one to see, just the raw aggression.
Yeah, definitely.
And she's a little bit newer to poker, so you see the instincts come through too. That was cool, maybe.
Yeah,
But, you know,
she does have to be aware at this point that she did make that river bluff with queen 8, and even so, Sam won't know what she had. I don't think he's at this point in time thinking, oh, you know, she like folded trips or whatever. So the image is definitely starting to portray itself.
What if women had a seat at every table? A seat in every classroom, every interview room, every boardroom. What if women sat at every table and played a game? A game that made them strategic, decisive, resilient, analytical, influential, unapologetic, and confident. What if this game was a game changer to change the stats? To change our stories? to change the future. This game is played at a table. Flip the table. Raise the stakes. Play to win. We saved you a seat. That game is poker. And the players? They're fearless. Poker power. Join us.
Stefan Dvoress is an interesting map. Hey guys, welcome back to continuing coverage of the WPT Heads Up Championship down here in Cabo, presented by Poker King. I'm joined by the GOAT, Lucky Chewy.
What's up, everyone? Happy to be here.
1-0 Greenwood. It was an interesting match. He was put in some pretty tough spots. What's
Yeah,
your
they
take going
told
into
me
game two?
that
Here we go.
that like Texas is the only state where there's no history, there's no price history, so you're just kind of flying blind.
Right.
You're not in again, and you're getting into your bank.
Oh, I'm not in?
Yes.
What?
You'll be in.
Wait, let me. Does it show that I'm in?
No, now you're in. You guys, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are pretty much, I'm excited to see some more aggression, and I hope Sam has some tougher spots.
Yeah,
to,
I'll be
deal
back
with that aggression.
in Texas after.
Nice. Whereabouts?
In Austin?
Oh, my in-laws just bought a place in Austin.
Oh, it is definitely a hot market in the US, right?
It's not what it actually is. It's called like Driftwood is what.
Driftwood? Oh, okay.
So it's like 45. I think it's like half an hour away from downtown or something.
Oh, that's cool. Well, good for them.
Yeah, no,
It's so hard to find a place, so they got a good deal, or they got lucky, or had a good agent.
Yeah, they told me that. That like Texas is the only state where there's no history, there's no price history, so you're just kind of flying blind.
Right.
You're not in again, and you're getting into your bank.
Oh, I'm not in?
Really in the matrix here.
What?
You'll be in.
I think we're on track.
Wait, does it show that I'm in?
No, now you're in. You guys, yeah. Okay.
Let's run this one back one more time, and off we go. 100K apiece.
Greenwood with middle pair, the backdoor straight draw, rainbow flop. Botez has, yeah, certainly a reasonable hand to be betting with. The overcard on the dry board. Sam with a pretty logical call. Okay, and let's see if she has ideas here on this ace turn.
Definitely an ideas kind of turn.
Yeah, always feels a bit comfier with the higher club as opposed to the lower one.
Yeah, agreed. And one
Nevertheless.
of these spots too, where maybe we're more apt to do it with a 10 instead of a king or a queen and so on, but still,
Yeah,
this seems very reasonable in Greenwood, keeping her honest, so to speak.
yeah, it is a spot where on the ace, I think the overbets that she'd been using earlier might be a nice implementation. Simply because the betting range is so polarized.
I like that.
Oh, but here comes the overbet on the river. And
Bravo, indeed.
Let's
very
go.
much so. I mean, very nice.
Go.
Great start for her in this second match. Needs to win 2 straight. I mean,
Yeah, and this is the way to do it.
6 off for Greenwood on the button, shoots it.
Kind of interesting how on the turn it's like you want the king of clubs, I would think, but then on the river, not having the king of clubs is actually kind of nice. You get to fold out some of the king high flush draws that whiffed when she king 5.
A nice reminder that your blockers can shift street to street from being good to bad and so on.
Great point. Yeah.
Greenwood taking his time with this one.
Yeah. Not super interested with unders and no suit interaction to speak of at this point.
I like this check from Botez too. It's just,
Yeah, not a ton of incentive to bet. We'll at the pot with the bottom pair. I'm thinking this goes check, bet, and presumably
Len.
call. Yeah, maybe, by the
I mean,
way.
it is certainly the sort of hand we think about when we're trying to come with big bluffs, but I agree with Chewy that check bet call is very likely here. Greenwood does go for full pot.
No.
She does play it off. Well done.
Interesting that she just went with open fold there. 8-6 offsuit. Seemed like she'd been playing quite aggressive on the button up to this point, even tossing in a limp. But
Agreed. A little bit unconventional. 8-6, fairly decent on the button, can make some straights, and
Yeah.
we have a nice amount of connection there. Most would deem it a hand you want to play in some capacity. Ace high with the spade, queens and eights with the little deuce. Check, check. See a turn.
check again is somewhat likely, and we might see a similar river spot to the last hand where, assuming the river bricks, well, I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but
No, but I think you're making a lot of sense. Let's see. And for Greenwood, often these checks, sometimes we just allow undercards to make two pairs, is one of many ideas. These hands can go so many different directions, but if we check queens and eights, something like 4-6 occasionally makes two pair
or bluffs.
or bluffs.
I think this is. Oh, she goes for bet. Interesting. I would typically think that you want your opponent to have an ace in their hand and to target that with like weaker undercards to the board. But again, I'm never really going to be too upset to see aggression. Ace 9, ace 3. Alexandra 3-bet the ace 3 earlier. Here she comes to the call. This might be costly. One huge improvement that Botez has made from her first match is that she's really pumping the brakes when out of position after having called the raise pre-flop, as opposed to leading into the raiser. And I think that's just like a very clear indication of having gotten much better at the game and
Sure.
understanding the nuances of the strategy.
I think dead now on this turn.
Yeah, this is going to be a painful spot.
And a tough spot for her to get away on many rivers. Turns fairly dynamic. Sam can have all sorts of bluffs after going third pot on flop and then betting this turn.
Yeah. The overbet, just a good play from Sam here. The betting range very polarized. You want to push the equity of your strong hands and.
Do you think you'd rather have the 3 of diamonds to the heart or no? These spots are
I guess
weird.
you probably would, but I don't think any ace gets to fold at this point.
Agreed. And a really tricky river spot coming up for Botez.
Yeah, let's see what kind of size Sam goes with.
Oh,
Okay. I mean, betting could have some merits for a smaller size. This feels like we're putting in a bit too much money against an uncapped range. Sam can have so many strong hands having taken this action.
theoretically unorthodox, but as you said, some merit. And I think for Sam, we have to raise.
I think we're all in here. Yeah, I mean, ace queen should be 3-betting pre-flop. And Botez certainly not a stranger to aggression, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. And then weaker 2 pairs probably just putting in more money on an earlier street. Or a set, actually, weaker 2 pairs. But
This is going to be a very short
Rough
game.
spot.
this is the challenge with these.
Oh, and
types
she
of
does pay it
leads.
off, Chewy.
Yeah.
Oh. Rough.
Looks like she still has
You
some
still
chips
have
I
left.
don't know if I should have called that.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for her. kind of one of those situations where when I think the main value that your hand has up to that point is bluff catching, if you lead and face a raise, you've made the situation a bit more challenging than if you just check and face a bet. But she's got 5s here against ace deuce. This looks like a nice
She
spot for
does.
her.
Snaps it off. Let's see.
Let's see if she can run it up. Oh,
Oh my god.
Sorry. Yeah, I got. I mean, you'll see. I got so lucky. I just kept making like straights and full houses and stuff.
It was a fun game. Thank
Yeah,
you,
it
Sam.
was-
When I called the all-in, was that what I was supposed to do?
What you're supposed to do there is you're supposed to check the first time. Instead of betting the river yourself, you're supposed to check. Cause then you can't lose all your chips. You have a pretty good hand. A hand that's like if there was like 20,000 chips in the pot, you probably have a hand that's worth calling like around like 30,000 chips, let's say. So then if you check, I'm never going to bet more than 30,000 probably. But if you bet 20,000, then you let me raise and make you put in the other 80.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So, like,
I guess I overestimated the hand and how good it was because I figured like, oh, there's no straights, there's no flushes.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe as a 2-pair, probably not. And then if it's an ace, I thought you would have played differently. But I guess
Yeah. No, I think the other thing is the main value in your hand is just catching me when I'm fucking around. So if I have like ace king or whatever, I'll play it that way a lot of the time, or ace 9. But if I have whatever like 6-5, then you just get me to just give you a donation.
That's true. That's true. Huh. Well, thank you so much for the game.
I hope you enjoyed this and stick with it because like it is a fun game if you like games and you know.
Yeah, no, it was very fun. I really enjoyed it. I feel like there was things that I studied that I knew I should do, but then in the moment, I guess I get emotional or I start just going back to my old ways of thinking and then making mistakes based on that.
It's also like, with no offense to the Poker King people, this is not the easiest to use like software. So then you have the time bank, you have all these other things, and you need to keep like 8 different things in your head at once, and then it's like 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. So
it's definitely a lot to keep up with.
Yeah, even for me preparing for this, because I don't normally play heads up, and then I'm like, I gotta like figure out how to play 100 big blinds and 50 big blinds and 10 big blinds, and it's just like I'm sure you know from chess, it's just like, I read an article from like a sports writer who actually mentioned you because he was gotten into chess streaming, and he said the thing is, as he's gotten better at chess, he hates the game more. Hates is like a joke because now he sees all like the avenues, where before he was just like, pawn moves here, oh, I lost, or whatever. It's kind of the same.
Right. It is more fun when you're a beginner because you feel like anything can happen, whereas when you're stuck. I think I enjoyed the first game more because for this one I actually prepared a lot more, and then no, I mean it felt more casual the first one. Yeah, this one felt more intense.
Yeah, it's like cramming for like a test the day before, but like you can't possibly do it all, so you just need to hope that.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll at least learn from my mistakes. I think heads up is very fun. So I'll at least look over it and then have time to not cram it and actually be like, oh, yeah, here's what I should actually do. And it'll stick so that when there's a lot going on, I don't panic and go back to what I did before.
Yeah, the other thing is heads up is very good for like learning heads up makes you really good at understanding like the game mechanics of poker and how it works. Because then like if you're playing at a table with like 9 other people, you can sort of hide. You can just wait for good hands because there's 9 other people, and you can become a winning or good player in those games, but with a pretty limited understanding because you just develop this kind of defensive game, and heads up poker, it's like if you can't hide. Right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
The other guy's just constantly there. All right, well,
Yeah, that's true.
I gotta get going, but it was nice meeting you, nice playing with you.
Likewise, Sam. Good luck in your future matches.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm going to have to shit talk Dan a little. Smith.
Because you're playing him next.
Well, maybe. Or
because he was a bad coach.
A little of both.
He was a great coach.
No, I'm sure he is.
No, my coaches did a great job. It was just a lot of information and a lot of things going on.
Yeah, no, for them, coach,
there was no reason I should have went all in on the first hand. I was just panicking and trying to and realizing I was low on hands, and then I deviated completely from what I should have done. And I know that in any moment where I'm calm, you know.
Yeah, I think a lot of coaching is, and for these sorts of situations, is this triage where you just go, what are the 3 or 4 things that I can try to drill down?
Yeah. I think if I had one more day or something like that to drill it down, it would have been better. But it's just this is what I was worried that I would happen.
Yeah.
Whenever I have nerves, then whatever I was going to retain is not there. But anyway, lessons learned. I had a great time. Thank you so much, Sam.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, it was an interesting match. It was cool to hear their parting words.
It was, yeah. Sam was very very gracious as a winner and offered some great insight there.
That he was, and it was nice to see Botez get in there and battle. Hopefully there's a lot of poker left in our future. It was a fun match to watch. We're going to cut to break. I believe we're going to hear from Mr. Phil Ivey, a couple of others, and we should be back soon for continued coverage of the Heads Up Championship presented by Poker King. We'll be back.
So what was the difference in your mindset between grinding and between having a bankroll where it didn't really matter if you won or lost?
The funny thing is when I was grinding, I didn't realize I was grinding. But I was grinding, of course, right? But on the way up, when I was playing, I always saved enough to play at the limit that I felt most comfortable at. And the grinding, obviously, if you're out there grinding now, you're grinding low stakes, this is a fun time. Make sure you play within your bankroll and, make sure you, keep poker as a fun thing. In anything, there are some sad stories, people that have lost all their money playing poker, people have lost all their money gambling. So, you have to keep that in mind, and it's not something you can take for granted. I put myself in some bad situations through the years. I've played out of my means. Sometimes it's benefited me, sometimes it hasn't.
I know for a while you were doing business-type projects. Is that what you would go to?
Yeah, I'm involved in different businesses. Like, I have a partner in the restaurant business. So of course, I'll let him take care of those things. So
you just be a businessman.
I'm currently you're gonna laugh, but I'm currently in the music business.
Well, I want to hear you sing.
Yeah, right. I have a couple artists, and but that's more of just a fun thing to do, and. Right now I enjoy golfing, I enjoy meditating, yoga, spending time with my family, reading, these are the things I enjoy. People ask questions like, what do you do when you're 70? People ask questions like, what are you gonna do if poker stops tomorrow, right? But my mind doesn't work this way. So if I answer that question, I'll just be making something up.
Right.
You'll
figure something out.
My thing is I try to live in the day and live in the moment. I don't really think about what I will be doing if this happened. You know what I mean? And I think that's a big problem for most people, is that they start future tripping, start thinking about like all these different scenarios in their head, and then all of a sudden they have anxiety out of nowhere. And so like for me, I try to stay in the present as much as I possibly can. There was a moment where I really was not enjoying playing. Well, That's not true. I always enjoyed playing. I just didn't have the same passion as I did when I was younger. And now that passion for playing is coming back now because I'm more appreciative, you know, and grateful when I'm playing and more in the moment now more than I've ever been. And it's like almost like poker's a new experience to me. So. Yeah, the fire is there to play. The fire is there to become as you know, as good as I can again.
You're a reborn poker player?
Yeah. I'm a reborn poker player. That's right. That's exactly right. It's pretty funny.
When I think of Phil as a person, he's always someone who proved to me there's more to him as an intellectual person and as a compassionate person than at first you can see. There are people, maybe because of professional jealousy, I want to beat them, I want to do better than them. I never really felt that with you. And the reason is because the way it started out. Because you started out younger than me, and we had our personal friendship. So I never had that adversarial feeling with you.
I never enjoyed beating you either, but it just kind of happened.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
Phil's a friend for life, I know that. The way he's carried on, I sometimes think I'm gonna be the one at his funeral instead of the other way around.
Oh my God.
But can you at least say, 5 years ago I wasn't so sure?
Yeah, I was a little out there.
Okay, now I'm starting to feel you're taking good care of yourself. You're gonna have to show up at my funeral. We have a bond that's gonna last. It's just, that's just the way it is.
When I think of Barry Greenstein, I think of one of my very good friends, somebody who was there for me in poker when I didn't have anything, somebody who I've always looked up to, somebody who's always going to be a part of my life. I'm grateful to have him as a friend. He was a mentor to me. Barry is just a good guy. He's nowhere near as good a poker player as me, obviously. I mean, I didn't want to have to say that, but yeah, that's it. Well, that's not it, but I'm not really good at these things. You know, it would be much easier for me to say nice things about Barry if he wasn't here.
Right.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're here at the WPT Heads Up Championship presented by Poker King. I'm Nick Schulman, joined in the booth by Lucky Chewy and Lichtenberger. Chewy, we have Tuka Savanen here. We all know him as the button clicker and the best in the world playing Heads Up.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fire match. I expect a lot of action. I definitely expect a lot of aggression. It'll be interesting to see how the cards pan out. It's always fun when the cards fall in a certain way that we get some really cool spots, get to see some really high level execution.
We saw Green hands earlier versus both.
as we mentioned earlier, Clicker and Limitless do have a bit of history, having played some cash games online, so it'll be cool to see how that transfers into this format and see how the shorter stack play manifests itself. Always fun to see.
End of the day, they're both great players.
Definitely.
Always interesting. It's kind of fun for players at all. You know, really, all of these lines will have ideas. I'm not. Clicker Hails from Finland, incredibly young player. And all sort of guy. I love it.
Most definitely.
Some of us know we coach Doug Polk and can't hold on. So that and limp. Trash talking, fine. Too.
I mean, respect.
Getting underway momentarily. I can't wait to see what they have in store. And as this one starts to thin out to the final 8, the final 4, and eventually the finals, there's just nothing quite like it. A heads-up tournament with rack elimination. Off we go.
You're pure.
Got shot for Limitless, no spade, queen right here for the clicker.
Small bet, very logical.
Steel card.
Let's see if we like double barrels here. And if so, what size? Do we like the overbet?
Quite nice from clicker there, blocking some flush draws that continue.
Yep.
Strikes early.
Immediately folding out a lot of 9x holdings.
Bet here with 10-7 off. Goes with a clean 4x. That's out.
Feels like Victor has a decision here. Call or 3-bet. Goes for 3-bet.
See something of a stylistic difference where clicker 3-bet to 4x, Limitless to 5x.
True.
Preferences sometimes seep in. Just north of 1 big blind on this monotone board, and clicker keeps him honest with the bottom pair.
It feels like a turn check, kind of bluff catch river candidate. No, he goes for the second street right away. I think there's a lot of one heart hands that, I mean, I guess folding them out is a nice result also, but being able to pick off the river bluff from lots of hands that have no showdown value also seems kind of cool.
Clicker up for a check back.
Sneaky play.
Indeed.
As you said, trickery is very much afoot in a match like
Trickery is
this.
afoot around these parts for sure.
Does he go for the double check? I would think no, but yeah. Time to get value, time to protect the hand.
Let's see if Limitless defends this incoming 3-bet or not.
I think it's a pip too weak.
That's what I'm thinking as well, but it seems sometimes he takes a pip or two too weak and does the dance, but not this time. Agrees with Chewy. still feeling each other out a bit.
Yeah. Interesting immediate adjustment clicker as the blinds went up to open to 2.3 instead of 2.5. Checking back bottom pair, turning the gutter. Limitless turning a pair. Check. Assume clicker checks again here as well.
I would think Limitless can bet sometimes as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let's see how he navigates this river spot. Seems like blocks on the table. Feels like a larger bet is probably okay. He
Yeah.
does go for block.
Says it off, it'll go
Yeah.
Limitless's way.
There's like no pleasantries exchanged so far. This is
Not even hello
Yeah.
for the boys. I mean,
this is a war. Make
without
no
a
mistake.
doubt, no, this is not like some kind of friendly match whatsoever. Let's just be clear. Betting clicker with certainly a continue, maybe a hair of four betting, probably a call. Does go with call. Oh my, the double gutter for clicker
Okay.
and the stone cold nuts for Victor. Let's see how this one plays out. Limitless comes with the sneak off the start in a pretty nice range, I think, for clicker to find some bets.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume this hand bets every time, but I could certainly see betting from time to
Inclined
time.
to agree, and a wise choice from him on flop. Turn continues to be problematic
Yeah, I
for
think
the button clicker.
Yeah, I think Limitless is coming with a big bet here, and unfortunately for clicker, this is
Yeah, nice call, Chewy.
This is a nice bluff catch. Yeah, I think in these check lines, when you get the ace, you just polarize, and here he is with the straight.
Really nice, as Chewy said, he's coming with a meaty overbet, and clicker with the ace and the straight outs. He's in.
Interesting. So at this point, I would assume clicker has more flushes. Limitless, I would not feel so compelled to bluff this Limitless with say he had 10-7 of clubs, for example. I would think that kind of hand class bluffs sometimes. But say you had like 10-7 off, like clicker had 3-bet earlier with a spade, that feels like a hand where you kind of always go off.
Oh, that seems quite nice, and those 10x hands are so real in these lines. Overbet turns on this.
Yeah, it could also be like a king 7 off kind of hand in there. Just trying to like imagine what sort of bluffs exist. I think Limitless still very much has a hand that's worth a jam. I think he's just kind of thinking about his range as a whole, how viable it is to maybe bet smaller or check, and clicker with a real decision. I mean, so this is kind of just one of those classic poker spots where you have a bluff catcher, and it's probably just not that much. But you certainly have to bluff catch sometimes. If your opponent is bluffing too much, then it becomes like a really great opportunity to call. Yeah.
Not a lot of time left for the clicker at all.
Let's see what the young wizard decides on.
He does pay it off, not Limitless. Down to 1 BB.
Yeah, that was fast. Oh wow. There we go. That's tough. I mean, I don't know how much folding he really realistically can do with a hand.
I think it's a mix, as you said, just an extremely tough spot for him, and could have gone either way. Certainly, those bluffs you were mentioning of the offsuit King X and 10x variety were circulating through his mind. And Limitless will take match one.
Do a break or start second one?
This was so short that we can just play the second one right after.
Alright.
Yeah, I think something clicker might have been thinking there is like, well, I guess a question for the turn is, do all aces call? Do
Yeah.
some aces just immediately get out? Because
And
of
off we
the
go.
presence of all the high cards. Here we go, round 2. The gloves are very much off, and they've switched sides on the table.
They have. We have the clicker on the left now. Gloves off, as you said.
I like this check. This always feels natural, right? Like the
Indeed.
6 is the pair directly below the second card. I think they're turning a fake flush draw. He's got the jack of diamonds, and he's got the straight draw. Gets the immediate fold there. Nicely done from him. Clicker 6 is not really very pleasant there. Besides the fact that, there's 3 overcards, they block some bluffs, and there are some reverse implied odds if you hit the 6.
Said.
Here he's on a boat, feeling much better about life. Very small raise. Cool play on the paired board, particularly on the higher paired board. He doesn't have the strongest ace-x holdings in his range because of preflop, and this is very much not a welcome sight for him.
What a horrendous just turn
Yeah.
card this is for the clicker.
Surely clicker very aware, and as evidenced by his bet, that, the eighth doesn't just completely destroy his hand. We're playing heads up. Here, Victor does indeed have king high. So, yeah, nice find there. The block bet on the turn. Kind of just, pretending he has a single for. And
Indeed. And just keeping an eye on those king highs, like you said.
yeah, and I'm sure a lot of other queen highs and jack highs, and just getting protection and value. Big comfy flop for 6s this time.
With roughly third. Limitless floats the queen high with that 5 of spades.
Yeah, seems like a mandatory call, not super exciting. I think we'll just see bet fold here in all likelihood. Unless Victor decides to do something crazy, but he's
Do. It's not pulled from the clicker there.
yeah. He's ready for some more attractive cards.
Bottom pair in the back door versus top pair in the back door.
Depending on what turns come, this could be dangerous. These Jack 10x boards really just so good for the in position player. Something I've kind of identified in my own explorations. The out of position player 3-betting so many of the hands that make the higher end straights, or even just suited cards that make strong pairs here. It's kind of one of those spots where almost any turn isn't really going to give the out of position a big advantage. You check turn, and Victor comes with big size here with a logical hand. Good kind. Victor out of there, only beating a few bluffs at that point. How dynamic the board ran out.
Snap fold. He snaps. Sometimes. Let's keep it moving, you know.
Okay, well, I think we're going to see another flop in a 3-bet pot. That's my guess.
I suppose a tiny amount of 4-betting might creep in for the limitless from time to time,
Well
but
said. We may well see a 4-bet.
all likelihood we'll see a call. We do see
Here
a
we are.
4-bet, and ace
Nice
queen off,
call.
but an awful lot of hand in the spot.
Oh, definitely. We're going to the flop. Okay. SPR under 2. 6 or something. This is an interesting spot for
4-bet,
Victor.
ace king 6 flush draw. Looks like limitless is going with the very small sort of c-bet.
Yeah, these boards are tricky. Like, of course, the imposition has the equity edge, just, you know, with ace king in full, and
Sure.
they're having the sets and such. But it's kind of one of those boards where a lot of your hands don't really need protection because no overcards can come. And with king 3, I think one of the main advantages of betting is essentially just to like make the hand easier to play. And I wouldn't say it's a mistake in a sense.
A retaining of the
Ooh.
initiative of sorts, and
Ooh.
oh my, incredibly dice spot coming up.
Yeah, and
for
Clicker
Clicker.
can easily think that Limitless has a worse ace, like a hand, like say ace 5 off or something that could have bluffed pre-flop.
Ace queen, a lot of hand here. Firstly, let's just see what Clicker comes with out of position. He goes with check.
Yeah.
I suppose Limitless is certainly.
I think we're just gonna see
Yes, it's just
all
jam.
in.
I mean, it's not. You just play jam or check, I suppose.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna see jam call, most likely, and if we do, really just not a great distribution of Clicker. I think one of the challenges Victor facing flop bet. Yeah, there it is.
Well, fortune favored the brave, as
Yeah,
they
it
say,
truly
and
does.
once again, Clicker down to 1 BB. So this really has not been his match.
Wow,
That'll do it.
GG's to our Finnish friend, and well done by Victor.
Я бы в 5 минут сделал. Да? Да, всё.
Wow. Victor with the, yeah. I think he said, took me 5 minutes in Russian. Something like that. Quick one there for Limitless. He just keeps powering through. Good game. That was tough to do. It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
We'll be back with continued coverage all day long. Chewy's staying. I'll be back later. Amy Kerstetter's coming in. We have some great matches for you guys all day long. WPT Heads Championship presented by Poker-Turnier. We'll be back.
Manic seemed like a very nice guy. Very relaxed, chill. Seemed very grounded. Yeah, I like him. I think he played very well. He played very well. You know, it's a fast format. I don't think you really get a chance to really see. It's not. You need to play with somebody a lot longer to kind of really get a feel for the way that they play. But in this short little 3 sessions we played, I think he played very well. I think the first match I got a little unlucky, and you know we got it all in a couple of times, and he ended up winning, and then I dunked off pretty badly in the hand, and he ended up winning the first match. The second match I ended up getting lucky, and I won a hand king queen against ace king to win it, and then the third match it kind of went back and forth, and then the last hand I had 10-8 of heart, and I got it all in, and I hit it. You know, I haven't done any preparation yet on any of the players. You know, I prepared by doing yoga, and I hit some golf balls, and you know, I read a little bit, and you know, I'm ready to play. I am. I love Cabo. You know, yes, it's one of my favorite places to come. The golf's you know, okay. It needs a little work.
I played a few times with Phil. He's really good. Awesome presence at the table. Nice guy. You know, I'm excited to play. I was actually more nervous to play against Shifter because there was more to lose if I had lost that match. You know what I mean? Yeah, like today it's sort of like just, you know, whatever happens, happens, and it's all good either way. But I'm excited. Danny played really well. Professional esports players are, you know, strategically sound. So I think he learned quickly. I mean, if he played if Danny would have played poker for a few months, he would get really good, I think. So yeah, it was fun, really fun battling him. He's a smart guy, nice guy. That was fun. But you know, today's match will definitely be tougher. So I'm ready for battle. You know, getting Phil Ivey as a draw obviously is not preferred, but it's fun. It's cool. It's something I can tell the grandkids someday. I got to play Phil Ivey heads up in Cabo. So I'm excited for that. So I've been practicing my heads up game a good amount, past few months actually. Yeah, I love heads up poker. So I feel ready. Yeah, watched Phil Ivey's match against Manning, and you know, he played as expected. He played very well. These tournaments, you know, the structure's pretty quick, so anything can happen. You know, not too worried about that, so should be a fun day today.
What do you think, Chris?
Hey guys, and welcome back to coverage of the WPT Heads Up Championship, sponsored by Poker King. I am here with one of my favorites, new friend Lucky Chewy, and we are going to see Ivy play again versus Anthony Zinno. How you doing?
Oh, great. Had some really exciting matches earlier that Nick and I just ran through, and yeah, it's awesome. I'm really excited to see how this continues to go. It's pretty cool in the heads up tournament as it goes on, like the intensity ramps up, and yeah, it's just cool to see.
And you can take a look at our bracket right now, see the people who have advanced already. Wow, we've Sam Greenwood already through. He defeated Alexander Botez. I love Greenwood, but man, bummer.
Yeah, no, I was very much pulling for Botez. It was no secret, but yeah, I mean she played good, to be honest.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, he just got a better distribution of cards, and yeah, I mean Sam's a great player. Like let's not kid ourselves. You know, one of the best in the game, so
For sure.
definitely a tall order for her.
If you looked up at the top right quadrant, the quadrant of death, Limitless advances over Button Clicker, which everyone in the field just like, could they both be eliminated? Was there some way for that to happen? But man, tough right corner there. So how's your trip going so far?
Great. I mean, I'm having a blast out here. It's almost a little bit too much fun. I think I might need to return to some more disciplined routines.
As I run into the booth right on time with a sunburn, with my hair soaking wet. Yeah, I'm also experiencing the same thing. Well, we're about to check out the Anthony Zinno versus Phil Ivey match. We saw Ivey play yesterday, and he played some pretty crazy hands, and actually got through one game versus Maniglosier with King Queen versus Ace King. You expect the Queen getting through, but the Anthony Zinno WPT Champions Club member and Player of the Year, 10.3 million in tournament earnings. So no slouch himself. What do you think the odds are that he's going to get through?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can't have too big of an edge in a match like this. Just given that both players are quite accomplished and capable. Interesting here. We see Zinno immediately coming for the small 3-bet out of position. Perhaps a misclick, perhaps a strategic idea. You said you saw his previous round match. Was this something that he had done some of?
I don't think so. I think we actually covered the highlights of his last one, and I didn't see any weird misclicky looking things in those. But
well, here's Phil right off the bat just saying no, giving him the finger wag and going for the quick 4-bet with Jack 3 off. And yeah, let's see how Phil navigates this board. I mean, I think kind of the cards speak for themselves. Jack 3, no spade on Queen 8, 7, 2 spades, and a 4-bet pot. Not really a super exciting prospect, but Zinno does have an underpair to the board. And yeah, this might just get through immediately. Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Good read. Does the spade affect this at all, or no? It's just the snap muck with 3 overcards?
I do think the spade affects it, and you know, particularly if he could have identified that Phil was maybe taking advantage of what he had just mentioned was an error. You know, calling certainly has its merits. One of those funny spots where, you know, often the 4-betting ranges are so polarized they can contain a queen, but oftentimes I think if players flop an 8 or a 7, they're a lot more inclined to check in a spot like that.
So large sizing from Phil, 5xing Anthony's raise.
Yeah. Yeah, just a nice hand selection for the 3-bet. Zinno probably feels somewhat compelled to call a slightly smaller 3-bet with Jack-9 off. There we see Phil coming with the button limp, so kind of cool to see him mixing it up. Be interesting to see how he navigates his button play throughout. Kind of funny when you're Zinno here, forced to check with Deuce 3. It's like, okay, you got me. I'm forced to see a flop. No stab, Phil, on the double Broadway rainbow board. I have a feeling he might take a shot here on the ace. Although it isn't necessarily so believable. I guess an
If he
offsuit
limped the
ace.
button. Yeah.
Yeah.
If he has like offsuit wheel cards, is he gonna limp or is he gonna raise from the button?
Like an ace deuce off
Yeah.
type holding? Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think those hands fit somewhat nicely into a limping range. I don't really play a limping range at this depth, so I'm a little bit out of my wheelhouse. Interestingly, here we see Anthony actually pick up a 3, and Phil just checks it down. Just kind of waves the white flag. Interesting play there. Yeah, I think for me, like the idea of the limping strategy is mostly that, you know, a lot of times you're going to have to fold certain combinations to 3-bets that if you could limp call, you'd gladly do that. So yeah, for me, like 5 deuce off, I would think is not necessarily a hand that needs that sort of protection, but you know, possible he misclicked, possible he has other ideas, setting his man up for later.
Possible that he's just not folding anything from the button.
Possible he's not folding anything from the button. That's absolutely true. Queen 3 feels like it could bluff somewhere. It's hard to necessarily have too many worse hands in a check down line. Also, you know, just the weakest queens sometimes folding out slightly stronger queens. Ace high, not a super comfortable bluff catcher either. Raise gets it through there. Did Zinno have 8 deuce suited or was it 8 deuce off?
I thought it was offsuit. I'll be sure. Actually, let me pull up the Twitch chat too so the villagers don't get angry.
Three to a wheel here. After Zinno raises the button, no heart in his hand, no heart for either player. Zinno comes with a little more than half pot. Phil does have a backdoor straight draw, but I think with no heart, mostly you would just want to let this one go. It is slightly more attractive against the half pot bet as opposed to obviously 3/4 or full pot. One of those dicey situations. Even if you make your straight draw on the turn, it's not always so easy to just immediately peel off another card and go straight to the river. We did see Phil fold the button, so our dreams of him
already?
just...
Or no? Okay, thank you.
Our dreams of him playing 100% BPIP from the button,
Have
not
been
going
dashed.
to manifest today.
So do you think that that limp was a misclick or is he just going to have some kind of
I don't
crazy
know.
strat we don't know about?
He might have just been limping just to see how Zinno responds.
Okay.
It's possible.
All right, Chad, I got you up. Got the Twitch up. I'm not multi-talented like Joey Ingram with the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat and all the other antics he has, so we just have Twitch chat up. Sorry about that.
I like it. I like it. Zinno goes for the check back here with bottom pair, middling kicker, no backdoor flush draw. And Phil turns the jack. Goes for the small bet. I actually quite like this play. Usually on the overcards, I feel somewhat compelled to... Well, I guess it is a little bit different on this kind of texture with the straight already present flop. But the block size often works quite nicely because, yeah, the overcard should favor the imposition player. Most of the checking range will be higher card hands that don't want to kind of mess around too much on the low connected board. Phil goes for check on the river. which is somewhat logical. Yeah, I mean, Anthony did pair, so 4 pair on the spade. Definitely a cause for concern. Phil has no spade in hand. Maybe another block bet could have been nice. It's a close spot. Should still be some ace and king high hands that Zinno has. We're going for 3x there on the button with ace 8, taking. See if Phil 3-bets this or just takes the flop. Feels like one of those in-between kind of hands, can go either way.
Sorry, Dr. Peapot. It says Jamie's been ignoring us. I'm here now. If you guys have any questions for Lucky Chewy or me, just let me know. Let me know who you're rooting for as well. Are you rooting for Phil Ivey the GOAT? I feel like that 90% of chat was rooting for Ivey yesterday.
You know what? I believe you.
Yep.
He's the guy to root for.
Especially now that he's adopted your whole Zen thing.
Yeah,
He's
got
doing
the Zen pod
meditation and
going.
yoga and yeah, clean living.
It would be kind of cool to see him make fun in this after kind of coming back with a new attitude, new perspective. I like this bluff from Phil. This is kind of one of those spots where if you only bluff diamonds, it feels like you're maybe slightly under bluffing. Also, a lot of diamonds make pairs, straights at the point that we were in the hand, and yeah, given the small flop bet, there's certainly a lot of weak 1-pair hands that you can target with a bet or ace high, as it were. Looks like Phil's kind of just going with the 3x button strategy at the moment.
And he was doing that a lot yesterday as well.
Was he? Yeah. Cool. Bottom pair, no backdoor, and Zinno kind of has one of those hands that if you could pick the turn, it looks quite nice, but it's gonna be somewhat challenging to continue here. Weak backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. He does continue. So yeah, actually we might see a sort of replica of the last hand with a flop c-bet from a better hand, turn check check. And then let's see if Zinno finds the river with king high. No, it's not gonna work on that one. I think the flop is a bit loose, but again, having gotten here this way, it does feel like if you just bluff with the gut shots, the 3-4s and the 3-5s and such, it's not quite enough bluffs. And these spots are always tricky, right? Because like when Phil checks the turn, he doesn't really have many 2-pair hands. So yeah, Zeno's just out of there. But you know, sometimes there was sort of, I think, a meta to those spots at one point in online poker that I can recall where it was like, well, check back the turn and you can't have nut hands, raise the river. Like, I'm just going all in with whatever I have.
The good old days.
The good old days.
Where like if someone does something, it always means one thing.
Yeah. Be somewhat afraid to hero call in those spots. But I certainly remember when they stopped being afraid.
It's one of my favorite things about poker is just the evolution of it slowly over time, where certain things and a place that would make you look like a fish 7 or 8 years ago, just like defending your big blind on 7 big blinds, something like that. We'd be like, oh my god, it's full under fold. What are you doing? Now it's like, well, obviously there's a range of hands you do that with in tournaments. Just very funny to me.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're right. It's super cool to see how the game and the industry kind of evolve side by side. And just to be a part of it is really special. It's kind of an interesting spot for Zinno here. I know these triple Broadway boards play as a fairly aggressive large bet for the opposition player. He went for check back and then potted the turn, which also seems fine. Perhaps deeming his strong king to be worthy of 2 streets of value at that point. And Phil just getting away from the 6s unharmed. So I think Anthony's adjustment here against the 3x open is going to have to be to 3-bet a little bit more and call slightly less because of the worse pot odds. See how he does against this strategy from Phil. Phil with a fairly loose defend here. Perhaps feeling himself a bit on a bit of a mini heater here, so to speak.
There were a couple hands yesterday I thought he defended pretty loosely as well. I think he called a 3x like 8-4, 8-5 off.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, I think it's probably been something that's worked well for him here, and goes without saying, one of, if not the greatest no-limit hold'em players of all time, let alone our lifetime. So,
And he's always been the guy who said like, nah, I don't really study the way other people do. I'm not looking at solvers. I'm not looking at whatever. And somehow has kept himself afloat, like near the top
yeah,
for so long. It's like, wow, I want to believe that there's something to that. You don't have to study. Like maybe I'll just observe him and I'm like, oh, okay, this is what I gotta do. It's a lot easier than putting in several hours a week, but
yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be really cool to see how he matches up against the more solver-based study approaches over the coming years. That he kind of is back on the poker scene. That's certainly someone who trusts his post-flop abilities quite a bit. And here we see a 3-bet pot where both players flopping sort of weak pairs, sharing suits. No one has a backdoor flush draw. Zinno comes with, I believe this is half pot or thereabouts. And failed to fold right away. That's it's interesting. I can't say I dislike it. No backdoor flush draw. It does often feel like when your opponent sizes up there, it feels like you might just be facing the all-in on the turn, or at least another large bet. Yeah. I guess part of the reason he's playing more hands pre-flop than others. He's willing to trust himself and make these thin decisions.
yeah, that seems good. The better you get, the more hands you get to play, the more fun poker is.
Yeah,
And if
absolutely.
you're kind of bad, you got to stick with the narrower opening range and like stay out of the weeds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's logical. Just try to ramp up the variance and not try to like get into these really nuanced decision points as much. Here, Phil coming again with a kind of block sizing on the overcard. I do think that this is kind of one of those spots where I think it's a reasonable play, and maybe not with his hand, but an overbet also works quite nice. Given that the flop goes check check, I think it's not often the case that the imposition player finds some of the trickier checkbacks with weaker flop straights or two pairs or sets. And on those dynamic boards, when the flop goes check check, it's quite nice sometimes to just say, "Hey, what's up? Like, I got all those hands." So it's 1.5, 2 pots to go. Like, how you gonna deal with it?
I mean, that's the biggest changes over the last 5 years in poker. Just how
Betting.
overbetting, yeah, and learning the spots where it makes sense, and it really wasn't a thing like 7 or 8 years ago. Maybe the elite players were doing it, but I was like not in the stakes I was playing. I'd be like, whoa, did you misclick? If someone ever 2x pot, I'd be like,
Yeah, it was a lot less common. It's actually, you make a good point. It's cool to see how like the population sort of tendencies or approaches to different spots really do kind of they really do dictate like a lot of the observer's perspective, or players who are maybe not even not as creative, but just kind of like looking to others to kind of see like what's going on. And yeah, it was just very common to bet, somewhere between like 30 and like maybe even 30% and 100% pot back then, but the overbets were not quite as common.
there's a great tweet that Doug made during his Daniel Negreanu match where he just it was multiple games in, and he said Daniel is no longer limited by the size of the pot. He finally took a good overbet spot.
Yeah, he did He did definitely take a minute to catch up to the overbetting. I recall that. Here we see Zinno limping with the Jack-6 suited, perhaps feeling that this stack depth is one in which he's slightly concerned about having to fold this sort of hand class to a 3-bet and just wanting to be able to call a single raise. Interesting line here. He goes for check flop raise turn. I think this is kind of, well, one, it's probably because Phil bet small. So Phil just min bet here into the 2 big blind pot. And yeah, nicely done here. He's getting an extra street of value. My thought is that he's kind of just trying to, in a sense, make the hand easier to play, but also just lock up some extra value right now from maybe a 7 with a heart. Obviously, we see Phil's hand, King 7, no heart. Even just folding out a hand like 4-5 with a heart certainly has some merit. It is also worth noting that by raising hands like that, when you have kind of a weaker draw and you call, not that your opponent knows your strategy necessarily, but you are, removing some of the stronger bluff catchers in a kind of check line. So it feels like Phil will peel this based on what we've seen so far, if not 3-bet. Nothing too much brewing for either player. Tend to find c-betting really uncomfortable with these sorts of hands on this type of texture.
Yeah. Because your opponent have so much. Like there's
Yeah.
so many things that Ivy would want to just call with, especially to such a small size.
Yeah. And it feels like it's one of those hands where, I mean, the real benefit is kind of what happened. You fold out a hand that's kind of just complete dust and has 6 outs against you. But yeah, with ace-8, it's not so lovely to be betting various turns. And then bluff catching the river, if the board bricks out, never really seems to work out too great either.
Yeah, do you prefer checking back and then at least when you are bluff catching, it's going to be like 2 big blinds instead of an in pot?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even probably such a great hand to bluff catch with. Of course, it depends on what the turn is, but I do tend to prefer a check. I also think, just to say the obvious, the 8 is not the most desirable straight draw. I'd actually almost even rather bet a hand like ace deuce, which just kind of has nothing going on and has the benefit of folding out ace 3 through ace 7, whereas ace 8 has slightly more showdown value. If you get raised, you have to fold the bottom end of the gutter. Yeah. I think Zinno had a bit of a think there, the weak queen. I think it's probably a good fold.
One of my favorite hands of any of the matches so far was when Dan Smith was facing a 3x from Steve Aoki after raising. And he had, I think, 7-6 off, and he literally just was, the camera's on him, he's like, call. And it was just funny because we had actually commented that, okay, well, once he makes those faces and takes this much time, he can't call. And he's like, oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, there he is. Here we see Phil coming with the 3-bet with the total air ball. Nicely done. Kind of shot the camera a glance there as well. Like, hey, remember me? And trips for Zinno, not much doing for Ivy. Interesting, Zinno comes with a lead right away. Perhaps an idea to try and get Phil to put in a raise, or maybe he just thinks Phil, I mean, as we see, Phil kind of just has nothing anyway. Maybe he would have c-bet. Not really a play I have in my arsenal. I will lead some boards at times, but typically not paired ones. Typically not at deeper stack depths, especially. It is always fun to see different players' approaches to the game. Ace 9. Zinno flops a small flush draw. See how Phil decides to play this spot.
The monotone boards, people have been electing to choose the really small bet size. Is that what you would do here in Phil's spot?
Yeah, I found the small bet size to be really effective. It's just nice when your opponent doesn't have anything going on. They're just kind of going to be making binary decisions.
Yes, you may as well go for 1.5 big blinds when so you get to bluff a lot more often, or?
Yeah, and it's also just like kind of I think one of the advances we've been able to learn from various solver technologies. You know, you can overbet the turn of the river, so there's no need to force a bunch of money in right away. There is, I think, quite a bit of nuance with which suits are on the board in terms of, you know, how you want to size. Like sometimes if your opponent is calling pre-flop at a position as we see here, I think the lower cards favor larger bets for the in-position player because given that they didn't 3-bet, they're more likely to have suited hands of the lower to mid variety. So if you get kind of one of those low to middling free flush boards, they just kind of have less ability to have flop to flush. So that board had some of them. We just saw a check down. Zinno limping quite a strong hand and 10 suited, and Phil bumping it up immediately with Jack 5 of diamonds.
This seems like one that's too good to fold, right? In position.
Yeah, I don't think he has any intention of folding. I do think he's kind of, oh, okay. Well, hello, Mr. Zinno. I didn't see this one coming.
I didn't either. I thought this was a hand you'd love to play in position.
Yeah, I mean, well done, first of all. I will say that you run the risk of having to fold your beautiful student gapper to extra aggression, but perhaps just sussing out the fact that Ivy's going to go a bit hard against the limp in that case. Jack 5 suited, not typically a hand I would look to raise with, but certainly understandable. And I've certainly seen in a variety of heads-up sit and goes I've played where, you know, the opponent sometimes they just wait and limp with something that's kind of too weak. So interesting thing there. If he goes for another limp raise with his suited gapper this time, it's not going to pan out as well, I'll tell you that much. Makes sense, just call. Okay. A little something for everyone. Backdoor flush draw for Anthony. But a gutter to the nuts. Certainly a continue here. These spots are always funny. It's like against a small bet, you kind of want to do some raising, but I don't know. 7-9, maybe not the best hand, but finding the raises in these spots can sometimes be quite intricate and tricky.
Like the button didn't come up.
Are you just done with the hand now? Most likely.
I would think so. Feels like not enough life left in it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I guess on the flop, you're thinking a lot of the time if you hit a 9 or a 7, you're still going to be good. And then with the second overcard, you're no longer feeling that great.
Sounds coming in from the other match.
Yeah. Or sometimes just simply being able to bet one check too.
Zinno said the sound from the other match is coming through. I think you could take your headphones off. I don't think Phil Ivey's going to chat with you too much.
This one might have gone into the limping range as well. More as a limp fold, just kind of a weak hand, but certainly he's established that his limps are not auto give ups. Perhaps going with the more polarized and throwing queen deuce in there for that purpose. Phil looks to just kind of be happy on the button. Not too much picking it up thus far outside of that early limp. Here we see blinds up, so we're just above 30 effective at this point. This feels like a really pure limp. Kind of just not the hand class that wants to get free bet, but Anthony does go for raise. And Phil kind of feeling probably the same way about his king jack, not really wanting to get 4-bet. Preferring the call, keeping in dominated hands. See if Phil goes for a raise right away. I would typically feel somewhat compelled to raise. Oh. Look at this stack depth. King jack. No heart. I'm ready to just kind of live my life. It's not good. That's too bad for me.
It has been interesting watching these matches go from pretty deep 125 big blinds rapidly to short stack. I feel like the adjustments players have to make so quickly is a lot to take in, especially when they have different strategies based on their stack sizes. You know what hands are going to be raising, three-betting, limping, like
Absolutely.
a lot.
Yeah, it really does test you across all stack depths and forces you to kind of be on your toes.
Yeah, and then it all changes in an instant. It's just not the blind levels. Your opponent doubles up, and all of a sudden you're like, all right, now we're like deeper again. You have to go switch back. So there's a lot of probably memorization of ranges and stuff on different stack depths, right? Pre-flop.
Definitely, and yeah, just being adaptable. I mean, I don't know how you feel, but that's one of my favorite things in tournaments. Just how kind of dynamic, ever-changing.
I actually think it's why it might be harder for new players to learn tournaments first. For all the different stack sizes, instead of cash, with the cash, you generally are 100 big blinds effective with most players, unless they end up losing a pot and not reloading. And I think it is a little easier to teach someone brand new that.
No glory in cash games, though, Jamie. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
And while that is a valid point you bring up, I do think that you know, there are certain conceptual ideas that do map across different stack depths, and trying to digest some of those can certainly be helpful for beginners. We saw limp check flop, and Phil going for the small bet with the ace here, presumably just looking for protection, and I think Anthony will find a raise again. And Phil must be like, what's going on? This guy limps in twice, checks back flop, just raises turn. What game are we playing here? I mean, these are very creative lines for Anthony. Not I would say the norm. Still going with 2.5 here at 30 effective. I would feel very compelled to just shove this pre as Anthony out of position, the offsuit ace, Broadway kicker. Typically these hands do quite well as all-ins. As we can see here, he has Phil dominated. Would think Phil would find a fold versus the large jam, but nothing guaranteed. It feels a bit cuspy, the 7 kicker. Wow, okay.
Feels good.
Yeah. Life is good in Zeno's camp at the moment.
Although it's always good in Zeno's camp. The chillest dude besides you in the whole poker community.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I think Phil going with double barrel here. Zeno would be quite. I mean, not the best river card, mostly because I think it'll slow down Phil if he had plans in mind. Hands like Queen 10, Queen 9 come to mind for Anthony that could very well turn up in this check call twice line. Anthony considering a lead here, perhaps? kind of interesting, actually. I mean, goes for the lead jam. I don't love this play. It feels a bit like. So the initial thing that strikes me is that one, like the checking range becomes quite weak, and two, when you go for the jam there, I mean your opponent's range is uncapped, so it's quite hard to actually justify it with any sort of bluff. And I mean, let's be honest here, the opponent in Phil Ivey is not some random guy off the street just playing cards for the first time. I mean, if he has a strong hand in absolute value terms, like say Phil has aces, I don't think it's implausible at all that he gets away from it. I think perhaps a slight overplay on the river there from Anthony. As we see, Phil had nothing, but that's also a downside of the all-in lead. You know, you would like your opponent to have the opportunity to bluff. That being said, Phil did use a smaller turn size, so I can see some of the merits. I would just think if you lead there, a smaller bet size would feel more appropriate to me personally. Nevertheless, a nice hand, and he takes it down, and we've missed like 4 hands as I've been ranting about this one.
Oh, I love it. I'm not gonna interrupt you. I'm like learning a lot. I'm sure chat feels the same exact way.
Suited disconnected for both players here. Phil for sure going to be playing, maybe considering that. Wow, and a little something for everybody yet again. Top pair and a flush draw against the open ender and the backdoor. So we saw previously Anthony bet about half pot on this sort of board texture. Didn't have a flush draw. I actually quite like this check. It feels fairly comfortable with this sort of hand class. You know, had he bet, I think it was very likely that Phil would have raised. And it's not that exciting with this this stacked depth at play. Really big fan of Phil's bet here. It might be slightly on the smaller side than I would go, but I do like the block bet on this kind of board texture. Again, the imposition player, just really easy for them to have high cards checking back here, so a lot of incentive for a player in Phil's shoes to bet with any pair, and just kind of like garner some value and some protection. Certainly some bluffs, you know, any hand with a 7 being a gut shot, even sometimes just hands like Jack 8 or Jack 9. I think, you know, well played by Zinno here on the turn, not raising the straight. It's a little bit too, I don't want to say face up, but it's a bit tricky to find the right bluffs. And well done by Phil, just getting away. Not thinking perhaps there are so many logical unpaired hands for Anthony to have, although a 7 that's a gutter on the turn certainly could be at play.
Yeah.
A little bit of the sound you guys are hearing is the Chris Crock versus Olivier Bousquet match going on in the background, and we will not be showing that as a feature, but we'll be giving you about 15 minutes of highlights so you guys can see who advances, some of the pivotal hands of that match.
I'm excited to see that one
Me
too.
too.
We have some great matches. Olivier, obviously a very experienced heads-up sit-and-go player. Crook, a very talented online player. I mean, just a really talented guy in his own right.
Crock's just like an all-around poker player. Whenever he's
Absolutely.
like, what are you up to? And it's always some game I don't play.
Yes.
Like huge mixed games and Zoom and, you know, heads up. Wouldn't be surprised if he was just one of the best all-around poker players.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really impressive when players branch out from No Limit and learn all the other formats and then, you know, go on to have success in them to boot. It's quite cool to see. Let's see how Phil plays this one here. Overcard in the gutter with the weakest kicker possible. Goes for check call. Feels like a pretty natural turn check for Anthony at this point with the 6. Certainly some protection can be gained from betting, and he does go for protection bet. I do think you have to be somewhat careful against a player like Phil with bets like this. He has played fairly tricky so far in some of the lines he's taken, so he might be less concerned. But here we see Phil, immediately pouncing on that small bet and kind of showing why, betting your hand against better players can sometimes be quite dangerous. Phil just sort of acknowledging that, well, my opponent bet the flop, I bet small on the turn. Probably just not that likely they have a 5. I'm going to pretend I have one. Immediate success.
I like pretend instead of bluff.
Tell myself a tale. Like to pretend.
Just sounds like so much cuter and more innocent. Like
Right,
bluffing, people
right.
get hurt when you bluff them, It's like, did you bluff me? But I'm gonna start being like, were you pretending to have that queen?
That's great. Perhaps we start a trend.
We just need Schulman to start saying it, and it's a thing.
We can probably twist his arm.
Yeah.
Here going for the c-bet with the bottom pair, no backdoors. On the double Broadway texture, pretty logical, really. These double Broadway boards always favor the in-position pre-flop raiser quite substantially. Zinno just going for check call with this top dry board. And we see the overcard turn. I would think Phil won't feel super compelled to bluff with a 3 in his hand. Often I think when you bluff in these spots, the desire is to fold out some of the weaker pairs that your opponent has. So if he had, say, 9 deuce, I would think it's a lot more likely. But here he does go for a bet anyway, and I don't think Zinno is prepared to let this one go, just having check called the flop with his queen. Certainly the king is a dangerous card, but here we are heads up. Ranges are wide, and wow, look at this.
Whoa.
Maybe having 9-3 instead of 9 deuce isn't so bad after all. Phil Rivers trips. Yeah, this is going to be a tough spot for Anthony. He's got the club in his hand. Does kind of, oh, interesting. Phil just goes for the smaller bet. So I was going to say this feels like a spot where if Phil were to shove, a king is, I don't know, what do you think? A king kind of seems like a thin jam when the flush comes in.
Yeah. I was gonna say also when Zinno's calling the turn, it's already kind of uncomfortable, and I feel like you've already decided on what rivers you're going to just call because you expect Phil to be barreling again, right?
Yeah, it's certainly well within the realm of possibility. I don't know what he would have done on a brick
Yeah.
with this type of
A
hand
non-club,
class.
yeah, Phil. But also with Zinno, if this isn't a club on the river, is this just you just call and sigh?
Yeah, well, in some ways the club might actually not be so bad if it does. I mean, Phil chose kind of this in-between river bet size, which is tricky. I think it does sort of allow you to maintain some of the thinner value bets that might not want to shove. So it's a bit challenging.
Ian Rockscore says, "Hi Jamie, you mentioned Joey's antics. Can you give us an example of what Jamie antics look like?" Nope. Curious insider info. Man, this has been the most fun trip. Just so many cool people here, and we stayed up to way too late around a fire pit last night discussing all of our various antics.
Yeah, no, this trip's been great. It's I love hangouts, and
Yep.
I love the nostalgia of like poker hangouts, being on a trip in a beautiful location. It's hard to beat. Anthony kind of on the ropes now, needing to find some heat. Very much in this dicey territory of Let's see, what do we have here? 8.5 big blinds. Phil with a pretty loose limp here with 9-3, and I wonder if Anthony's just considering a shove. One thing that is not, I would say, or rather is easily overlooked, is that players in Phil's shoes have to find some creative hands to trap with once you limp. It's very easy to kind of just shove everything that looks pretty, like Queen 9 suited and the like, and then just limp with, like, you know, your really strong hands, like your jacks plus or 10s plus. I guess even hands that are a bit more vulnerable, like 8s or 9s make for nice limps, but yeah, it's pretty easy to overdo it with the offsuit weaker hands limping. We're gonna see a confrontation. For Anthony. Just a fateful.
Double up. What you're saying about, you know, making sure you have some of those hands, like we had Jack 8 suited the other day. I think it was yesterday on about 12 big blinds. That was a raised call, and I was like, that's really interesting. I'm not used to that because that may be the biggest change I've seen besides the overbetting, is the play on really short stacks.
Some of those suited hands, they just do really well when your opponent checks, and if they jam, you're like, well,
I got a decent equity. It's like,
yeah,
all right, yeah.
let's see 5 cards. Offsuit ace, always a fan favorite for an all-in on short stack. Yeah, I'm quite interested to see how Phil navigates these shorter stack depths. So I would say a more unconventional 2.5 is, but nevertheless a nice hand choice. Queen eliminating some of the better hands Anthony can have, and gets jammed on. Not too much of a problem. Limping here. Anthony kind of just continually dealing with these sort of weakish, middling hands. So like, yeah, when you do limp with like a Queen 9 suited sort of holding and your opponent checks with 9-7, well, they flop a straight, and then you have to make a better straight. That's your job at this point. But no, it often works out quite nicely. You dominate a lot of the hands that are somewhat forced to check. Let's see how this is going to play out here. Not a lovely spot for Phil, drawing close to dead. Anthony just goes call. I would feel slightly compelled to raise, unblocking all the pairs. And on a board where you would think this is a board where Phil feels so incentivized to bet with all sorts of air. You know, say he had a hand like Jack 4, he might bet, but there's a decent chance that he just gives up on a variety of turns. I would feel somewhat compelled to try and get just more money in immediately. And let's see now, does he slow play again? Or does he just put the rest in? And if he does, how will Phil handle it with his? Well, we're not going to find out. Yeah.
Boring.
Yeah. Although Phil does have the bottom end of the straight. Anthony goes for check. I thought he might actually go
7
for...
big blinds. Yeah, I thought...
Yeah, we saw him make
Thought
the
you
jam
should-
earlier with
Yep.
the straight. I thought that this 7 might be a card that he wants to do it again because... Yeah, it's a... Okay, well, he's going to get the money anyway. And just like that, he's out in front. But blinds are getting high and nothing's guaranteed. Interesting there. Jack 5 on the button. Typically a hand I would play. Wouldn't have worked out. Phil had ace jack suited.
How would you play it? Is that a limp?
I think I'd limp it. I think at that depth, raising is probably a viable option as well. Kind of just one of those trashier hands. Saw Phil raise earlier with Queen 4 off. And here again was a Queen 7. Lines up again.
30 big blinds total in play. That's
Yeah.
fun.
It's going to be action-packed for the next few
Yep.
minutes. So yeah, it's interesting. We see Anthony now choosing to play the 8-5, whereas before he's folding the Jack-5. Slightly shallower stack depth, but Jack-5, I think, just a more desirable hand, despite the fact that it doesn't have the connectivity. I think the high card value takes slight precedence over the ability to flop a straight draw, or flop a straight for that matter, at the shallower depths. So he goes for the flop stab, kind of just hoping to fold out Phil's air. The ace is an interesting card. I don't actually think it's that easy to represent an ace in this line. Most of the aces you'd think would just shove pre-flop, the offsuit ones. But he just gets it right through. Well done there. Perhaps Phil thinking that some of Anthony's creative plays, well, I guess it could go both ways, right? He has sort of played flop passive and raised turn a few times. Yeah, kind of an interesting spot. Still going for 2.5, 7 off. And getting the fold from King 4. Phil definitely playing quite aggressive on the short stack. Despite not having a ton of room to raise fold, he's definitely still swinging away. Here we see Jack 4. Anthony comes in for the limp. I think this is quite appropriate at this step. And Phil's hand, not the worst candidate for a raise. I think the raises here are, really strong hands and hands that flop really well. Suited broadways, suited connectors and the like. And then sometimes you just got to throw in some of these weaker offsuit hands and just, target hands like Anthony has here, the Jack 4s and the Queen 5s and the like, and just generate some immediate folds. Here we see him going for a turn bet on the ace. Again, not super easy to represent the ace, but didn't matter. Phil had nothing as well.
I just saw Tom Dwan is entering the Asian coverage right now.
Oh.
I hear he's
We're in the
super,
process of
super
greatness.
famous. Yes, in Asia. So yeah, kind of cool.
Exciting. Oh, again, going for a button raise there with Jack 8. His strategy so far seems to be a bit more linear. He's limping the bottom end, and I assume he'd limp the top end of his hand. It's raising kind of all the middle strength hands. And just a shove there from Anthony with the King 5 suited. Certainly makes sense. Certainly strong enough. Other ideas also possibly could be at play.
We're getting to see a lot of short stack play with dust hands.
Yeah, definitely.
More of the same.
Harder than an 8. I assume Anthony will just fold this one. Feels like at this depth, deuce 4, not a very exciting prospect. No, he does go for the limp. And will Phil perhaps choose this one to punish? He will not. So the flop they go. Okay. So Anthony really with nothing to speak of here. I would guess he'll give this one up without a spade. It's not even that exciting to have 4 interfering with some of the straight draws. Deuce is fine. Bluffing, just not really blocking anything. And Phil has a decision now. Does he go for a small bet? Does he go for a large bet? Does he go for a check? He goes for a larger bet, but Anthony has to bluff catch with. here with ace-10. It's got about 12.5 blinds. For jam. So I'm pretty curious to see how Phil continues to navigate some of the button spots that he gets into. Yeah, this is a good time for queens. We now have around 25 big blinds in play. Anthony goes for 2.5. Phil just goes for the shove.
Spot where queen's still vulnerable, so you just to overcard, so you just jam. If you have aces, you'd probably call.
I think so. Yeah, I even think kings could call, and queens you could argue certainly trapping is viable. One thing that's interesting is it really does kind of depend on what sorts of hands your opponent quote unquote bluffs with. Like there we saw 10-8 offsuit. Again, not my first choice probably for a raise, but you know, given that Anthony did have a hand like that, and a nice find for him being against him, but I think Phil playing so aggressive to raise first in. Certainly he could get trapped there sometimes, but well,
It is a kind of interesting spot for queens, because if you think your opponent, you're like 10 big blinds effective or something, if you think they're jamming their aces, then you no longer have to worry about an ace as an overcard.
to some degree that's true. It is possible that they're raise calling with hands like ace-jack suited or whatever, like really strong holdings, and it is sometimes nice to just get the money in immediately against those sorts of hands. You don't want the board to become 6, 7, 8 and sort of miss out on the remainder of their stack. But yeah, I do think it's a close decision, and the point you bring up is quite valid. Yeah, Phil really is just getting after it here. Still raising a lot on this shorter stack depth. Spirited match. No one going down easily. Feels like Phil will limp this one. He does.
This is a much different Phil than the one that played yesterday.
Yeah.
He had a couple impulsive spots, or it just seemed, it's hard to call him impulsive. But a couple spots were just, wow.
Shoved kind of thing?
It was one where he just, I wish I remember this, but it was a paired board, 8-8-4 maybe, where he had a 4 and he ended up jamming a turn or jamming a river with just the 4 into aces, and he just like, I don't know why I did that. And it was just like as soon as he jammed, he's like, and it was weird because like he just looked and seemed different today and is playing his 11 big blinds super carefully. I wonder if he meditated this morning, or it's getting closer to the money, or you know, you're back in the groove again of playing something like this.
No, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Pretty crafty trap here from Anthony off. Effectively 8 big blinds with ace queen. And yet again, we see him going for this limp and check flop line with a pretty strong hand. Phil, not really even with a hand that could catch up too much. I think it's time to start betting though. Lots of various gut shots looming. Bit dangerous to trap with a hand like ace queen in many ways for similar reasons that perhaps Phil decided to shove with his queens, but you know, giving 7-3 if you could look at a flop isn't that great. Depth is so shallow.
You have.
Must fold there, 5 high. Not quite shallow to be calling with a hand that weak. So on the contrary, this is a hand I think you could argue a limp with, because you know it just has, I think, a lot better playability against the various hands like Phil has here. I think jam is fine too. I think actually, in some ways, the weaker your suited connector, like a 10-9 suited type of hand, almost performs better as a limp than a king-10 suited. Kind of goes both ways though, because with 10-9 suited you fold out hands like jack-5 offsuit and queen-3 and so on.
And King 10 suited, you're likely to get called by Queen Jack, Queen 10 hands at this short of a stack size, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Those hands still might shove over limp though, so it might still pan out. And Phil's Queen 7 here seems like it's quite close. Seems like jamming is certainly a viable option. Bet. Zinno just out of 10-6. These very short stacks of limped pots are quite tricky to navigate. Wouldn't surprise me if Zinno is meant to find some continues there, perhaps a raise from time to time. I do think a heavy raising strategy is appropriate. I like this jam. Kind of, the offsuit hand. Not as thrilled to just let big blind see a cheap flop. I'm afraid we're going to see all the money go in here.
Yep.
Yeah, might not look like the strongest of hands, but the stack that. Oh, wow. I guess the way Phil's
He didn't
playing.
look grumpy about it either. He's just like, meh.
Yeah, he didn't think too long. Yeah, I would think that's like quite a comfortable call, but I guess the way Phil is playing, he is limited. He's done quite a few raises. So, yeah. And here we are at 10K, 20K, so the time to wait is very much past. I think Phil just has to go with it. High. Wow, he folds. And he would have dominated. I guess you can see why I'm not different.
But I mean, this is just such careful play on just tiny stacks.
Yeah.
There's money to be won in the middle of this pot, right?
Right. I think that fold is quite reasonable. 2-6. I mean, real bottom end of the deck. Okay, if the money doesn't go in here, both players have 4 blinds. We each have a king. This I'll be very surprised by. Okay.
Yeah,
Round
so,
1 to Phil. Well,
then those blinds got big.
quite a match.
Yeah, that got really drawn out. And Ivy, I mean, fan favorite, is going to take game 1, and next match is going to be a must-win for Zinno, or Ivy advances and Zinno's eliminated in round 2. What'd you think of that match?
It was great. It was awesome to see. It's awesome to watch Phil. Always a special experience. It's cool to see Anthony mixing it up. A lot of creative plays from him. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see what happens in the second match.
It's brutal to be down 1 when it was basically a coin flip at the end. It's like who's gonna get the better kicker in a hand that they can't get away from. But yeah, hopefully the next match will have some fireworks before they're down so short. We're gonna throw you guys to a break. We have a Phil Ivey interview where Barry Greenstein was interviewing him. The second part, you guys have seen the first one yesterday, so enjoy it, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
It's very interesting thinking about the poker boom and thinking about that time. Looking back at it now, it was a fun time, and nobody could ever actually prepare me for that. You know, when I started playing poker, I never expected to be Phil Ivey, to get a hold of millions of dollars at such a young age, living in Vegas. It was just an incredible experience. I still remember the first time somebody came up to me and asked me for my autograph. I just couldn't believe it.
You were way bigger than me. I mean, if we put a number, 5 times bigger.
100 times.
100 times,
No, I'm
okay.
just joking, I'm joking.
No, but I'm saying people would say hi to me, maybe want a picture. They'd follow you into the bathroom.
Yeah, that happened a couple of times.
Right. No, but you're talking with positive words, and a lot of times you were annoyed.
I was annoyed when I was eating, and I would be bothered. So other than that, I wasn't really, I don't really think I was annoyed too much like you think I was.
Let me remind you then. Remember when people were flashing cameras in your eyes and your eyes are red and that stuff?
Oh yeah, of course that stuff annoys you when people are flashing cameras in your eyes, but the overall experience of the poker boom was great. To be completely honest, you know, during the whole poker boom, I didn't really appreciate it. You know, there was times where, you know, like I was golfing with Michael Jordan, like, you know, one of the people that like
Right.
I looked up to as a
Right,
child.
that's what I was going to say.
You know, like, you know, I was at dinner with Obama.
Yeah.
You know, things like that, like, were just, of course, those things were amazing, but I can say, like, I honestly didn't appreciate them the way that I do now, being able to look back at those things. The young up-and-coming poker players, a lot of them are incredibly talented. I'm kind of out of touch with a lot of the players of today, so once I start, you know, playing tournaments, I'm sure I'll learn who most of them are again. A lot of times it's difficult for me to relate to some of the younger poker players because it's, you know, again, we come from such a, there's a generational gap.
It starts out as a generation gap because of our age, but then we became colleagues, so that united us.
There was a gap, there was an age gap, but once we got to know each other and, you know, I became a better player, we became more colleagues. I think it's the same thing, and we were, you know, we were both, you know, made an effort in our relationship or whatever. So, like, I think that if an effort is made, I don't really think that the gap matters, the gap really will matter as much. Yeah, if I could change one thing about poker, well, for one, I would definitely make poker legal, online poker legal everywhere. I think, you know, people should have a choice, you know, whether or not they want to play poker or not, and there shouldn't be any loss. That's just my personal opinion, my personal view. I would definitely get rid of sunglasses. I mean, I don't think those should be allowed at the table, personally.
Right.
I don't know, how about you, Barry?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those hypothetical questions that isn't going to happen, so it's kind of hard to put a lot of effort into thinking what we could do. You know, change is incremental. We see things are wrong, and we make small changes at a time. It doesn't work where you can just change to a big thing in one swoop.
Yeah, I definitely would, if there was something I would change in the poker world, it definitely would be dealer abuse. I think that's absolutely crazy. And I think there should be almost zero tolerance in the poker rooms for players being abusive towards a dealer. One of the hands that I played was against Chris Moneymaker. It was I would say up to date, that was one of the biggest hands in poker.
Well, some people think it changed the course of poker history.
Maybe it did.
He is all in.
And quickly called.
The pot size is 1 million now.
And now Moneymaker is going to need an ace, a queen, or a 6 on the river to win the hand, which would knock out Phil Ivey.
I just remember when that ace hit on the river, just feeling like the wind was knocked out of me.
Oh, amazing. Phil Ivey loses with a full house to a better full house of Chris Moneymaker.
I remember saying to myself, do not show how disappointed you are. Do not let the world see this. You know what I mean?
Do you remember who you called when you got home?
I don't remember. Yeah, I guess maybe I probably called you, I guess.
Yeah, you called me and said, what would you do? I said, I'd have folded on the flop.
Yeah.
And you said, actually, he had what I thought he had. That's what you told me. You said, I just decided I'd take a card off because I knew where he was, and I knew I was going to get all the chips if it hit.
No, I think at the time I didn't really understand No Limit Hold'em, you know, and
right, that's true.
I would have probably. I mean, it was like a 10-handed game, and I, you know, should have folded on the flop. Obviously we know this now, but again, you know, you were just playing off the cusp back then, right?
Right.
The game was not solved in these type of situations. So
for you.
For me, yeah, you know, which was yeah. So you know, so I called and a 9 hit, and then you know, the ace came in the river, but it ended up being better for poker that Chris won, I think. Maybe not better for me financially. At the time, I didn't really have much money.
Yeah, one of the things I would think, we think about hands we played badly more than hands we won, more than hands we played well. Don't you think back about, I wish I'd have done something different, more than how, it's kind of like what we're saying, that I was happy out of things about things I did well. You don't have that?
I mean, I think about it. I think about past hands just like as kind of like analyze them and like think about like what my thought process was in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
and think about what they were thinking and think about like what I could have done differently, but I don't attach to that thought.
That's just because you're more mellow now than you were 10 years ago. That's the reason you're saying it.
No,
10 years ago, I don't know if you'd have said the same thing 10 years ago.
I think I may not have said it like this, but I've always, for the most part, I've always been like this. Like as far as like, you know, I don't really dwell on things. Like for instance, like if I have a big loss, I tend to get over it pretty quickly. I like to believe that is in the overall big picture, and that kind of like, you know, what happened in that moment was meant to happen and to learn from that. You know what I mean? Instead of thinking, oh, I should have done this differently. I think it's a much healthier way of viewing it.
I'm here with Lucky Chewy. We're having a great time. We are covering the Phil Ivey versus Anthony Zinno match. Zinno just got beat at the end, king 3 to king 7. They had gotten down to 4 big blinds apiece. So Phil Ivey took the first game. Zinno is in a must-win situation if he wants to move on. Any thoughts about the first match?
Yeah, it was cool. It was really fun to see Phil play and kind of how he approached strategically a lot of the situations that he found himself in. Zinno, I think I've kind of always known him to be a slightly more creative player. Kind of has his own ideas. Definitely some interesting implementations by him. And yeah, I'm both curious to see how they continue to do that in round 2, and also how they continue to adjust to one another. I think Phil probably has some ideas based on some of the things Anthony threw at him in round 1.
I think some of Zinno's creativity comes from the fact that I think he was late to No Limit. He was an 08 player, and he's had a lot of his success before the WPT wins in mixed games.
Interesting. Yeah, he mentioned to me the other day that he really likes 08. I didn't realize he actually started playing 08.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think he was a late comer to No Limit, which is like really weird. I feel like people do it the other way around. They play No Limit, then they find mixed games, like I'm not going back to No Limit.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. They'll have to speak for themselves. I love big bet games.
Mhm.
I love the kind of hardcore element of No Limit where it's like everything can go horribly wrong at any moment.
You like that?
I love that.
It's probably easier to pay attention when you feel that way.
Yeah. Keeps you on your toes. But, you know, that's also true for everyone else at the table, so sort of works both ways. Here we see right off the bat, Phil comes in with his 3x raise, which was kind of his standard in the first match in the earlier levels. Anthony with a call here. This paired Broadway board with the Broadway side card and the flush draw, I think all ace highs must continue, particularly against someone as aggressive as Phil. Outside of that one limp we saw in round one early on, it does seem like he's playing razor fold. And interesting play here. This kind of seems like a play designed to target the exact hand strength that Anthony has. I'm not sure if it's going to work. It does kind of seem like the pot odds are a bit too attractive, perhaps, to let go. It is also worth noting that Phil does not have any diamonds in his hand. And of course, any flush draw when the queen comes and there's now 3 on board is not very exciting. So perhaps that was maybe the main idea. It almost seems slightly better with a weaker hand, like a 5-6, or basically any card that isn't a 10 or doesn't interact with potential straight draws that Anthony could have. And very interesting play from Phil here. He goes for third barrel. Maybe he had the sense that Anthony would continue the turn with ace high and just simply wouldn't call the river. He's willing to take the risk that he has the jack. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Really interesting line there. I don't know how you feel, but like if I get called on the turn there, I'm not overly thrilled to just fire a brick river. But
Yes, because I feel like that a lot. I would be gun shy because the board doesn't change and you just got called. But also, I guess that's a spot where people won't be bluffing as often, so it cuts both ways.
yeah, truly that. And I guess the way that the range for the out of position player sort of breaks down is that like the jack is obviously a very clear bluff catcher. If you always fold the ace though, and your opponent does stuff like Phil did, it can be quite problematic. And here we see in this spot of round 2, Phil goes for the check raise on this queen 8-6 board. Pretty logical hand, really. He's got the king of spades. 9 has nice interaction. Anthony chose a small c-bet initially, so certainly weaker pairs and perhaps just weaker high cards are well within the range. And let's see how he proceeds, because unless he does find a bet somewhere, king high is going to win. So check on the turn. The deuce comes pairing. Doesn't really have a great river bluffing candidate, in my opinion. It kind of interferes with the draws. Kind of helpful on the flop in terms of, preventing Anthony from having certain hands that continue, and now not so helpful. And Anthony does just give it up, and Phil takes it down with king high.
Are you surprised that Anthony didn't make a play for that?
Kind of, yeah. I think it's a little too easy, particularly when Anthony didn't have a spade in his hand, for Phil to just have had a flush draw, which could have raised the flop, may have been going for a check call on turn. Yeah, it is a bit surprising. It is also worth noting that it's not a certainty that he gets the bluff through. I think once you check the turn, a lot of the range for Anthony can just be draws that look to take the free card. So, it's not an automatic call or anything for Phil, but it's certainly possible that he picks him off there. Anthony probably never going to bet an ace high type hand. Those are always just very comfortable showdowns. So king high probably, a fairly decent bluff catcher, but the 9 interfering with some of the straight draws, albeit Anthony did have one of those hands, it would make it a harder bluff catch, specifically because of the side card. Raising here with 9s. Ooh, queen jack 10. These are exciting boards. Triple Broadway boards, not all created equal. This one in particular, very exciting board for the opener. The out of position player never has ace king. They don't have any of the sets, and the in position player very much does. So, 9s, of course, quite a logical hand to check with. It doesn't mean we just get to bet our whole range in this kind of situation, but yeah. I predict another check here. Feels like betting doesn't serve a whole lot of purpose, and Phil backdooring trips. And what's funny is Phil actually kind of had like a sneakily good hand to apply some pressure on the turn with a check raise, interfering with the 7, blocking the hands that improved to 2 pair, and then also having the king of clubs, blocking some of the draws, and also having a lot of playability if he does check raise and the river brings a third club. So yeah, this is a classic kind of tough spot for Anthony. Purely bluff catching. I guess bluffs for Phil that come to mind. Probably just the bottom of the deck, really. Hands that don't interfere with the board at all. Hands like 3-4, like 3-4 of hearts or whatever. So yeah, Anthony does pay it off. Definitely a spot where Phil can be bluffing, and yeah, it's tough. All bluff catchers probably have to like call occasionally, especially nines. So in round one, we saw Anthony kind of misclick 3-bet the fives at this depth. Kind of an unfortunate start for him here.
And Ivy seized on it immediately.
Yeah, he did. No, that was pretty cool. It was cool to see how you slip up for a minute and Phil's just right on you.
Yep.
Pretty logical decision making so far. Phil just c-betting the paired ace board. This queen looks pretty nice for him as well. Kind of a nice spot to start targeting king high. He doesn't have any hearts in his hand. Actually, not even having a diamond is quite nice as well, because a lot of the non-paired, non-king high, like no flush draw type hands will be backdoor diamonds for Anthony. And nicely done by Phil there, just getting it through immediately. And yeah, just kind of, again, another tough spot for Anthony on the turn. The fives obviously have 2 outs to what is, you know, the quote-unquote effective nuts. But yeah, a lot of hands that Phil can be value betting on the turn there. And particularly the hand he had, you know, not even a super high equity draw, still has, what was it, 6 pair outs, and then 4 with the straight, that's 10, let alone the queen, which would actually put him out in front as well, or the 9, which would allow them to both play the board. But he's back. He's got jacks. I don't predict anything happens, but a little morale boost.
Yeah. Very funny that they're in the room across from each other, but they're on webcams. I don't think either one has looked across to the other one or into their webcams once.
Yeah.
That's been fun. Certain matches are just so much different than others. Like this one is just silent. I've seen quite a few silent matches, very
Have there been
serious.
some really chatty ones?
Oh yeah. Obviously Hafu and Botez,
Yeah.
they're having a good time.
That makes sense.
I gotta think about it. We've had a few where I was just like, wow, like they're becoming friends.
Yeah.
During this match. How nice.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Through it. Dan Smith, Steve Aoki, obviously, they're having a good time. Steve Aoki is the coolest person to watch play because his heart is on his sleeve. He wins a pot. He's like, oh, the best. No, like he's just so happy. He loses the pot, and it's like it'll be 2 hands later. He's like, oh God, that hand, you know. He was having a lot of fun.
Yeah, that can be both a blessing and a curse in poker. It's good to be in touch with your emotions, but of course, revealing them at inopportune moments can backfire.
I was watching it longingly. Just man, it was fun, you know, when
That's
you
cool.
started playing, just to feel it more.
Yeah. I mean, that's truly one of the things I love about poker is just kind of the way that it sort of puts you in touch with yourself. Like it really does like show you without filter, like, hey, this is where you're at. Like it's not going to lie to you. That being said, here we have quite a spot for Zinno, opening with the ace jack, c-betting the flop for looks like a third pot. And then, not a huge fan of this turn play. I would take more polarized approach on the ace and go for the most part, an overbet or a check. And a hand like this seems really, really nice for an overbet. You know, when your opponent does have an ace high that they check calls with, or a hand like Phil has, which is a pair and a flush draw, I think it's quite important to get as much money in the pot now as you can, and then also support your bluffs quite effectively. But you know, Anthony again being quite creative, has his own ideas. Goes with the smaller bet. Certainly that has some benefits as well. Phil will probably stick around a lot more often with a 9. Some of those 9s can be drawing close to dead. Yeah, maybe Phil occasionally goes for the bluff raise. We saw it happen earlier in round 1 in a spot where Anthony bet the flop small and then continued with a small bet on the turn. But in that instance, the turn changed the board texture a lot. If some of you were watching, it was 8-6-5, turn 5. So a lot more incentive for Phil to attack and represent turn trips. Here facing half pot, Anthony does have a kind of interesting hand. He has the ace of diamonds, of course, 3 to a flush, the 6. Now he's got sort of 2 pseudo flush blockers. I personally don't feel super comfortable check calling the flop. I'm sure he's not in love with it either, but sometimes the 6, even though you have 3 to a straight, it's like when you turn your straight draw and you pick up the backdoor straight draw, it's not all that easy to really navigate. A lot of hands that Phil has could already be a straight. In this instance with the jack, say the turn's an 8, Anthony now has, 4 to a straight, but the 10 is no good because Phil has the jack, so kind of a dicey spot. It's tough though, I imagine, like, of course, poker is always a bit easier when we can see the cards, right? I think Anthony probably feels the heat from Phil's aggression over the course of this match and the previous one.
I was gonna say I can see the cards. This is still a difficult thing to navigate.
If you show me the cards, I feel a lot better about my chances in the next tournament.
I hope we run more of these. This has been super fun. All the players, the feedback I'm getting from players, like they love this format, and it's a format people don't get to play that often.
Yeah.
Maybe we run a few of these a year.
That'd be amazing. I'm here with bells on.
Yeah.
Nice 3-bet there from Phil against the 2.5x open at what appears to be around 60 big blinds effective. I'm quite a fan of choosing the weaker offsuit hands as the stacks get shallower. You'll mix in some of the suited stuff, but it's just always the risk that you run of kind of facing the 4-bet and having to then deal with how do you navigate. You're gonna call, you're gonna jam with like the more middle of the deck suited type holdings that do really well when deeper stacked. But yeah, here we have 2 pretty big hands. Let's see how Phil plays the turn here, assuming Anthony does check it over to him.
Is that standard for Zinno to just flat with top and bottom?
Yeah, I was gonna make mention of that. I'm glad you asked. It's a play for sure. I do think that like the top and bottom, as far as 2 pairs go, are the most incentivized to just check call because obviously the 7 pairing is not super exciting, and then any kind of card even above 7 will somewhat favor Phil, just in the sense that it's not as likely that Anthony check raises a hand like ace 10, but Phil will probably almost always bet and call a raise with it. That being said, he does have a backdoor flush draw, and he's got 2 pair and they're fairly shallow, so I would favor a raise. Yeah, here we go.
Gross spot, right?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, kind of interesting that Phil just goes for the jam here.
Wow.
Oh, he calls.
That's
Wow,
it. Wow, that was over fast.
That's a wrap. I mean, yeah, I think well played by Phil. First of all, I mean that was just kind of awesome to see him just identify Anthony's perhaps frustration with the level of aggression that Phil was applying. He certainly won the majority of the pots. I mean, he had great hands for the most part. He did pull off that pretty nifty bluff with 10-5 early on, but yeah, tough for Zinno. Good game to him.
That was like a Phil Ivey field play. You can't convince me otherwise. Like just feeling the frustration of his opponent or feeling that his opponent is strong, however he picks up these reads, like that can't have been the standard play to just jam, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a viable idea. It's always nice when you have a flush, you don't block any of the pairs on the board. But yeah, I did feel like there was a little bit of transcendent Ivy magic going on. So fun to be witness to.
Yeah, I mean, all right, guys, you wanted it, you got it. Ivy is through to round 3 now, and we don't go anywhere because we are going to have the highlights of Olivier Bousquet and Chris Kruk Right now, though, we're going to send you to Olivier's interview that was conducted on property. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
I've honestly barely played with my next opponent, Chris Kruk, but I know a lot about him. I know he's basically as elite as they come. Really well-studied theoretical player. I have a ton of respect for him and his game and his approach to poker. I've actually watched a decent number of instructional videos that he's put together. They're always really great. So to be quite honest with you, if I compare my first match and this match, I don't really think my approach will be different. I'm just going to do my best. I'm confident in this format. I feel well prepared, but I'm under no illusions that there's much edge to be had against this guy. Oh no, I didn't watch any videos in preparation for this match. He works for a site that puts out videos, and he's extremely good. So I learned a lot from him. Yeah, so in my first round, I played Linus, who is, obviously one of the best players in the field, in the world. I lost the first match. I think I made a reasonably significant mistake in a hand, which I was, not, I think I kind of knew right afterwards that I was like, I did not play this hand well, and I lost the hand. And then, the next two matches, we actually never really got to shallow blinds, so I was thinking maybe the part of or shallow stacks, the part of the match that maybe I might have an edge in, we didn't get to play. But I made some good hands, and he made some kind of second best hands, and I won some big pots, and that was it. I mean, that's how it goes. Yeah, so a bunch of us were hanging out yesterday, and Alexandra is like wonderful and super curious and intelligent and always is trying to learn about anything and everything, honestly. And I offered to help her a little bit today before her match. And she was just eager to learn. And I thought we had a good session. I think she has an incredibly tough opponent, and it's going to be tough to incorporate a bunch of stuff so quickly. But yeah, I really like working with smart, ambitious, like eager learners.
Guys. Hey guys, welcome back. Chewy had a bounce. It was awesome commentating with him. Happy he did 2 matches. We are going to cover the highlights of the Olivier Bousquet versus Chris Kruk matches. And we'll also do 1 game in full. Just the way that the matches ran out, we're going to be able to actually cover more, so that's pretty exciting. 2 of the best in the field. Still hearing music. Here you go, guys. Here's the bracket so far. You see that Sam Greenwood has already advanced to round 3, as did Limitless. And as you just saw, Phil Ivey, fan favorite, OG, GOAT, whatever you want to call him, he has advanced as well. So just looking at this, people said there were some soft spots in the field. It was a good field to play in, but look who's gotten through. Sam Greenwood, Limitless, Phil Ivey. It is shaping up to be a very, very hard event. But we're going to see amazing play. With these people already qualifying. So, you saw Anthony Zinno fall in the last match. Sorry to see him go. He's one of the true and nice guys of poker. I will be manning the chat since I'm by myself. If you guys have any questions, I'm totally happy to answer them. So just let me know. We got Olivier Bousquet versus Chris Kruk. Oh, actually, Olivier Bousquet offered to come in and cover his own highlights. I think that would be fun. We were talking about that earlier, that it would be really cool to get players in to actually explain the thought process behind certain hand sequencing. So it looks like we're actually going to get that. He's WPT Champions Club member, heads up specialist, commentator of WPT Alpha Colleen Dodd, and he did JC Alvarado and high stakes MMA fight. Then we have Chris Kruk. He's known as Apotheosis Online. He's an online crusher too. I mean, he plays every game. He plays up to 5K. And I asked him a fun fact. He said, I want back-to-back 5K for you. He's got more fun facts than that, but that's what he offered up, so that's the file. This should be a really good match. I doubt there's going to be a whole lot of talk. Ben going back and forth, but definitely see some really high-level poker being played. Sweet. Olivier Bousquet will be in the booth in just a minute. We get him set up. Yeah, I promised you guys I would engage in the chat more, so I'll be doing that. So any questions you guys have, just yep. And we'll send it to the match. Not quite sure what the EM music is all about, but
I don't, yeah, what, I don't know what's going on. I'm okay. I'm digging it. Can they hear us? Nice. What's up, y'all, if you can hear me?
All right, we're sending it straight to the match.
Wow, look at these 2 beautiful people.
I predicted that you guys wouldn't have been chatting too much, am I right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, I feel like I mostly had it.
That is
when you were.
Okay, I'm the button,
the
and I
first
just
hand?
lost, like, my time is already gone. So I'm gonna wait like 10 seconds.
Cool. Okay.
Oh no, this is the second match. This is the second match.
Oh, are we just
Oh,
showing?
no, this is the third
This is
match.
the third match. So I
third
thought we
match.
were showing highlights. I think because you guys ran so long, instead of a highlight reel, we're just going to show the entire third match.
Okay.
Because it looks like you guys
If
are.
you don't come back,
Okay,
I
cool.
mean,
Yeah,
so you just
lose
raise
your
an awful the next one.
I lost the
Okay,
first one,
cool.
won the
Okay.
second one. Yeah.
My table's just
Oh,
loading.
it's one way.
Should be alright. Cool.
All right, you good now? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Good luck.
I'd ask how many people in the money. They're paying for first place gets half the prize pool, 400K. Second, 200, and third and fourth will each get 100.
This was fun. I call this turn bet drawing dead. He did this interesting turn block. I guess he blocks top pair and he has the flush, so it makes sense that it's not gonna get a lot of action from that many hands. Hard for me to have a particularly good hand. On the river, I didn't really consider bluffing. I thought I had too much showdown value. He should have some 3x, 4x, 8x, 9x that gives up a little bit.
How was the match overall? Was it what you expected?
He's super tough.
Yeah.
He's super tough. Yeah, I thought he played really well. I thought he was doing a little bit of exploiting or trying to exploit me in some ways, and I was trying to take advantage of that a little bit. But I think his exploits were probably good. He's very good.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about him, his background, that he plays so many different games, and he's pretty much respected in all of them, which is so hard. You get better at navigating the app. I see the bet sizing. I was seeing people elect to use 2.5x because I think it's just easier.
It was okay. I rarely got exactly to 2.2, but I could always
Mhm.
get close, and I never really messed up in any significant way. The thing that bothered me a little bit was the time. I was short on time a bunch.
Okay.
The second match, I used half my time bank to let the software load for him, and I was kind of out of time bank a bit. But
So maybe going forward, we could increase the time bank for future matches.
yeah, or maybe they like the fact that you're kind of pressed to make decisions quickly. I don't know. A couple times I literally ran out of time, but I think they would have been bad calls. I'm not sure I was really good.
It saved you from yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just good.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it's a shame you didn't get outside at all on this trip.
Wow, we're really going there, huh, Jamie? Wasn't there enough abuse of Joey yesterday? By the way, Joey's burn and my burn occurred simultaneously. Like we were together. We were both having lunch outside and then just chilling, not really paying attention, and obviously not using sunscreen. And then we both turned into lobsters.
Yeah, and I was just telling Ron, you guys were cautionary tales for me today, and I still burnt my back.
Oh, did you get burned today?
A little bit, yeah. So I'm dumber than you guys are.
That it's one of those situations where you kind of underestimate the sun because it's not super hot and it's windy.
It's like kind of cool out, yeah. You
Yeah,
don't feel it.
but the sun's still there and it's still very powerful. The 6-9 suited, come on, bro.
This is gonna be really enjoyable when you see the things he's been doing. Enjoyable for the viewers.
Yeah.
But, you know.
So this is he just whatever he's good. So yeah, this spot I felt he bet super small here, and I just think this is a mandatory continue with these 2 overs and the three backdoors. It's like one of the worst hands. I mean, Jack 9 with a backdoor flush draw and stuff like that. Like I continue, but I still think I need to continue this hand. It's super close, and then he just blasts me off with this gutter. Sorry to give it away, but
Spoiler.
yeah, I mean, there's not much I can do on the turn here, I don't know why they didn't just deal me 2 3s or something. Yeah, I was like, okay, cool, make my life easier.
It's been a wider range of raise sizes than I would have expected across all matches.
Oh my god, this hand. Oh my
no.
god. I knew it.
You're finding out terrible things.
I honestly, I knew it. I knew it. I
Oh.
really did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. You say to close this motherfucker. So no, I was saying that for the purpose of the stream. I guess I shouldn't be cursing, but I was trying to be funny. I mean, this guy's just so good, He bets. Look at this, 4,800 to 4,000. It's like cool. Like yeah, okay, cool. I call. You know what? Honestly, I knew it in this hand. I just knew. For some reason I just knew, and I just didn't have it in me to say call. Pot 13,600.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is
Bet
this
20K
bet?
or something?
What is this?
Need to know. 25K? What are we doing here?
Oh, Chris. This is happening for
Let's
effect
go,
here.
Chris.
Look at what is it? What is
27.5.
that? Honestly, I knew it. I don't know why I folded. I was so sure. I was just like, all right, whatever, bro. I mean, especially here, it's like I have 70K. It's like so difficult for me to just be like, okay, I'll be down to whatever, 30K if I'm wrong. But I really was very confident that I had the best hand here, and I was just like, I let him bully me, and that is painful to see now. That is painful.
To look up to the heavens.
Yeah, look at my face.
Yeah.
I'm just like, come on. And then I'm running out of time too,
Yeah.
I'm just looking. I'm just like, oh, that's miserable. That's awful.
You're
He's
both
just like, yeah,
folding.
he's like, I'm just crushing you, bro.
That's great.
It's absurd. I wasn't sure if my 4 was a good card or not. I was like, he probably has some junk for his junk. I didn't think about deuce 8. Huh. What happened? Oh yeah, okay, cool. Right.
There's a pretty good joke in the chat if you want it.
Oh, yeah, give me the joke.
You're about to get 4-bet says, yeah, Joey has a tan line of Olivier on his chest. Like you were sleeping on his chest. Cute.
That was the good joke?
Oh, come on.
Sorry. No, that's good. Good job, buddy.
Chat,
Oh.
he doesn't like your joke. Now everyone just shifted to liking
I got his hand and I was like, come on, Mr. Crook, let's do something. And obviously he just snap folded my 3-bet. The chat like the fact that like I'm commentating on my own game. It's a bit like Inception
Cool.
kind of. It's a bit weird.
How do you guys feel about it? I'll kick him right up if you don't like it. Especially he's saying your jokes are bad. We can get rid of him. Fine.
I mean, if a joke is bad, a joke is bad. Oh, that was good. That was a good
No, I
joke. I
think
do
it's-
love Joey. I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah, if you guys
if
are
that
snuggling,
if
it's
that joke is
cute.
actually a bit too close to home.
I honestly can't tell from, and don't spoil it, obviously, but I really can't tell if you won or lost. This is so weird. I got no, like you are saying like this effing guy, it makes me think, but then also you're in the booth. I'm like, I don't know. Chat, what do you think? You guys can say whether, put a 1 in chat if you think Olivier wins this game, and a 2 if you think he loses.
It's kind of a weird spot to check, but I thought he's the kind of guy that's going to turn some of his weaker pairs into bluffs and might even do it a little bit too often. And I think when I block the turn and then that 9 comes, I don't have that many value bets. So I was like checking some of my King X. I think it's probably not great what I did, but that was my idea. What's chat think?
We're on a little bit of delay. I'm watching you get
We're on a delay? The
Yeah,
whole thing is a delay. Why
I
is
know,
it a
but
delay
you're
with
on
the
a
chat?
phone delay. I don't know.
Just in case I curse.
Maybe.
Sorry, guys.
That's awesome. Maybe. No, I was just watching you get bluffed again. So yeah. Cool.
You got bluffs again?
No, but it was on a delay. Is it weird to be able to find out almost right away? Because these hands are still super fresh in your head.
Oh, it's cool. I like it.
Cool.
Yeah. I would have gone for the bigger bet if I had had a club in my hand, but I just have some non-club bluffs. I don't know if King High, King 3 is like a great choice, but I just thought that particular run out, he would have some of the type of hands he had, and I didn't want to kind of call when he bluffed with them, and that he would probably unlikely to call with his ace high, so I thought that was a reasonable spot to get into. Wait, what happened here? Oh yeah, I remember. This fucking guy. Sorry.
Hey, why are we on a delay? I don't know.
I can't figure it out. I mean, clearly nothing else to do pre with this call, and homeboy gets it. He gets it all. Not all the chips. I mean the flop. He like gets the flop. 9-10 of clubs, probably continue, but 9-10 of diamonds, just nothing really to do. At this point, I'm feeling I have to admit, at this point in the match, I was feeling a little bit discouraged. I felt like he played super well, and to get down a little bit like this.
Yeah, it's hard to recover against a good player, right?
Yeah, and also like I was pretty confident he bluffed me in that ace-4 hand, and then I just like didn't do what I was supposed to do.
Is that when you said this is super painful? I was on like a break. I walked through and all I hear is this is super painful. I'm like, no spoilers.
Let's just say we're not there yet.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Oh yeah, what happened here? Oh, interesting. I actually wasn't sure. Okay. We'll wait for what happens to happen. Really interesting to me that he chooses this size with ace queen of diamonds. Like I just folded the ace six with no spade pretty quickly. See that face I made? I was just like, wait, that was quick. Maybe I should have folded that. But it's actually really interesting that he had ace queen of diamonds there. So it's reasonably standard if you're going to have some checkbacks in your range to check back the kind of worst kickers with your top pair. So that's why I chose king four. Not sure if the diamond makes a huge difference. But I'm just going to check some of my king four and king three here. And I think it's, time to start building a pot when I turn trips. Incredibly unlikely to be beat here.
John Candy Poker says, I remember watching Olivier crush the heads up sit and goes back in 2009. Is that like your heyday when you're at the top?
2009 was the same year I won Borgata. Yeah, that was probably in that good zone, that good few year period where nobody good was trying to play them. Yeah, this was a good flop and a good turn. I was pretty happy about this. Like, come on, Chris, do your thing. He never really did it when I wanted to. Actually, in the second game, he did one. He actually bluffed everything off, trying dead. You see, was that when John Robert was like outside and he like opens the screen door behind, like literally so close to me. And he like comes in and he's like walking and acting super slowly. And he just like slowly, and I'm like, is this guy watching? What is he doing? I potted here, like obviously, I think this is a bit of a polarized spot, but I think aces up can fit into the big size. Maybe but that hand works better as a block. I'm not sure, but I think it's definitely a value bet, even though it's 4 to a straight.
Derby actually came in here the other day.
This is what he had. Oh, this is a really interesting hand. I was wondering what he had here. I was just like, offsuit 3, offsuit 7, offsuit 3, offsuit 7, offsuit 3, offsuit 7.
Oh wow, see, we have something in common. We play. I also like pray for cards. I thought like really good players just don't waste the brain space.
1, 2, 3, offsuit 7. Oh god. I was like, oh my god, thank you. But like, because this, because it connects, it makes it straight, right? I mean, I know I am the one that has it, but because it makes it straight, it's like a card that's, probably better for him than for me. So I wanted to bet real big, but I was like disciplined, and I just bet my standard size.
You leave him some room.
I mean, I would like to bet big and then go all in, and I'm sure I can do that with this hand at some point, but I don't really use multiple sizings very often, so it's like the card's better for him, I just tend to bet a bit smaller than if the card's better for me. And then in this spot, when the 10 comes, it's like he can't have a bunch of stuff, like good stuff. 6-9, Jack-9, 9-10. I felt like the size was really big, but all in, I don't know. All in, I'm sure I can go all in here, and it's absolutely fine. It's probably better, but I just decided to pot instead, which I think is also probably fine. And it makes sense now that he has this hand. But he beats some stuff, right? I mean, he beats 5x and 6x, right? Just like, I can have hands like 9-3 of diamonds, queen 9 of diamonds, 9x of diamonds in general. I definitely am going to have some bluffs here, especially given the run out. I need to have a bunch of bluffs because the run out's so much. He does decide to fold. I felt like he was overfolding me a little bit.
Why do you think that is?
Because he thought I was under bluffing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's right. I mean, it's hard to find bluffs and spots, and I think that's part of how he, I think it's part of how he sees himself as part of what makes him so good is that he is able to find those bluffs, and I think he thinks the general population doesn't. So I think play with me a little bit. There were some showdowns that were a bit weak, probably by me, and he probably interpreted that as I'm not bluffing enough. And I mean, he might be right. I'm not sure. The game is hard, but I felt like his default was fold when I put a bunch of aggression in. Oh yeah, cool. I remember this one. So I mean, I have these 2 overs. You know, like he bets quite big here, I think, which is very good. You know, this is actually the exact kind of hand that wants to bet big because it just needs protection and it's super good on this board. I really wasn't sure to do on this turn. Like I float here, I have the king of diamonds, 2 overs, I have a heart, like whatever, I don't know. And I float here, and then a card that's pretty good for me comes. I was like, oh no, what am I gonna do if he bets now? Am I gonna call here with king high for the gutter? And
He
maybe
bets
I
fairly
should.
large to 80% pot.
What?
He bet 80% pot also.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe I should raise here. I was really, I just wasn't sure what to do, and I was like, okay. The time was running down, and I was like, look at my face. I was like, what am I doing? That was awful. I was like, why can't I just turn a king? Like, why is this game so hard? Yeah, I was really,
All
I was
right,
like,
so we need the video editing team just do a compilation of all the faces you make during this one game.
this is what he had. Oh my god, this guy. Yeah, yeah. I mean, his small size in my hand, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna have to call him now. Great, we'll play this hand, like reasonably shallow stack. And I was like, oh, look at this hand. Look at this guy. Oh, that was sneaky. This, I mean, every time I say something, I think he's gonna do it right away, and he takes an extra second, so it's like a weird delay. But see, he checks here, and I was like, okay, I think I should probably have a reasonably polarized strategy on this board, and a quit check. So like, okay, my 8's right in the middle, so I don't bet it. Look how much of the board he has. I mean, it's just like, look at my percentage, like 5% here. And just like, okay, I don't know what to do. I was like, I mean, I have a pair on the board, you know, I guess I got to call. I really don't want to call, but like, okay, whatever, call. Like, oh yeah, cool. The pot's 50K and I have 45K left. I wonder what he's going to do. And it's like, again, I was pretty sure he bluffed that time I had ace-4, and some of the other times I like wasn't sure. I'm just like, oh man, this guy's just running me over here. So this music is absurd.
I know.
Because it's not like this is for the audience or whatever. I hear this too.
You hear this too?
Yeah, it's so crazy. I hear this too. I'm like, come on, why are you messing? Why are you the app is trolling?
Yep. It's very game show. Like,
yeah,
Who Wants to Be a
exactly,
Millionaire?
I was just like, whatever. I'll have better hands than this. I don't need to call. Lay it down. But I look at my face. I'm like, this is awful. Can we end this game now? Like, I am not enjoying this. And I'm like, okay, reset. Let's go. You can do it. You know,
Yeah, what you got?
I engage
Give
a
us
lot of
some,
self-talk. You know, I try to pump
Yeah,
myself up in my
seriously,
head.
what do you got mental health wise? Tell us some strategies. You breathe in.
Breathe in and then out. That's good. Don't just breathe in. You gotta do
Prevents
both,
death,
in and
yep.
out. Clear your head, and you just gotta quiet that mind chatter. You know, that defeating mind chatter. Whatever it is, just quiet. Just focus. Try to get in flow. You know, standard stuff.
Give yourself a
Not a
little hug.
guru.
Cute.
What?
You're giving yourself a little hug.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was so cold. It's so cold in there. I don't know why I didn't wear a hoodie. I wore a hoodie to play tennis, and then I didn't wear a hoodie to this thing. Completely backwards.
Did you wear sunscreen to play tennis?
I did, yeah. But I wore a hoodie because it was cold this morning, and then when I got to the court, I forgot I wasn't wearing a t-shirt underneath the hoodie. So I played, you know, without a shirt. And Dan Smith was like, "It's okay, bro. I'm not mad." I was like, oh, "Okay, thanks, man." But yeah, I've used a lot
Is
of
Dan
sunscreen
Smith
today.
good at tennis? Because he's good at pickleball.
He's reasonably good.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But he picked it up super late. Oh my. Oh yeah. This one I did. This one I was cool with the way this hand went. Like, I felt like I just didn't believe it. I was like, what is this? What is this bet and this size? I was just like, come on, bro. This ain't nothing. Right? Like, what does he have here? Just betting like an 8-5, maybe. I don't know. It's just a tough. block. It's tough to imagine what the block strategy really looked like here. So I was like, yo, give me this money. Ace high, look at his face. It's like, yeah. See? I feel like him and I are both pretty expressive when we play online and like nobody can see us. So we just still have a little bit of residual expression, even though we're like looking at each other's faces. On with this guy. Oh, Jesus, bro. They're coming after me.
Do you think Crook's watching this right now?
No, I don't think.
He's just like playing some other game already.
Yeah, I thought about this spot. I wasn't sure. This guy's good, man. I don't know. I didn't like this at all. I was pretty sure. See, here it's much easier to imagine some thinner value bets. Like I thought he bet all his sevens. But I just wasn't sure, honestly. I think that was close, and I keep electing to fold when he's bluffing me, and now I'm on camera embarrassed. Nah, I'm good with it. Don't worry. Yeah, it's a good 3x, I think. I like this play. Queen 5. Look at me, look at my face. I'm like, I have 27 big blinds. Is this real? Can I just like get some stuff going, please?
Then you got an ace.
Yeah, ace 8, baby. All you can eat, my man. All you can eat. I was like, every time I went all in these spots, I just like quickly look. I'm not looking at him. I just look at the thing, see if it says fold or call right away. Fold, and I was like, okay, sigh of relief. It's like ace 8 is one of those spots. If he calls, like I'm not doing well. Probably. I mean, maybe he's got some king queen stuff, but like in general, not loving it.
Yeah, I used to hide my guy like on full tilt when I was deep in
Oh,
the
really?
tournament. I would just cover it and then take it back and see if I was still in, and somehow that felt less painful than actually seeing how I won or lost chips. Yeah.
I checked his back. I think it's good to check some flush draws back, especially when the pair on the board is the deuce. In the limp check line, like your opponent is going to have a bunch more deuces because you don't really limp that many deuces. And depending on their strategy, and I didn't think he had the strategy where he was really isolating with a lot of deuce X in his hand. So I'm not like checking all my flush draws, but I thought it was good to check some of them. And he is just like never giving me the action when I want it so far. Little teaser for the kids at home. Oh, this one. I decided not to go for this one. It's like trying to be a bit more disciplined because it's like if you include a strategy where you like isolate with a lot of the trash hands, which I have, it can be easy to really overdo it. First time I did it, like in the first match, I think I made it like 7 big blinds or something when I had like 22 or something, 21, with 7 deuce off, and he just jammed. I was like, oh god, it was the first time I did it. I was like, oh my god, it's awful. This too, I think I should be min raising this hand, and I limped, and I was like, I did it before I thought about it, and then he 3x, and I was like, oh no, now I got a call. This is why I want to min raise because I don't want to limp call this hand very much. And then flop comes, I'm like, okay, great, now I have a pair.
Yep.
And it's like he hates this flop too, and he still just has a better hand than me. Great. The thing is, I'm going to have a bunch of hands that actually connect on this board, not super strongly, but that have something. Like I have a bunch of Broadway hands that limp call, and then a bunch of suited hands around the 10 and 6. Him having 2 sevens, like obviously his hand's better than the hands he wants to bluff with, and he interacts with some of the weak hands I have. And I thought in this spot, it just doesn't really make sense to bluff. I just have too much showdown value. You can have hands like King Jack and King Queen and stuff, and I just have some worse hands. I can have King Jack, queen jack, club no pairs, that stuff. So I thought a 6 was good enough to check, but of course it was not. I'm getting real short, and I'm just like, bro, let's just get it in. Got an ace. I'm ready to party. This was
This is a limp call.
Yeah. So this is the bottom, I think, of my limp all-in call range, and also like I'm very happy to limp call the ISO. So this is what I mean. Like I have king jack in some of those spots, and then this is another thing that's just like wonderful. Like this flop comes, and I'm just like I feel like I have top set basically. So and this is I think that I'm sure this is correct by him. Bit loose, right? You have to remember that because it's a limp pot, I'm betting just over half pot, so I'm not betting like quarter pot or something like that. But he's got this hand, which is good, and then he turns his card. But like my strategy really punishes this, right? Like now the pot's 85-60. Like check me out, right?
At 10.
Oh,
Nice.
just like what can he do? I mean,
Yeah.
he can call. I mean, he can go all in too, obviously, like if he wants. And maybe if he had a hand like Jack 9 of hearts, he probably would. And obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, but I'm obviously calling if he raises or goes in or whatever. But it just really punishes this type of stuff, and it allows me to bluff with a bunch of hands because I bet so big. And then on this blank, it's just like, okay, man, if you somehow have a better hand than me, that's fine. But obviously, I'm just going all in here. But it ends up being a pretty sizable pot when he calls the flop with the backdoor flush draw and turns the heart. So this was like really nice for me. So just made me feel a bit better, like on the inside,
Yeah.
22, like what's he doing? Like you could call with Jack High. I mean, sure. I have some hands that are worth Jack. If you called me there with Jack High and won, I would not be
Poker
here
forever?
right now. I'm just telling you, I would not be in this seat if you
Uh-huh.
called me with Jack High and I was at like 6-9 or
Would
something.
you have like booked a flight? You're just like, I gotta get out of here.
Maybe.
Hey, chat says I like that Olivier is commenting on his own plays. They should do that more often with other players. I agree. I think this is cool. How often do you really get this? Like when someone makes a training video or whatever, but like this is so close to the end of the match that like you're seeing the hands for the first time too. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, this is a interesting hand. I think I need to be raising a bunch of my Queen X at this stack depth. So this is like not a really traditional raise. I think if you're like playing much deeper, you could probably, I'm sure, raise this at some frequency. But I think in general, you're not really raising this class of hand like that often. But I think at this stack depth, you do. And then the 4 of diamonds is a really interesting card because it makes some straights, and then the straight draws make pairs of 4s. So maybe I should just bet and then jam with this strength hand. But I just was a little bit uncomfortable, and I was pretty confident that he would bet this turn. And if he bet a reasonable size, I was going to go all in. But then he bet this super small size, and then I just wasn't sure what to do. Maybe I should just check raise here again. But I don't know. I played a more conservative passive line. And I was actually kind of happy that his card came because I was like, I don't think he's going to bluff
no
here.
decision.
I don't think
Yeah.
he's got a ton of bluffs here.
Yeah.
And then, he gets the showdown. Like, I think he overall probably played the hand better than me. I don't know. But like he ends up getting the showdown there, like for relatively cheap. But still, I thought that was an interesting hand. I thought I played it okay. I'm not sure he should be betting his hand on the turn, but every time we were in a spot like that, he bet. So I don't know enough about that specific node. I thought he was overdoing it a little bit as part of why I checked. This hand was just. This is game 3 too. Like we played like 3 hours. Every game was like this.
Yours, I think, has been the longest match, the longest matchup, I guess, going the distance.
And, yeah, all 3 of our games had like some similarity. This. I mean, this hasn't really been back and forth this game, but the games were a bit more back and forth. And I was gonna bet the 5 on the turn, and I wasn't sure, and then I let the 8 come off, and he just value bet, and I was like, man. Oh my God! Wait, this isn't the spot. Sorry guys, sorry, my bad. Oh yeah, he just min raised. I just fold.
I hate Red Bull so much. It's
You're
necessary.
drinking Red Bull?
It's necessary.
Oh,
I stayed up
you must
too
have
late
not slept
talking
very much.
to Chewy. and then we're in the booth
Oh, I just
together.
saw Chewy. Chewy's the most lovely person
He's
of all
the
time.
loveliest person, and also he just like commentated and like soothed the chat.
Oh,
Everyone
yeah?
is nice.
And now
yeah,
you have
he's
my, like,
wonderful. No, I like this is
crazy
so
energy
fun
in here.
to go with different people. Cool.
Oh, look at this just genius check back by me. I was like, ah, man, I feel like I hit this board a lot. I'm gonna just try to realize my equity here. I think this is a very reasonable hand, by the way, to barrel on a board like this. But I was just like, nah,
Why were you like no?
I'm a chill. I don't know. You don't want to overdo it, and I just decided. I mean, I have some randomizing methods, and also, you know, my gut tells me what to do. You know what I'm saying? This is just like kind of no brainer here. Little pairs of 20 bigs, put it in. And like you can see how it's 51-49, but like you don't get to realize, right? He just has fold, and that is
That's
very
nice.
nice. It's very, very clear what the play should be there. It's like this is a hand he could definitely consider opening. I mean isolating, and maybe he did, and maybe he does, and he's randomizing. I mean, it was clear he was doing some sort of randomization. Yeah. And again, I don't go for this like in the limp check line. On like this type of board, the c-bet frequency is super low. You gotta be really careful. And I was just like, okay, no problem.
Did you get a chance to watch Alexandra play or no? Or you were preparing?
I think it was airing during my match,
Okay,
wasn't it?
you know what happened though.
I do know what
Okay.
happened.
Yeah, because chat knows already. But chat was I didn't get to see the match, but chat was saying that she was playing pretty well.
Yeah?
Gave herself a chance.
Oh,
yeah.
cool. That's great.
Yeah,
That's
so
great to
good
hear.
job with the last minute coaching, and good job Dan Smith at the earlier coaching.
Yeah.
To get someone who's like a basically amateur
She's
player.
so smart. She's
Yeah.
so curious, and yeah. So this was, you know, he checks back, which honestly I don't really get, but whatever. Maybe it's a thing at some frequency. I turn this open ender, and this is just like, I think, you know, I overbet the pot here. My strategy is pretty polarized. I'm not really betting much Jack X. And you know, I have a lot of equity. Like, cut me some slack, man. I don't know what I meant by that. But anyway, so like, yeah, I'm just like offsuit 7, offsuit queen, offsuit 7, offsuit queen, offsuit 7, offsuit queen. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
7 hearts.
Oh,
Whoa.
just like that. I'm like queen. I'm like, oh, offsuit queen. I'm like, okay, cool. And I wasn't, honestly, I wasn't 100% sure what bet size I should use. I just did. When I'm not sure, I tend to use my standard size. I just use 80% pot. And he was just like slam dunk, ace king, and he was like, give me a break. Look at his face right now. Yeah. He was like, come on, bro. Like, they got to give it to him every time. He's like, I'm here bluffing his pants off, and he's just making straights on the river. What's going on? I actually felt that a little bit. I was like, man, I'm running kind of decent in some of these spots. But I mean, he did, you know, he's paid some hands, obviously. That's an interesting 3-bet. I think that is not going to be a super high frequency play, but definitely. Oh, hello. Yeah, he gets 2 aces here, and I think limping at 29 big blinds is okay. I think min raising is for sure better, but he's using a lot of min raise. Yeah, and so like here, you know, he bets here. I mean, obviously, like it's a good board for him. He has 2 aces, and I can check raise or call. He chooses the big size, and so when he chose the big size, he's essentially saying that his range is like he's polarizing when he chooses the big size, right? Saying he has a good hand. And so when you polarize and bet big, your frequency of continuing the aggression is very high. So I was like gonna let him do that, and so I just called the flop. On the turn, he's essentially telling the same story, that he has a polarized range. However, on the turn, I think the situation is very different. You think of that, the stack sizes here, like I have exactly like a reasonable all-in stack size, and I unblock top pair. If I had king jack or king 9, I'd probably call. But like he's gonna have a bunch of just king X in his value range, and I unblock that.
Yep.
So I'm just like, yo, let's put the money in, and
Said
this was
go.
a
Okay.
very fortunate setup, and I
Wow.
win.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, it's like, what's up, bro? I got 140K. You know, I'm ready to party. Let's go. That was a really fun hand to crack aces, short stacks. It's fun, guys. You should try it. Now I'm feeling good. I'm actually in my mind. I'm sorry that I'm acknowledging or admitting this. In my, what did he have here? Oh yeah. In my mind, I'm already practicing my my winning speech where I tell him how good I ran and I feel bad for him. I've already practiced that. I'm going through it in my head right now.
Dangerous mindset.
I'm going through it. I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like,
Yeah, you know, nothing you could do.
I'm like, yeah, you know, honestly, you played so good, and I just ran so good, and I'm sorry, you know, it's like
Yeah.
that's just the way it is, you
Oh,
know. I wasn't
man.
gonna be that obnoxious about it. I was
Uh-huh.
like gonna tone it down, but I was practicing. Look at this 10-3 off, just binks the river, man. How bad do I run? And then right after this hand, he bets, and he blocked here, which I thought was pretty interesting. But I was just like, yeah, I don't think you're bluffing. So I folded, and now all of a sudden I'm like, wait, I probably shouldn't discount the 70,000 in chips that this really good player has.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, let's focus.
Mine back in the game.
Yeah, so I reset. I took one hand, but I reset.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, little small pairs, 23 big. Chip it in. No problem.
There's been a lot of play in very short stacks. I haven't seen 20 big blinds making their way in the middle almost ever in these. It's been people on 7 big blinds have just been finding so much play. I'm like, it's weird.
Yeah, that's actually how this works. This, yeah, that's fine, I guess. I don't really love that play actually at that stack depth, but I'm sure it makes money. But I think there are more profitable ways to play that hand. Yeah, this makes sense that he has this hand. I don't think I really want to bet this turn very much. I just have a lot of showdown value. I mean, I do have the king of hearts. I have a straight draw and a heart and whatever. But I don't think any worse hand's gonna fold, and I think it's fine to just check. I also think when he checks, like obviously he's been doing some checking on boards where he just has nothing.
Mhm.
But on this type of board, I was just a bit suspicious that he had like a pair basically. And so even here, I probably should consider calling the river here a little bit. But I was just like, I just don't. If you're bluffing, like that's fine. I really was confident he had something. The 3-6 was a little fun. See how I made that face? I think I should limp the 3-6. I think that's a hand you can play at the stack depth with limps, and I was just a bit fast to fold.
What's causing you to fold quickly? Just
I don't have that much time, and I don't know. I'm a little tired, honestly. Like we played for 3 hours, and
yeah, it's a lot.
I was just like, I really just want to win. Like, can you just give me a pre-flop setup so I can win, please? That's what I was waiting for. I was like, I saw this hand. I was like, oh, maybe this is it.
Tom Martell says, do you recommend cracking aces when playing heads up no limit? Takes notes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. 100% of the time.
I do. That's a good takeaway for people at home. Tom was involved in a bit of the coaching with Alex yesterday. That was a fun dinner. Huh. Yeah, this makes sense too. This is an interesting hand. I wasn't really sure how to play this hand either, actually. So I limp here, right? I limp on purpose because I want to. I'm not calling the all in, but I want this. This is what I want. So you know, obviously now I can call. So if I mid raise or something, and I don't think I can just open jam my hand. So okay, nice flop. I get it. And when he checks, Yeah, I thought he had a hand like this, or like 2 9s or something, or some 8 9 suited or something. Wasn't sure. I went with a slightly bigger bet that I would have gone at, I think, some different stack sizes, but I was essentially just be like, I'm going to make this a two street hand. So this like sets up a river jam, or sorry, like a turn jam, or just like a jam of one more bet size, right? Like he has like basically exactly pot.
Yeah.
So I did that on purpose, create this this stack to pot ratio, and when the king comes, I was just like, okay, man, like if you have a king, if you have like ace king or something, like king queen of hearts or something, like yeah, what do you just win or whatever. But I'm gonna jam a bunch of draws here, so I mean, I think 10x is like a good pen or whatever is just absolutely reasonable. And I thought he had a bunch of hands like this. And this is kind of an annoying spot. I think 9's much more annoying. He didn't really think about it with 7s, which makes sense. But yeah, and all of a sudden, blinds are up, and I was just like, oh my god, homeboy has 10 big blinds, and Jack 9 is close, but I think. You like when I say homeboy catches it?
Homeboy and bro. I don't think Crook's really a bro or a homeboy, but
Him and I are bros, so I
You're
don't know about
bros?
you.
He's my bro.
He's your bro?
Yeah.
That's cool. I actually, I said, yeah. So king 9-0, like if I have king 9 suit, I just limp pull off. But I think the king.
Just like really close for him, right? If it's Jack 10.
Well, it was the same spot I had. I
yeah.
think one big blind less.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's just a fold. Jack 10 is.
What's the first hand you're calling with?
I
Is
think
it Jack 10? Yeah. Because he looked a little
I mean,
bit
he's at
pained
11,
folding
not
that.
10. So
Yeah.
But I think Jack 10 you can call it 11. I'm not 100%. Huh. So I mean, this is just it's an all in, and this is super close, right? We just looked at Jack 9 with one less big blind. Now he's got Queen 9. Yeah, and this is. I mean, he's right. It's really annoying. But this is for the game, baby.
Yeah.
This is it. You're gonna call it off Queen high, like what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I was like, looking at the queen. I'm like, no. I'm like, no, do not. And I'm like, no. And I'm like, oh, come on.
Oh.
No. Can you believe that's what happened? Like, honestly, that's what happened. I was like, what?
That is when you said this is so painful.
I was like, what is life? What is life? Honestly, what was that? Yeah, so I go, that was a fun run out, and he goes, we've had a couple of like spicy runouts lately, and like he's right, and so I go, that was the first one that was good for you, because he's right. I got some favorable rounds. I'm like trying to acknowledge that, like, I want to say to him, I'm like, yo, we're even now, bro. We're even, but not inside. He had 8-6 here. Oh god. Whew. So yeah, obviously I have to call on this flop, and then the 7 of diamonds. It's an annoying card. I just don't think I get to fold any queens. Maybe I do a little bit, like if he bets a decent size, but he didn't. I don't know why he's not synchronized with betting with my words, but he bets this small size. I was like, okay, like I just have to call with a queen. Like, what do you want to do? I don't know. I just got to call. And I knew, I was like, this is going to be so annoying when he bombs the river.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can hit a 5. Something. I mean, clearly I did not want to hit a 5. And then check, and then obviously he's just like, finally he has a hand that he can bet on for value on the river.
And then I predict that you grimace and look up to the sky.
Then go all in. Nah, son.
That's not my prediction.
Nah,
no.
son. Without
not
a
with
diamond.
the queen.
Not happening.
No, hand's too good.
Okay, look at my face. Am I looking to the sky?
You will.
That was a
soon.
little bit of grimace right there.
After you fold,
Bit of a grimace.
I think grimace, fold,
Couple
look
grimaces.
Up.
Where's the sky at?
Fold, sky.
Oh, guy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This is why I used to beat you so bad at Mafia. It's great.
Oh man, I'm just like, man.
It's good for me
I'm
so
just like,
far.
I
If I lose
remember
it
in this
10 minutes from now, I just wish I'd lost 10 minutes earlier.
The speech that I had given him.
Yes.
Where I'm in my mind, I'm like, why am I such an idiot? And why did I do this to myself?
You feel like you jinxed yourself.
I don't believe in jinxes, but I was just like,
why did I myself get so
it.
overconfident? Yeah.
But anyway, but I still got the lead. Like, come on, I'm like, let's go. So I reset. I make a funny joke, very funny guy, and I reset.
Not necessarily.
And I'm like, let's go.
I wouldn't presume to.
Yeah, and I make a joke about him
be able to
bluffing me, and he
dissect
goes,
you
not
this
necessarily.
way.
And yeah, that's what happened. Interesting. He checked this. Is that what happened? Yeah, so I think he's, he checks this, which is like a hand that kind of wants to bet, right? Wants protection. But I think it's a similar dynamic where this, like when the deuces are paired like this, that you gotta be a bit careful. That big blind's gonna have a bunch of deuces and leave it to So yeah. Yeah. He checks again. Interesting. And then this was a hand I really wasn't sure. I was like, I think I have some worse hands here. So I didn't bluff this one. It's like a smidgen of showdown value. And like I just gotta be careful about doing it too much. And he expertly value bets the bad 3. And now I'm just like, well, he's not gonna value bet king high or ace high. King high is like not so bad, but like I need to be a bit more disciplined. So I just make a face and fold. It's like my standard. If I just fold without the face, then I feel weird. So I gotta make a face when I fold.
Yeah, something tells me that even with no camera and playing online poker at home, you do the same thing.
Oh, no. At home, I'm not making faces.
You're just
I am a
cursing
bit
and-
more expressive. But I had to tone it down here.
Mhm.
This is actually not like a super important pot, but it's just a kind of annoying pot. I just wasn't, again, I wasn't super sure what to do. Like this board is just really good for his range. And I knew that I was supposed to be like real careful. But at the same time, when it goes like check all the way down like this, I was just like, I never win. I was like, I mean, if he has a worse hand than king high, he's probably gonna bluff. So like, maybe I should be bluffing. Maybe I have some showdown value. I don't have a diamond. Like, I don't know, man. It took a little while, and I was like, basically like, here, take the pot. It's like 21K. It's nothing, right? So you just take this pot. And he was like, yep, I got a pair, bro. Give me the pot. And now I'm like losing. I'm like, I'm looking at I'm like, wow, this guy's got more chips than me. Awful. In my face. I'm like, this is awful. Okay, boom. Let's see how I get up. Like, I change my seat. I'm like, oh, I reposition. I'm like, all right, set. Good now. Got my confidence back. Ready to go.
Believe me, I take 2-4s as well.
Okay, of course. I just meant in that particular spot.
He has mercy on me here with the 6-9 of hearts. So obviously a super interesting board, like given our 2 hands, right? I have this like nutted made hands given our stack sizes, and he just has a flush draw, which is like beautiful. So he decides, I think he can credibly, like reasonably check raise here, but I bet the big size. Yeah, I bet 8,200 into 10,000. He just calls, and like the worst card ever comes, but not really. Like this 4, and I was just like, oh god, look at my face. I'm like, oh my god, is he just gonna bet jam?
That's a
Please
long
don't
blink.
just bet jam. And he bet small, and I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I know what to do now, right? So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, fine. I'm like, maybe the 10 of diamonds will come. I don't have to make a decision. But so I call, and then this queen comes, and it makes a lot of sense that he come on, Chris, do it. He gives up. And here I was like, I probably should be value betting this hand. Like, I don't think he really has a fold very often taking this line or a better hand than mine. But at the same time, I really expected his range to, most of his checking range to be something like this and very little actual like pairs. Maybe he played some deuces like this, I guess. But I just was a bit weak and just decided to check. And like I see his 9 high flush draw, I'm like, that makes sense. And okay, I'm not getting value from that. But I mean, to be fair, I probably should be betting that hand on the river. It's like, it's also like you kind of, everything feels a bit more when you're in the spot and you've been playing for 3 hours, and it's just like, oh god, let it be over, please.
And the blinds just go up so fast.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be that fast. It's 3 hours into the match.
Yeah, but it's like every 7 hands, like impending doom all the time.
Yeah, and it's just like, yeah. I don't know. At some point, it's just, it is what it is. Yeah. I thought queen high may have showdown value. Probably not, but yeah, let me more than 0. So I was like, I'm not gonna bluff even more, just like relevant to the board. Oh, that's what he has. But yeah, this hand I think likes to min raise because it wants to avoid the limp ISO, right? I don't want the limp and him make it 3x or 4x and be like, I don't know what to do now. So yeah. And I use a reasonably polarized strategy here, so I got to be a bit careful with my like worse hands, like my like my kind of weakish made hands. So I check. Obviously, I don't really. There's part of me that really doesn't want to check because I gave him free cards, and like now I'm like, oh great, what do I do now? Like I didn't really like this spot, but I mean obviously I have to call, so there's nothing to do but call. So I call, and I'm like I don't know, give me a 10. I don't know. So a 10 comes, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. It's pretty nice. And like he bombs it. I guess I'm just gonna call, you know. But like I mean, I beat some good hands. I beat 8-6, 6-5, 8-5. But he bet this block size, and I was like, okay, well, now I'm gonna raise, right? And I'm just so nervous I'm a timeout and not do it. And so I'm just like, I'm not even thinking about the raise size. And I'm just like, all in.
Yep.
I'm just there. I'm just like, oh my god, I can't even make it all the way. I don't want it to time out on me.
Well, I also like. How about you always leave yourself 1K so we don't hear the music?
I didn't think about that, and I was just like, oh my god, if he goes all in, should I fold? But yeah, and this is the spot. Maybe he calls here with a diamond. I don't know. But when he played this hand like this, I was like, part of me was like, he's just gonna fold. He's always gonna fold here. Oh, I'm not gonna say anything. So yeah, blinds are up. So he's got 11.5 big blinds. He goes all out. I'm so stoked. I'm like ace jack. Go. Oh my god!
Oh my
is this real
god!
life?
No way.
Oh,
No
I hate
way.
the ace too on the river. Oh, come on, guys. And during this time, I'm listening to JRB complain about bad beats.
Yeah.
The whole rest of this match, JRB is complaining about bad beats the whole time.
Oh man.
He's playing so loudly that Chris hears him.
Yep.
I'm like, all right, cool. Won that pot, back up to 70K. I mean, I have 11 bigs, you know. Cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think he should limp call this, but jamming is fine, and he does limp call. He's good like that. Just like, all right, yeah, it's not exactly my flop. Yeah. I actually don't think we've got to the spot where I said so painful.
Seriously?
I don't think we have.
Seriously?
I'm not sure.
Oh no, the more pain is to come.
I'm not sure.
Oh god, I'm
not
so
sure.
sorry for you.
I'm not trying to give anything away. I'm not sure though.
Oh, brutal.
For some reason, this feels like this was a long time ago, but this is very recent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Great job. 6-4 is right near the bottom, I think. I'm limping at that stack depth. I think if you get shorter, I mean, the suited aces are always fine limps, but you're just like dominating less because I never have an ace. I always call you with an ace. Wasn't sure what to do here. I mean, my hands is not very good, and he makes an interesting. I think it's an interesting bet. I mean, I think he's just willing to call a raise, and just like he has a pretty good hand. I'm down to 8 big, so I'm just like, all right, whatever. Please don't call. Please don't call. Please don't call.
These are the kind of hands when you
Oh,
shove them,
nice.
I don't feel that way. When I shove hands like that, I don't feel that way. I'm like, I could win this.
Yeah, no, of course.
It looked
No,
like
yeah, no,
it
of course,
could
of course,
make some
of course.
straights.
Wait. Okay, yeah. That was what I thought it was. I would have left right now.
What did you think it was? 8-6 suited or something?
No, the hand that I thought it was.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll see what I. Jack 10-0. Let's go. Right? So I mean, you know, the blinds are so big that's like I have actually
Match
a
is
reasonable
fucking
number
up
of
their
chips now.
schedule.
You guys sure did mess up our schedule.
Sorry.
So rude.
So this was just, I mean, this is just in my strat, you know? Sorry. I have 8 big blinds and I raise fold and you guys all think I'm an idiot. But this is just part of the strat. I know it seems weird, but like he's
Oh
gonna
god,
fold a
that is
lot.
painful. That is painful
There you
situation
go.
right there.
Oh,
There you go.
found it.
There it is.
Wow.
Not happy about that
Nice.
one.
Maybe I
Nice.
should have just called it.
Nice. But hey, the blinds are so big, I don't have to
Oh, come on.
I have over 55,000.
Yeah, you're
Like
quarter
I
of
just
the
have to
chips
win
to
3 hands,
play.
I win the whole match.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm alive.
Yeah,
But
we
that
played
did
for
hurt.
what?
That hurt
5K big blind
me and
both
my
of the
suit.
times.
I have 6 big blinds here. He
What?
jams.
How many big blinds do I have? 5, 6.
Pretty close,
Oh
right?
shit! I don't know the answer to this one. This one is close. Oh no.
I'm so happy. How happy am I to see this hand that he has?
Wow, yeah.
Just like that, we even, baby. We
You're
even. We
That's
even
Stupid
Steven,
game
just
this
like
is.
that.
Who designed this format?
Oh, it's gonna be
Hey.
short for a while.
And look at me, I'm next in. I'm like, oh, 2 9s.
Yeah.
Like, what's up? And then he jams up so happy. Except I see his hand, and it's like,
You're like, okay.
you got 2 overs. That's not fair. I'm trapping. How can you have 2 overs when I'm
fair.
trapping you? What's that about?
Oh,
First line,
no.
he's a queen.
No.
More painful. More painful.
All right.
I have 1 big blind. It's not over. It's not, guys. It's not over.
Oh.
Except he's got a pair, and I have 2 unders. It's not over. Say what you want. It's not over yet. I
Unreal.
am alive. I'm still alive.
Crazy.
Come on. I got 2 big blinds and 15K. It's not over. Believe in yourself. Guys, follow your dreams and believe in your Jack 7. Let's go. Double me up. Hello. Like that. I got 30K now. I got 30K. I'm ready.
It's a little 5K, 10K.
And boom, 2 9s.
Wow.
I got 2 9s. I can't even believe I get 2 9s.
Yep.
A really
Like,
good hand.
boy,
Actually.
amazing.
Me too.
Oh, boy.
Basically suited. Holy crap.
I go, I have a good hand. He goes, yo, me
Whoa.
too. I'm just
Oh
dead.
god.
Dead, I'm sure.
Hey, great game, man.
I'm
Honestly,
dead.
Yeah, you
so
too.
well. Yeah,
Thank you
it
as
was
well.
fun, man. Best of luck in the next round, man.
Thank you. Good game, man.
Take care, bro.
Credit to you for coming in the booth after that. That is
So,
so brutal.
That's my life.
Oh.
Honestly, when you texted me to come in the booth,
Mhm.
I was sitting down at the steakhouse. I had just designed a feast. I was about to order it, and you're like, yo, come in the booth. And I'm like, excuse me, I have to leave. And I ran over here to do this with you.
Oh.
High five, Jamie.
High five. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Oh, brutal. I mean,
It's all good. It's all good. Chris is a
how do you
great
feel?
player.
Clark's a great
It's a high
guy.
variance format. I'm on vacation in Mexico. I
Mhm.
beat Linus Love. I'm good. It's all right.
Oh God, brutal. Yeah, well, thank you. I really appreciate you coming in here. We have Nick Schulman and Joey, you might have heard of him, Ingram Poppy, coming in right
Yellow
after
Poppy?
this. Yellow Poppy is coming in, yes.
Beautiful.
So yeah, we're gonna have
You guys are in
JRB
for a treat. Obviously, that is the dynamic duo right there.
for sure, and we're gonna have some JRB and Dan Smith interviews. So don't go anywhere on this break, and I'll see you guys later.
Believe it or not, I've played very, very little poker with Dan Smith. He does spend a lot of time at Aria, where I spent a lot of time, but we play in different games. Yeah, just talking about you.
Some of it was good.
Yeah, it was. I was telling them about this hand I played with you at the Bellagio. It's like 8 years ago. 3 tables left. You were kind of short stacked, and I doubled you up, and then we ran into each other again.
I had ace king versus king queen, was it?
Yeah, that's what I was just telling. I said I opened, and the reason why it was like, you know, because I would think that he would be way more aggressive with the ace king, and he kind of surprised me because I was like, I was so excited to check jam you on the king rag board with the king queen, and then when he showed ace king, I was like, and he actually hesitated when he called the all in because I jammed as if I had a set, which is what king queen feels like against Dan Smith. on a king high board.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had the ace king, and that was the end of my tournament. And I actually don't know how he ended up doing in that final table. How did you do?
I won.
You won that event. That's awesome. You know, the structure it's fair, but it's a little bit fast. And to me, it just seemed like she was just playing her game and I played my game, and, you know, the hands kind of played themselves. There wasn't any key moment where I thought she might have made a mistake or I played some hand super well or anything. I think just kind of the cards went this way. The cards just went my way during that match.
So I've done a few coaching sessions with Alex. She played Sam Greenwood today. I watched the first of the 2 matches. She played great. She had this hand with the board was like ace jack 7 and she had king 8, and she put in a big re-raise on the flop and took the pot away from ace 8 with the backdoor flush draw. The main point I wanted to illustrate was you cannot be too aggressive, like really ramp up the variance. She put herself in some great position to win. The cards didn't work out her way. Like even her bust out hand with the shoving king 6 over the open, it's just a good play. She wasn't scared, found plenty of good spots. I'm really proud of her and think she executed well. I played Steve Aoki in the first round. Really fun experience. He's obviously a legend. I lost the first match, just blinds got big and the cards didn't really go my way. It ended up going to a rubber match game 3, and at some point I gained a lot of momentum. The blinds got really big and he was limping, and I just started raising out of the big blind, and he was just folding a bit. He was just folding too much, and my bluffs in the big blind were really successful. I might have raised him like 8 times in a row or something ridiculous, and it was just like he limped. I had 4-3 offsuit, and I just I made a 2.5x, and I like stole the pot. So I stole a lot of pots that kept me alive, but then the blinds got super big, and I did get it all in behind, maybe with like jack 9 against ace 8, and I needed to get lucky to win the all in to win the match. So really anything can happen here. Me and John Robert, who we're playing in the next round, we have mostly been in different worlds. He plays in the private cash game world. I've mostly played in tournaments. We've dabbled a little bit, but mostly just know each other away from the table. I don't know how John Robert plays Heads Up No Limit. I've seen him play a little bit at Poker After Dark. He does seem like he could be a bit all over the place depending on his mood or how things are going, but I have heard some hands that he's played, but Heads Up and Ring are just kind of completely different animals. Like, so yeah, I really don't know what to expect. I did not get around to watching his match against Lynn. It probably would have been a diligent professional move that I did not choose to do.
forgot how to do this. Guys, what's going on? We're here. We're live. 25K WPT Heads Up event. Back in the booth. Joined one, aka Chicago Joey. Joined once again. Yesterday, I was here with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Nick Schulman for the Doug Polk versus Tom Dwan match. And now we're back once again. We are watching the Doug Polk versus Patrik Antonius round 2 match. Now, I've never seen these two actually play. I know Patrik Antonius, obviously a legend of the game. If you guys don't know this guy, he's been playing high stakes for a very long time. And this guy's a legend of the game, man. I'm really excited to see him play the supreme leader, Mr. Doug Polk, who we saw beat Tom Dwan yesterday. Nick, how you feeling, man? How's Cabo been treating you? We're down here live.
Feeling good. Cabo's wonderful. As you said, Patrik with tons of experience, very savvy hold'em player, and Polk, the supreme leader, terrific heads-up player. Suppose the sports book has Polk as a small favorite, but Patrik very game.
Yeah, we're looking at the bracket right now, guys. We are in round 2. Tomorrow will be round 3. As you can see, Sam Greenwood took down Alexander Botez. Phil Ivey advanced as well, too. Phil Ivey kind of sneaking past that second round. What do you think about that? The legend himself.
Great to see Phil Ivey getting down there. That's a tough draw for anybody, especially deep, because he's the kind of guy who sort of starts to play better when more is on the line. So happy to see him still in there.
So it looks like this is going to be our next match here. We're going to watch a condensed version of this one, or we're going to see the full one. We're going to find out. We got my man Dan Smith.
Dan Smith, JRB. I mean, this is a fun one. They have some history. Smith, a great player. JRB, a very tricky, trappy kind of guy. So that's a really fun one.
Yeah, Dan Smith, once again, another long-time, very high-stakes player. Jean-Robert Balland, he is a legend in his own right. Big private game player, plays very high stakes. Played certainly some interesting hands over the career. I remember I made a YouTube video about a 5-3 hand where he jammed it in from the small blind versus like a early position raise versus Triton cash game. I mean, kind of sticks out to me in my mind. He's got some iconic World Series of Poker moments as well too, where he took some very bad beats in the past. So yeah, you can see my man Dan Smith right there, longtime player, big for charity as well too. Likes to raise a lot of money with his double up drive, and just all around really enjoy watching him play. And JRB, Survivor contestant, loves drinking wine. Have you ever drank wine with Jean-Robert Balland?
Had some wine with Jean-Robert Balland before. It's Jean, by the way, guys. He's Haitian. Jean-Robert.
Jean-Robert.
I've had a little vino with Robert before.
Yeah,
you
enjoy yourself a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I mean, here we go.
So we're gonna do guys on Twitch, guys on YouTube, girls on Twitch, on YouTube. Thank you all for tuning in once again. This is day 2, Sunday night.
Call. Nice call.
Honestly, it was a tough spot.
Lobsters. It's an ongoing saga of my sunburn here. It's been apparently, I don't know, Doug Polk talked about it for about 75 hours last night, and everyone's been asking about it all day here in Cabo and on Twitter and Instagram. And
Doritos.
JRB looking for some food. Here's the second match. We're joining match 2. Dan Smith's up 1-0 against Jean-Robert Balland.
JRB going Doritos right now. I mean, listen, you got to stay,
Any good?
Nourished.
Nourished.
I mean,
Yes,
listen, not the choice I'd go with if I'm going to be eating during a 25K heads up challenge, but
3-bet here from Smith.
Yeah, Doritos, I guess. So you can see once out of there. We're starting off with 125 big blinds deep here. Blinds go up every 7 hands, and it's best of 3. So first person to win 2, and then when we get to the semifinals, I believe it goes to best of 5. So John Robert's going to need to win 2 in a row.
3-bet from Robert. Very brisk pace of play from these two thus far.
Uh-oh. Is that Doug Polk in the background? Looks like he's getting ready for his match against Patrik Antonius. John Robert enjoying a nice Dorito chip there. There's people that are locked in, and there's Jean Robert. I mean, this guy's definitely locked in.
100%. 3-bet does it.
Twitch chat, I see Josh out there eating rocks. Going on, Kathy's out there. Beach Rail, we want Polk. Polk's coming up next. He's going to be taking on Mr. Patrik Antonius himself.
Interesting. Limp in the 4.5x from Smith with the Queen Deuce offsuit.
I think back to that one match, we definitely saw Dan Smith play pretty aggressive versus Limp, so we'll see if that continues versus Jean Robert.
Looks like we'll take our first flop of any real. That might have been a slight
You travel
misclick
with an
from
any or
Robert. I'm
anything,
not
or
sure.
like okay. I was gonna say going to dinner like that would be tough.
And the grandparents are coming in right now too.
You got the whole team.
Yeah.
Say normally he 3-bets a little bigger pre, yeah.
Size do you think he would normally go with there? So he went
Something like
6250.
4x, that, you
4x, yeah.
know, and he made it 2,500, but onward. Jacks and sevens here, got the club covered, little stab.
Yeah, but very, very small.
He's high versus such a small bet, as you said. He's kind of keeping the king high and 10 highs honest. Looks like repair goes for value third pot. Doritos, there it is.
Doritos and a glass of wine.
Oh, Smith has ideas.
Wow.
Walking the suited sevens, no clubs.
Wow, gets it through.
Wow. Does get it through, Joey.
Look.
Dan Smith, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice smile there from Dan.
Yeah, very nice. Bravo. I mean,
Yes, Sean Robert thinks he checks back a queen on the flop. And
or just something crazy,
yeah,
a
I guess,
seven
I
or
don't
a
know.
boat of some kind. Over pair.
How's your game been doing lately, Nick? You've been playing a lot. You've been putting in a lot of work.
Poker wise?
Yeah,
I'm
poker-wise.
always playing, Joey.
Yeah, always on the grind.
Nice one for Smith. Obviously on the turn. The straight just slides in after checking back flop.
Boyd Fleming says, does Dan Smith have a beer hat on? I don't know what the hell's going on with that hat he's got going on. It looks like he's wearing his headphones in a weird way.
Where with the ace deuce? Really keeping an eye on Smith on turn. Can't imagine Robert looks this one up.
I mean, look at that man. He looks like that looks like a look of a man that wants to make a very, very thin call. And he does make the call.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, I told you. I look like the kind of guy that's
keeping
gonna
an
make a
eye
thin
on the
call.
middling cards, like really keeping an eye on Smith. It's funny because he let go of the jacks the hand before. That was, but
Sean Robert,
onward,
I mean-
you know. I mean, it is heads up, no limit. By
Yeah.
the way, ace high good sometimes, but
Absolutely.
the limit here from the 9-4, checking the deuce 8. Robert quick check back.
Washing down those burritos with a nice glass of red wine. He's got a single gutter. It kind of looks like a double gutter when you think about it, but
Does, and I think he has. He just gives it up, and very likely a wise choice. Smith with the 8s there. Good chance he was calling. Little north of 2-1 chip lead here for Smith. Of course, surmountable for Robert, but not a good start. Oh, but a nice nice situation here. The straight flush draw for dessert.
oh wow.
And Smith picking up trips. Perhaps some chips go in now. Robert just south of full pot. Let's see what Smith does here, Joey. I mean, raising doesn't seem insane. It's quite a hand.
Does indeed raise.
Yeah, very nice from Robert. Not, you know, not taking his time with this one, and a wise choice facing the trips of Smith. And I suppose Smith has a call and just kind of see what develops on the end.
Does indeed call. Oh wow,
Boy,
backdoor
that
quad
is-
draw gets there one time. J
Oh.
B's not loving that river. Dan Smith obviously loving the river. He's poker hard right now, at least
Oh god.
13. I mean, the opponent got a jack here. You're feeling pretty good about that. You're praying your opponent has a jack here.
And for Robert, oh, I mean,
Yeah, what a run out here. I mean,
Smith comes
Well, that
with
was
a kind of,
fantastic. Flopped a flush for nothing, huh? Holy fuck me, dude. Fuck me, dude. What the fuck, dude?
Ay, puppy. Come on.
Rough, yeah. Right after the 6-7.
I know that. You know.
Motherfucker.
We've all been there before. He says what we all feel. You know?
Oh.
I was down on those Doritos a little harder. Oh, I think they had to mute him because he's getting a little bit out of line with some of his lingo. Yeah.
Is he muted right
Yeah,
now?
I think he's muted right now. Yeah.
Oh man.
He's real fired up
Hero
today.
Bear with a
Locked
very,
in.
very small bet with this nice hand. He'll probably pick up Smith in some capacity. Great situation for him. Top two, and he does
Oh.
pick him up in the form of a raise. And I mean, his hand certainly needs a lot of protection. I think either way, great instinct from him just calling, and he finds himself in this spot where Smith has such a semi-bluffable kind of hand. Double gut shot, flush draw, and only 10 high. Put pressure on overcards and so on. Let's keep the heat on.
Jeremy probably not loving that river.
Usually in these lines, these counterfeited two pairs just call, blocking the boats. Although this is a pretty short stack depth, so it's tough. And for Smith, he does go
All
for
in.
it. And let's see,
I flopped
Poppy.
6s and 4s. This is awesome. Oh my god, dude. Fuck me, dude. I flopped 6s and 4s. Runner 7-7. That's just fucking perfection.
Only has about 10 seconds, Joey.
Wow. Yeah.
He does lay it down. Wow.
Oh man.
Dan Smith gets
Flop
it
6s
through.
and 4s. Got you to raise me on the flop. Here comes the flush on the turn with the 7 and another 7 on the river. I can't even call you.
Dan Smith, guys, by the way, great player, doing his thing. You know, applying a lot of pressure right now. Has a 7-1 lead on Robert. It was a tough spot for 7s and 6s there on the end. Formerly 6s and 4s. I mean,
When check raises that flop, what is he saying? He has flush draw, maybe 3-5.
yeah, like, you know,
He
or
has
a
a 6
7
as he-
sometimes.
yeah, I mean-
That's pretty brutal.
A 6 deuce, maybe some 7, 7-8, something like that. Yeah.
If I hear him talking through here on like a 3-second delay, it's kind of trippy.
Looks like they'll chop this one up.
Out to the YouTube chat, Claudia in the house again. What's up, Claudia? Nice to see you again. Dennis, what's up, Dennis? One Octor as well, back again. Yeah, the only time I end up eating these Doritos and wine is when it's 3 a.m. and I get home from a late night in Vegas, and
It does feel, you know, it's right.
you know,
Like a reasonable hour.
right, 5 o'clock. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
we'll get this guy like a piece of chicken or something like that. You know, some healthy. I don't know.
Oh,
It's
snack.
pretty
Maybe you didn't have
savage and
lunch.
needled how is the match going as he's like clearly raging.
Somebody just asked Robert, how's the match going? Not well so far. Here we go. Could be going in free. Queen 10 suited, a lot of hand at this depth as well. Make no mistake.
Polk in the background for Dan Smith over there, walking in that customary tank top.
Yeah. Polk Antonius. I mean, terrific match, of course.
And up next.
Does opt to call
He shoves it in.
free.
All in. 772.
I think he probably knew right away it's a fold, but just why not think it through? Doesn't cost you anything. Overs in a backdoor, and maybe JRB's jam was a bit excessive. I think we can go with a smaller sizing there with ace king. It's actually quite strong on that board, but
Yeah, I think it's important to remember kind of what you just said, that even though you think something might be an automatic decision sometimes, you do want to take your time, especially when you can take your time, right? And
absolutely,
you're
yeah,
afforded that versus
yeah,
like making what you think is an automatic decision.
definitely. And defend.
Our chat is enjoying watching JRB play.
Of course, guys, what's not to like?
Talked to JRB today. He told me he might be starting a podcast soon, so he's
beautiful.
said yeah, he wanted to ask me a few questions about that. So I'm excited to see if JRB. I think I actually talked to him about this before about starting a podcast. So he said he wanted to do one. Gravity says JRB versus Cantu. Who you got? I got my man JRB. Great question.
JRB Cantu would be a fun one. 15 bigs now for Robert. He clearly is pursuing spins. Ace jack off for Smith. Let's see, jams. Wondering if maybe.
You say he's pursuing spins. You mean he's trying to
Spinning the stack up,
spin
yeah.
up the stack?
Spinning
Okay,
up the
okay.
stack.
He's pursuing spins. Okay.
He's in pursuit of spins.
I love your shorthanded sometimes. You know, it's just it.
Thank you, Joey.
Very creative.
Smith with the sneak here with ace high. 15 bigs. Take note.
Good shot for JRB.
Yeah, certainly not folding.
See if Dan bets one more time. He checks back. Good river for JRB to bluff.
Yeah, I like this. And for Smith, it's a nice find from Dan.
Doesn't even think about it.
Didn't have a 5, 6, or 7 in his hand.
Cowboys.
For Smith, and
The boys.
JRB comes with the limp. The boys, right?
Guys, listen, Doug Polk versus Patrick's coming up next, guys.
I wonder if Dan is considering check here. He comes with like cutesy raise at 10 bigs, and JRB's out. So good timing for Robert to find fold free.
It's getting short here for JRB, Nick.
Getting away from him in match 1. Best out of 3.
8 big blinds. He calls king 4 versus ace 9. JRB's gonna need a king 4. He's gonna need an ace, a 6, a king of 4. No.
Do it.
That's it.
Excuse me. That's the second match.
That's it. That was the second match.
Yes.
That's it. Wow. So just like
GG,
that.
JRB. What can
GG.
you say? It just kind of went Smith's way, that match that we saw there.
Yeah, I mean, JRB, I don't necessarily know if he was locked in that match, right? Drinking the wine, eating the Doritos, but either way, you can still win no matter what you're doing, what you're eating, what you're drinking. But the card's got to run your way. Didn't go for JRB. Made a couple folds to some bluffs. He folded jacks, and he made some calls, and they weren't good. Yeah, tough match for JRB. I mean, what can we say? We didn't really get to see too much of him play, but I love seeing him play. I know the fans love seeing him play, and that's it. Not many big takeaways for me from that match, Nick. I guess. What about yourself?
Definitely. I thought, Dan displayed some really excellent moves. The 10-8 bluff put JRB in a really rough spot.
Yeah.
And I thought, JRB didn't run exceptionally well either. Sometimes he hits his stride drinking wine and eating Doritos. So he was focused. They had to put him on mute for a second there. So
Actually, you know what? There are some takeaways there, right? We got to see Dan play. He was maneuvering there quite well.
Half $1,000,000 for first. It's easy to kind of, get a little steamy out there. Yeah, but Dan is a tough draw for anybody, and he'll be a force for sure.
Absolutely. Dan Smith moves on to round 3, and yeah, maybe see the bracket here soon. And I think we are going to go to a break, I believe. So let's go to the break. Be back soon. Doug Polk.
Yeah, I have a lot of history with Doug. We played actually first time online, no limit hold'em heads up. high stakes. So, but that was a long time ago. That was like, we can go over 12 years back. So game has changed, we have changed as a players. And then we played some live poker, big pots in a high stakes cash game. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting for a long time to play against him. So I'm looking forward. Yes, this is interesting part of poker when you play first a different type of player, like I had the first round Japanese pop star who has obviously a different kind of style. Basically every player has a different kind of style. There's no two similar players existing. So yeah, you have to apply a different kind of strategy, and you have to be able to adjust really quickly if your strategy is not working too well. So heads up is interesting format of poker, because you're really playing the player, and yeah, so we'll see. It's always interesting, and I don't really quite know what to expect from Doc. We'll see. We're gonna both be probably changing our strategies during the matches depending on how we play, and I think it's gonna be more aggressive poker than the first round I had. Yeah, the match against Cocteau yesterday, I would say that it was very conservative poker, and I was applying a strategy that I tried to play very small pots and kind of not risk too much, and he never kind of applied a lot of pressure on me, which worked out well on the strategy I was using. So today's gonna be much different game, more bigger pots, more aggressive poker. But yeah, usually it's if somebody can let you play how you wanna play, you continue, and when they're changing and putting more aggression on you, you have to also adjust.
And Ivy, just a classic Ivy, and Ivy came over and he kind of dejected, and he left. And I said, oh, so you won? He's, oh no, I lost. So like Zinno was like upbeat and chipper as he lost, and Ivy was just like standard stone-faced killer after winning the match. So I totally misread the room. Like I was like, Ivy had to have lost this match. It's been a few years since I played against Patrik. We played some back in Australia. I ran a pretty aggressive bluff against him, and he was stuck hundreds of thousands of dollars in props. Tip, guys, when the guy at the table is stuck hundreds of thousands of dollars in props, maybe be a little conservative on your bluffs. Didn't get through, but that's history now. That's years ago. I've not played with Patrik in a little bit. I've actually not even really talked to Patrik much in the last several years. I think he's been in Europe, kind of working on his own thing lately, so good to see him. I think I'm feeling pretty good about my chances in this one. I'm not sure how much short stack work he's really been doing, but I guess we'll find out today. It was a fun match playing against Tom. Right out of the gate, I lost the first match. Wasn't feeling the best, but luckily it is best 2 out of 3, so I had an opportunity to come back. Second game, I hit a boat versus trips. Pretty good spot. Managed to get maximum value. You gotta know your customer. And we had a little chit chat. Things were pretty loose, I'd say, but going into that final game, you could start to feel the pressure a little bit. There was a little less chit chat. There was a bit more focus on the game. Ended up taking it down by coolering him pre-flop. The hangout yesterday by the pool with Tom and Dan Smith and Hafu and Alexander Botes and all the other people that were there too, Olivier Bousquet, Lucky Chewy, etc., was one of the most interesting hangouts I've ever seen in my life. We had 2 chess sets going with clocks and competitive chess going. And by the way, the chess players can be a little bit intense with the attacks, not just beating you, but insulting you. And I thought the poker players were the guys that insult you. But no, apparently in the chess world, that's a thing too. So that's going on. Meanwhile, Hafu wanted to get a 6-max ring game going on online, so the people that weren't playing the chess games were battling in a sit and go on their phones, while most people were getting quite drunk. It was one of a kind. I don't think you're going to see that at too many destination resorts.
Bump, guys. We're back. Finally, the time has come. Doug Polk is going to take his round 2 match. First, a legend, Patrik Antonius, joined Grim 1, AK Chicago Joey, back here, joined by Mr. Nick Schulman. Nick, we just got to see Dan Smith beat JRB, move on to round 3. And now we're going to watch Doug Polk versus Patrik. Can you tell the people a little bit about Patrik? What's your experience with Patrik? And what are your kind of thoughts on the legend, Patrik Antonius?
Played a lot with Patrik over the years in the cash games, plays all of the games, used to be a limit hold'em specialist, very well versed in 2-card poker in general and high stakes situations. Great player, great overall player.
Well, you can see the bracket right here. Dan Smith versus Sam Greenwood the next round. Chris Crook and Limitless getting best button clicker. So we got a bunch of the high stakes guys. I mean, kind of what we thought when you maybe go through the bracket and you think about who's going to make it here. I think Dan Smith, top left, we all predicted that. Sam Greenwood versus Kevin Rabichow, we predicted the winner of that would probably make it this far. And now we got Doug Polk versus Patrik Antonius. We got Stefan versus Daniel Dvoress coming up later. And then Phil Ivey on that right-hand side moved on. And Chris Crook and Limitless are 2 very successful high-stakes guys as well in that top right bracket of depth. So it's going to be interesting to see this match. Doug Polk, obviously supreme leader, got a lot of experience with the heads-up cash format. Not as much with the sit-and-go as he said yesterday. He studied for 2 hours, so really took this real seriously. Nice to see the Doug taking this, putting it in. And, yeah, you can see right here, Doug Polk versus Patrik Antonius. Who's your pick to win this one, Nick?
I mean, I think, Polk is just a small favorite. I think most books would agree, people making the odds, but Patrik, I mean, he's very crafty, I certainly wouldn't be surprised if he gets it done, but...
You know what? Normally, I would go with the supreme leader, Doug Polk, but I think for this match, you know what? I'm going to go Doug Polk. I'm going to go Doug Polk.
He's sticking Doug Polk.
That's my guy. I'll take Doug. Shout out to Doug. As you can see right here, Doug Polk, owner of Upswing Poker, one of the best training sites in the poker industry, had an infamous challenge against Stan Negreanu where he won $1.2 million earlier this year. Beautiful challenge, 3-month challenge during quarantine. The streams were on fire. The virtual effects were going crazy. Everybody was watching that. And Patrik Antonius, high-stakes legend, infamous for his Full-Tilt Poker Rail Heaven days where he beat Isildur for a $1.3 million pot at the great game of Pot Limit, I believe it was at PLO. And yeah, very iconic days back then. Shulman was in the mix, hopping in those high-stakes Full-Tilt Poker days as well, too. And here we go, $25,000 buy-in, World Poker Tour event, sponsored by Poker King. Round 2, Patrik Antonius versus Doug Polk. Who's going to take it down? Let me know what you guys think in the chat, and we're about to get started with this match. I'm assuming Doug is going to talk a lot, so you're not going to hear too much from me and Nick, but let's see how this match goes. So, we're done. Do you think, Nick, we're going to see that match?
We're going to see it at some point. Fashionably late, these guys. I mean, I don't know.
Here we go. Come on, guys.
Here
Get
we
in the mix.
go. Polk Antonius. Guys. This tournament's getting real tough to the players that are left, or,
Absolutely, yeah.
40 seconds. No problem.
Polk was getting into a little bit of Twitter beef earlier today with Bryn Kenny.
He's gonna I don't know. He is? Okay, good.
He does good commentating on your matches. We need some gorillas and some effects.
Did you see the commentary yesterday? A little bit or no? Okay.
Here we go again.
Nothing yesterday.
Okay. Here we go. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Not too much though. Just a little bit of luck.
What did I press?
Appreciate
something?
it, Patrik.
Okay, return the event.
Love, for sure.
Oh, what would I have to do now? Add table? Cancel. Okay. Wow, aces.
Here we go, Joey. All right, they're getting signed in. Here we go.
I'm gonna get used to this software a little bit, so I'm taking my time. 3 bets? No.
I didn't believe you. Said aces.
Normally I don't lie.
I don't know about that.
You expect a lot of banter this match, Nick?
They do.
Yeah.
As always, there will be
Aces
times
again?
where it gets real serious.
That
Absolutely. We
was
saw
not
that
a good
yesterday,
hand
yeah.
what I had, so I had to fold.
Makes sense.
Polk with the stab. Patrik open-ended. See how he plays it. Comes with call.
I love that I can see JRP pouring more wine in the background while I'm looking at you.
Great does come home for Patrik. Comes with check, and let's see. Polk wisely checks it back.
Check high.
Mm-hmm.
Check attack.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Eden, if you want to make that for me, make that for me, okay? Give me a price, and make whatever you want to make for that, okay?
Oh, they finished, huh?
There was a lot of grinning going on from Dan.
I'm so hungry.
It's like they're commenting on the last match. Dan Smith versus Jean
So
Robert. Put it
hungry.
on.
Pretty safe bet.
To eat something.
Doug looking quite fit lately.
Doug's looking good, but he's
Looking in great shape. I mean, yeah, he goes through these fluctuations sometimes over these past bunch of years, right? Sometimes he's locked in, other times he's doesn't care that much, but he's looking real fit lately. Got the nice backwards hat, a lot of confidence, brimming, challenging people on Twitter to $1 million heads-up matches. Did you see that?
I did see that there. Yeah, no, I saw it.
Shit about my tan for 3 hours.
Wow.
Wow, what are the chances of that? 1 in a million.
You make a lot of
Or
hands.
do we?
Loose from him. Yeah, happy Father's Day, everybody out there as well. Happy Father's Day
Definitely,
to you, Brett.
100%. Thank you,
Listen,
sir.
I know you're
I
you're
appreciate that. Thank you.
still new to the fatherhood, right? And yeah, happy Father's Day, all the great fathers out there, all the biological stepfathers as well too. Shout out to my stepdad.
100%.
Yeah, not shout out to my actual dad who I don't really talk to, but another story for another time. 3-bet from Patrik, King Queen suited. Doug not likely to defend the 8-10. Remember, guys,
I
match
like it.
1, best of 3.
There's one below. One
Patrik
below
Antonius
what
out
I
of
needed.
Finland.
It's a pip away, as they say.
Thank you.
Wow, what happened in
Surely
this
if
bet
you
size?
open the 4 deuce.
This is like
Open the
weird.
4-3.
Well, the
Patrick Eaton as well. Do these guys not realize they can eat before they come here? I mean, come on, guys. What's going on here?
I never understood that, but it just goes to show,
Have some lunch.
these
What's going
guys
on?
are just kind of existing. Like they're not, Checks back the low gut shot with the club. A lovely one for Polk, open-ended, top pair. Note that that he chooses to keep kind of laying some rope.
Saw Patrick play a little more conservative yesterday versus Gacht, and also I did hear more about Gacht. Adam Pliskov, WPT CEO, sent me over a video of a performance that Gacht was doing in Japan, and this was one of the sickest performances I've ever seen. So
respect. Wow.
Yeah, shout out to Gacht. Patrick took him down yesterday, our Japanese pop star, and shout out to Adam Pliskov as well. He's working hard for
clapping
WPT.
on here the other day. Clapping's gone.
Oh, in this room?
Oh, in the software. If you win a pot, they would clap. They would cheer.
SB says that they're not feeding them at this event. Can we get these guys some food? I mean, what's going on here?
I like that we hung out for 45 minutes before this match, and you said to start eating the moment we started playing.
You know, I'm
saying.
so hungry. I didn't eat anything after train. I'm just eating nuts.
Does he not know he could eat before he gets here?
See how Polk navigates this one. Queen of spades. Native clubs, probably a call.
Just call. Backdoor flush draw. What did you say yesterday about the straight flush? Remember you said, what was that comment you said about almost a straight flush? It was like a 6-7 of clubs and one guy had a 4-3 of clubs and you said it's kind of like a straight flush draw. Yeah.
Something of a straight flush draw. 4-7-8 of the suit. I
He's
mean,
got
not.
He's got something of a backdoor.
Yeah, and I really like this from Patrik. This just sort of pursuit of value, and as we can see, it's really going nicely for him on turn. Kicker is very relevant there, and even though he doesn't have a spade and so on, it's a good play, at least a lot.
So what size Patrik goes with here? Going to make a value bet. Top pair. Doug.
Maybe
Going to be in a tough
something like
spot.
14, 15,000
2/3 okay.
range.
Wow,
he checks it back, which also seems reasonable, by the way.
That's
One pair here on.
Right, that's a low frequency, right? Or is it a check
Did
back
you
top
use
pair
some
on that
time,
board?
extra time on that? I did something.
Gene says Patrik looks hungry. That's true. He's always hungry.
Oh, well, a lovely flop for the Finn. Mr. Antonius.
German 2-pair, top and bottom.
What's that, Joey?
The German 2-pair. It's a pot limit Omaha. I got a lot of names for all types of hands, so it all comes from the great game of pot limit Omaha.
You can find some leads here if you're Patrik on this card, but check has to be okay as well.
My man, Big J, Jamin Burton in the chat. What's up, Jamin? Nice to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. I'll see you when I get back to Vegas, hopefully. PA checks the river here. Does not value bet his 2-pair. Let's see if Doug maybe tries to get some value from the 4 or the 3.
He absolutely does go for value from the 4 and the 3. So a very kind of tricky double check from Patrik here. And this is a weird spot for Polk.
Yeah.
I mean,
kind of hands would you expect Patrik to be bluffing here with? Maybe like they would lead the river.
And called a small c-bet and then check. So he can have a fairly wide range. I mean, there is stuff that 7s beats that can arrive here in Patrik's
the hand, maybe 5-7, right? I mean, maybe that's a hand you want. 6-7, maybe a hand that you want that wouldn't lead the river.
I think those bluff straight away. They don't go. I don't see Patrik going for a check raise with 5-7. I see him just bluffing it straight away. So it's a little bit weird. Does make the fold, and a good fold at that. So well done.
Oh, I don't like that sound.
Lines go up every 7 hands, my friends. 7 hands.
Getting lucky.
I know how much I'm buying that.
I think I had you.
The whole eating thing at the table a little weird. I mean, I think Dan Negrano taught us that everything at the poker table conveys information. Can't be all who's eating the sandwich, right?
You don't like it?
Yeah.
I love the check.
I love the check. Okay.
Patrik come with half pot and Polk gets away with.
Check
with king 10.
Pretty advanced maneuver. Give up.
What's up, chips to coins? Poppy, poppy. Hello, hello.
Interesting.
Flush draw for Patrik.
Good sort of board for Patrik's range, but Polk's still fights back, and obviously we see they both have stuff. I would imagine Patrik bets turn here, reps the ace, and kind of has the flush outs.
It's half pot, a little over half pot.
He can go a little bigger on two-tone. Polk's in there. Oh, and it does come home.
Yeah, I don't know how much value Patrick's going to get on this river. 11 big blinds in the pot. Also a good spot for Patrik to bluff.
Polk's not a huge folder historically. Let's see. Awkward spot. Patrik check back flop, so it can be
ace highs.
Yeah, it can be some stone air.
Yeah, maybe like 7-8.
Stuff like
7-3,
that.
maybe, yeah.
Weird small cards with one diamond or
Just fold that 10. Fold it.
Oh, and he does fold it, Patrik.
Just like you asked.
Careful what you ask for.
I see how it is.
Patrik
Hang out
seems
a
very
bit,
dominant.
you know, friendly, get in here, start running some bluffs.
It's easy to talk when you are winning and you have the best hands.
Huh?
True.
Yeah.
Flop 2 pair in that one.
Yeah, this is 2 pair flop. I took a perfect free card.
I was like it.
What's up, Barry? How's it going? Big Poppy, did you? Whoa, you not read that one? Yeah, if you guys want to see behind the scenes, I'm posting a lot of stuff on my Instagram story at PoppyGTO. You guys want to see the festivities down here? Yeah, it's been a great event down here. Poker King, shout out to them for putting on this beautiful event. We're live in Cabo.
Oh, Patrik, the little king high value bet here.
Oh, is he trying to get called by?
See, Polk turning these into a bluff for sure.
He
He
does.
does do it, and I mean,
this was a good one.
Wait, Patrik looking. Nope, he lays
I
it down.
thought he was going to call for
Yeah,
a
I did too. Yeah. The way he
yeah.
said it. Yeah.
Very nice from Polk there.
What do you think about that bet on the river
I
from
had the
Patrik?
best
Maybe trying to
fun
get
there.
called by. He blocks the jack high, which might be a hand that he wants to get called by there with the king jack.
Unorthodox for sure.
Yeah.
No.
Shout out to
That was a bad hand.
Moraine Lamharazi in the YouTube
Me?
chat. What's up, buddy?
Yeah. You. I raise only good hands. The first hand I was bad when I raised when he 3-bet me, I let go. That was like something like 10 high. You remember the session we played online like we played some no limit cash on full tilt, battled few sessions.
I don't think so, really?
Yeah, we played a few sessions then. I didn't play too much because
Heads up no limit?
I was more into like mixed games and PLO than a lot of PLO. Yeah, we played a little bit. I came to hit and run you a couple of times.
I don't remember that.
It probably like broke even. Very few sessions we played.
Maybe they were really short. But I remember most of the people that I played. I'll check my database. I'll see. I have all those hands still somewhere. I don't think.
Yeah, I didn't. You know what? It was not very high stakes. I just came to play you for interest, like some, I don't know, 100, 200, or 50, 100, or.
Oh, that's still pretty high stakes.
I don't know if it's even smaller that I came to play just to like board.
I think Antonius might be the person
Look at
I'm
that. I
most
normally
excited
remember
about having my
almost all my opponents.
This guy's such a legend.
So it's
He really
it's
is.
weird. I don't remember that, but maybe. I mean, I played so many people. It's possible it just, didn't remember. So long ago now, the full tilt days.
No kidding, time flies like crazy.
You still keep up with people from back then?
I mean, I don't know. I keep up with, a lot of people that I know for a long time, but not really the full tilt people, no.
This is quite a flop, by the
Hot
way,
energy
in the
here.
midst of this little trip down memory lane. I mean,
Reminiscing.
trips for both gentlemen. Polk with the bigger kicker, and he comes with the call where it could
Oh,
have been crazy
wow.
fireworks on flop, but
Wow.
I mean, it does come in on the turn in a major way for Patrik.
Aye.
Sixes full of jacks, Joey.
We
Wow.
saw that hand yesterday where,
What a cooler.
where Doug was on the other side of this when he had the full house first Tom Dwan. Let's see if Doug check raises here, Nick.
Surely he'll be raising here. And what a crazy situation for him, drawing almost dead to a king.
Ay.
And we would think Patrik will be calling here and not electing to re-raise. Sixes full of jacks, you're getting raised on the turn. What a spot for Patrik, and it doesn't come in for Polk, so looks like match one will be going Patrick's way.
Yeah, Doug probably gonna jam here, hopefully get called by a jack, maybe a worse six as well too. 5-8 not likely for Patrik, 3-5 maybe. All in?
Oh.
I have full house.
Oh, that's not good. Oh.
What a turn.
Oh.
What a
Rigged. Need a new deck out here.
Yeah, new deck. What do you want to do? You want to go on Insta tilt, second one?
Yeah, I want to tilt.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
Let's go.
Just like that, guys. Match one goes to Patrik Antonius. Both players flop the trips. Patrik turns that jack for the full house, and Doug Polk, not much you can do in that situation, Nick, right? Kind of with the stack sizes, starting off 50, 60 big blinds, especially when your opponent can have a worst hand that they're going to call with. You're known as a guy that loves to bluff. You're going to want to work in some hands for value. Trip sixes it is, and just like that, Doug Polk goes down 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy cooler, you know. It was a good match before that, though, and I'm excited for the next one. I mean, back and forth, some cool hands, some kind of tricky lines. Patrik got real tricky with the queens up. Got the check raise in on the sevens. Eager to see the next one.
Yeah, so we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back and in very shortly to watch Patrik Antonius versus Doug Polk. Match two, best of three. Doug's got to win the next two. We're going to see if he can do it. Don't go anywhere.
What if women had a seat at every table? A seat in every classroom, every interview room, every boardroom. What if women sat at every table and played a game? A game that made them strategic, decisive, resilient, analytical, influential, unapologetic, and confident. What if this game was a game changer to change the stats? To change our stories? To change the future? This game is played at a table. Flip the table. Raise the stakes. Play to win. We saved you a seat. That game is poker. And the players? They're fearless. Poker power. Join us.
Sponsored by Poker King. My name's Joey1, Chicago Joey. Joined once again, Nick Schulman here. We're watching Doug Polk versus Patrik Antonius live on YouTube, live on Twitch, all around the world. Sunday night, we're down here live in Cabo. The players are face-to-face right now. We just saw match one. Doug Polk unfortunately got a little unlucky, and Patrik Antonius took that one down. Match two coming up here. Nick, do you think the Supreme Leader Doug Polk can make a comeback here? I know the fans out there rooting for him very hard. He's got a lot of fans all around the world. Patrik as well too. What do you think?
I do. Of course, he's capable. I mean, the Supreme Leader tends to get it done playing No Limit. He's on a great run, just on the heels of the Daniel match, and won his first round here. Let's see. Needing to win 2 straight is tough.
Yeah,
Guys,
especially against really great players, and we kind of see what's happening in this event right now. We just have all great players left for the most part, so I'm excited to see what happens here. Let's see if Doug Polk can come back. You got to take it down, Doug. I mean, listen, you were talking a lot today on social media, challenging people to $1 million matches. You can't come out here and be losing that, even though it is what it is. One big hand, one bad turn card, and the match doesn't go your way. So
a tough one for a match when he did his best. Joey, King 6, 6, 4 Jack. He's just dead. But.
And your face looking like a man that uses sunscreen, Nick. I'm very envious and jealous of the sunscreen that you may have applied to your face. And my nose is getting red now too. So my whole body's just getting red. Sunburn down here in Cabo. So
here we go.
Pretty rare.
Not good. In pain.
I have to agree on you on that.
Here we go. Match picked back up. The boys are battleship style, looking at each other. Eye to eye, face to face. Patrik still working on that stack he had.
This is my favorite river.
Plus return to
watching on YouTube and Twitch. I know who you're rooting for, chat. If you're rooting for Doug, or if you're rooting for Patrik.
Here we go.
Let us know.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Mr. Elijah says, we need Joey to start doing some hot tub streams. You seen the hot tub streams on Twitch?
I haven't seen the hot tub streams.
Don't go clicking on there, buddy. Get in trouble.
Steam.
Yeah.
Wow, Patrik declares he can feel the steam. Doug with a pretty dusty one, but it comes right in now. Middle pair for Doug. Let's see if he goes for value and just targets the 4x deuce x. He checks.
River.
Might be a check winner for Doug, but I could certainly see Patrik electing to bluff. Goes with check. Does have some showdown, and Polk will take a small one.
A little showdown. I don't know if he's going to get the showdown cheaply.
Nice.
Cooler.
All right. Basically unstuck.
Doug, lock in. Let's see what you got here, buddy. Patrik.
I got too excited about this hand. I raised too fast. And that's where the timing comes to play.
You have another hand? Another hand?
The last time.
Did you have another good hand, or are you lying to me over there? You've had a lot of good hands so far.
I have only big hands. I like this software.
You like the software? Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah,
Elects not to defend the 6-3.
I'm just on fire right now.
Can we get a new deck out here? New setup? Setup on 2? Can we get a scramble? Yeah. Scramble? Something? A new iPad? Yeah, guys, this is rough. And you say, no, it's not. I say, yes, it is. And I just slam it on the ground next to me. Oh, sorry, I forgot to play your hand. Yeah, I should probably make a decision.
What's the problem over there?
Yeah, make the guy.
You see him slamming?
Make the guy disturbed.
Patrik might be the only person that could keep up with Doug Polk's trash talk he likes to do a little bit.
You're right.
You know, Patrik seems to be handling it quite well.
Oh, yeah. And the flush slides in for him as well. Joey,
running
5
well.
green ones here.
I think we got a lot of Patrik fans in the chat here. Okay. Not surprised to see that.
Let me guess,
There's a
another good
legend and
hand.
Doug's out there.
No?
Well,
Not that time?
but you had nothing. I mean, what? I check you bluff or what?
I'd be close.
What you had there?
It does
I'll
have good
tell
table
you
top,
if you tell
Patrick.
me.
I had 10,
Yeah.
10, 5, or I think 10, 10,
10,
I had
5?
10. Yeah.
I had 7, 5.
You had nothing.
No, I had a flush.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Flush.
Boy says, I really like Doug, but really
I'm
happy
not
to see all the
betting
old
this
high stakes
one.
poker guys back and playing.
Fuck it. Maybe
Me
I
too.
bet now.
All right, check then.
Patrick gonna go for a little value here? He does.
See, I knew
Does
you'd
go
bet.
for just north
You
of
fell right into
50.
my trap. Now, gonna fold.
I bet too much.
There wasn't a price really there. Oh man, I'm so card dead. Let me get trips again.
Don't start complaining there, Supreme Leader. Come on. Don't sound like Negreanu.
Polk defends the 7 deuce suited.
Flush draw for Patrick on the turn. Let's see who's gonna bluff this one here, Nick. Both players, not much. 7 high, 10 high. Doug does go for it. Is that a overbet? Interesting.
Let's come with an overbet, Joey, with 7 deuce of diamonds. It gets through, and I mean, if you looked at
bet.
that flop, you wouldn't think Polk is going to be winning
wanted
that
you to
one
fold,
somehow
so-
with Patrick
And
in
bet big.
position. He gets it
you
done.
Flop check makes sense some percentage of the time. Turn check back as well too.
Sometimes.
Kind of how it goes sometimes. Bad run out.
Sometimes it just goes like that, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
An under for Polk, 3 deuce. No clubs, jacks back.
Patrick doesn't look like he wants to give this one up, Nick. No, he
He
does
didn't
lay
give
it down.
it right
yeah.
up, you're right.
Yeah.
Polk with the delay there. Gets it done. Shoots him a little look after the hand. Kings
Boys.
for Patrick here. Don't think Polk is going to defend this 5 deuce, but let's see.
Quick lay down, look outside of that water.
Biggie. Biggie.
Remember Patrik Antonius and Sam Farhas table talk with each other?
Oh yeah,
Just, I mean,
of course.
some of my
Shout
favorite
out Sam
poker.
Farha,
Yeah, I
man.
mean, shout out to Sam Farha for sure. Legend of the game. I was down in Houston. I was hoping to meet him, play some Pop in Omaha with him. A great game, but didn't get to see him. You played a lot with Sam Farha?
I've played a lot with him, yeah.
You play with all the guys, Nick. You got some stories, Nick.
I mean, well, kind of a value bet from Polk there with King Queen.
Yeah.
Kind of a value bet.
I do.
Yeah, if I
Kind
fold
of a value bet, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. King Queen, 884. I get it.
It's weird how it the animation of when it takes your chips in the middle, it makes me worried I folded because it takes them and they're getting sent sort of towards you. You know when you call a bet?
Yeah, if you call here. Yeah, if you call it, your opponent, the chips goes there. A couple times I freaked out a little bit.
Yeah.
But then I press the wrong button or something.
I'm worried that I accidentally pressed fold. It's especially scary when you have a big hand.
Bobby says, I never seen Patrick show so much personality. Well, you got to follow him on Instagram because he's like this all the time. He's got one of the best poker Instagrams, so he's always showing off his life, playing poker, plays online, plays live, travels a lot. He's got first land of poker that he's going to be launching some events here in America too. So I know he's excited about that.
We play so
Flush
slow.
for Patrik.
Slow play, both players. Slow play. I want you to call.
This hand kind of sucks to call with, so I'm gonna fold. How much? I really don't like calling that hand. Those waves hit the beach pretty hard, huh?
Yeah, we're not allowed to go to swim there. Wow, this is. But my friend said it's nice to go surfing on this with this the board.
Oh, that, yeah, I can see that.
Look at that! Wow, this is really nice. I would get hurt there. Oi, oi, oi. How did you do that?
Gut shot
Did you
here.
type it in or something?
No, you can go into settings and you can change your preset buttons. Get different bet sizes.
Oh wow, this is like some next level.
Such a troll. Patrik going to go for a little value here with the 2 pair, 9s and 7s, ace kicker, queen high for Doug.
Definitely does come for value. Comes with a kind of smallish, you know, really
Wanna do something
tempting
very
Doug here
spewy.
to. Yeah,
Very spewy.
it's like he's
Yeah,
shutting
he
it
went
down
once.
though.
Oh my god, this is gonna be so spewy. This would be.
Wow, you're really thinking.
Okay, whatever.
Why pays it off, guys? Pays it off with the queen high.
Yeah, like queen
What's this guy
high.
doing?
Yeah, that queen high is. I don't
One
know.
tilt over here.
Eh. My man Brett Owen in the chat. What's up, brother? Nice to
Yeah,
see
I
you,
can
Brad.
feel the steam. You know, I play.
You gotta play the cards you're dealt. You know?
Patrik riling up Doug Polk here. I like this.
If I was right though, ooh, that would have been delicious. Would have been a delicious one.
Wow. I tried to make a.
Close the turn with the king high. Good river there. Pocket 9, 9,
What a
9, 10,
river,
10.
9.
Patrik's 2 pairs counterfeited now. Doug with the
This
king
is
high,
a funny
2
one.
pair.
If you have a 9, you can bet. If you have check. If I have a 7s, you suck out.
Nice. Finally, catching a break. I needed that.
The blind's getting higher.
Out back a little bit, Joey.
They want to see the waves. I'll post the waves after this match is over on my Instagram, and you guys can check out the waves. The waves are crazy out here. I mean, I've never seen waves this big, so it's They said you basically can't swim out there, otherwise you die. So
for threes.
Look at threes.
Yeah.
Why, you just never have anything.
Yeah, that's kind of been my career. Actually, that's actually not true. I did get to have 3 of a kind today, so I should be thankful. Not every day.
That's
pair for Patrik, second pair for Doug. Doug's gonna check back.
Pursuing some value now with middle pair, and unfortunately he's run into the top pair for Antonius. Let's see what he comes with. Goes with call.
Expect Doug to value bet this river, Nick.
No, I don't think so. I think we have a check coming up.
Yeah, He's too thin.
I got you. Oh, wow, I missed so much value on this, and that's kind of tilt.
What a brutal
Jack,
man.
you don't play Jack. Like back in the days, you would just go and put that pot size bet on the river for value.
Keep your chin up. It'll turn around. Poker changed, man. Smaller bets are in style now. People play more conservatively until they play more aggressively.
Well, we're playing super conservative today. This is like the opposite what I expected. I thought I was gonna be 4-betting you a lot. Hard to 4-bet when you're not 3-betting.
And they got to give me some things I can 3-bet. They got to give me some things here. I'd love to see a card distribution of what I've had so far, but it is not a good situation.
This is exactly what Dan Negreanu said. This entire challenge for Doug.
Wow, every board is like perfect.
So sick.
Doug, 9 high here. Might decide to bluff this one.
Surely, yeah.
What?
Yeah, Doug.
3,000. Wow.
Patrik with the queen six himself,
Well,
thinking
let's
about
see.
making a call. He does call
He
with
does
bottom
make
pair.
a call, Joey.
Oh,
I just want to see.
well, it's not much.
9 high, 9 high.
Shout out my man Cameron in Twitch. He said, wasn't Patrik in one of my videos? Yeah, he's in my. I played one of my biggest pots ever online against Patrik. Yeah.
You did?
There it is.
Yellow. Wow.
Now we're playing poker. You woke up.
I woke up.
Wow.
That's a hand I can 3-bet with.
That's a good timing. That's a good poker player when it times the 3-bet like that. All the big hands and then one bad hand. And here he comes.
No, unfortunately, I did have a good hand, so that makes the play worse.
I also don't have many 3-betting hands.
Check out of there.
Right now has a 6 lead, 101 big blind. Blinds just went up. Right now, blinds over 7 hands. Doug 50, 75 right
Yeah, it sends my chips to your stack. You know? Can you press call?
Who has the chips now? Well, I don't see any chips in the pot. They should have them somewhere.
Next time it goes bet call, watch where your chips go.
I'll check with 30 some odd percent.
See
The
that?
small gut shot, and let's see.
No, I didn't see it.
Let's see if
What
bluffs.
happened?
Oh, maybe it's because you bet. Maybe it's because I called.
I'm just gonna check this down. You and your ace high. Yeah.
Ooh, the nut low, huh? Giving up with the nut low? Is that how we're playing today? Just gonna throw her in the old muck?
How much am I supposed to bet there with the deuce to get you out?
I don't know, man.
I'm bad at representing big hands.
It's pretty easy to represent big hands. You just bet and keep betting.
I get this one. Should I bet for value? But you crossed.
That would have been pretty fortunate for me if you bet and I called. That would be some old school poker.
What, you were not gonna call with that thing?
Can't give away my secrets. I need every chip I can get right now.
What? What's it?
I can't give away my secrets. I have so few chips.
Look, you have chips to shuffle. Are you shuffling your chips?
Yeah.
Oh wow. I'm just gonna keep it like this. I'm bad at shuffling.
You're bad at shuffling? How's that possible?
Let me see if that's gonna put me to a zone. Wow, this is exactly the spot. And this is why the magic is gonna happen this hand. You're gonna make a big pot.
And the magic does happen.
Hot energy, lock in, boys. We're about to see some fireworks here. A straw for Doug Polk, top 2 pair for Patrik Antonius.
This can you shall receive. I mean, he declared the magic was going to happen on the flop and top 2 and the king, queen of spades here for Polk. Comes with call. Oh, and it comes right in for the supreme leader on the turn. Just like that, Patrik with 9% needs a 9 or a 7 to stay alive. Wow, what a turn.
Probably gonna go for some value here. Hope to get called by Jack.
Seems close. Let's see. He agrees and
Check calls.
coming with slow play.
Save Patrik money here. Like check back, Doug. Get max value for his hand.
Carefully,
Well,
you
it's
have
a
the
big
king
pot.
and the
I'm
queen.
just gonna check it.
Oh no.
Oi, 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 oi. He just
It's a horrible river for me. Horrible. It's okay, I take it.
Just like
That's
that, they're
even.
even.
Wow, I ran so good at that hand. I end up limping with it. If I raise you 3-bet, I don't know if those same hands come, same board comes. That's so lucky not to bust on that hand.
You gotta rub it in, or?
No, I'm just talking to myself.
But I'm here. You're talking to me. I'm at the same table as you. Unfortunate.
But that was.
Hmm.
Pays it off. Understandable. I think he was weighing the relevancy of that side card, the 10 of hearts, and
Tough to win hands out here.
There's my first fold for you.
Hmm. Thank you.
oh, the 5 deuce. Are you muted, Poppy? Poppy muted, guys?
Down a little bit to play though.
Maybe unplug it and plug it back in, Poppy. I don't know. That's all I got is the unplug, replug.
Old stabs
Stabs
with the king queen here, backdoor.
Patrik calls the backdoor of his own, queen high. Flush draw now for Patrik.
Test. 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear me? Oh. The chat's saying they can't hear me. Sorry about that, guys.
This is interesting. I think if we're Patrik, we mostly, if not all the time, just call. So I'm not sure. And this could very well go check, check, win for Polk, but. And it will. He's shaking his head, but does slide in.
Nice. Finally catching some cards.
That was a bad showdown.
We'll play it from Polk there.
Like Doug's in lead right now. 53 to 46. Yeah, chat, let me know if you guys can hear me now.
Shots for both, middle pair for Polk, over cards, and a bigger spade for Patrik. A lot of interaction for them both. Polk about a 2-1 favorite at the moment. Not gonna happen though. Patrik goes with call. Oh, and it comes right in. Nuts for Patrik on the turn. Good little check back there from Polk. And if Patrik bets, let's see. Polk pays it off or not.
I am muted. Well, what the fuck is going on with this thing?
You making more hands over there?
Maybe.
Oh my god, I hate having one of my cards.
Let's get away. We're hearing Poppy's still muted. Sorry, guys.
Now they said I'm back. Okay, perfect.
Back.
Thank you guys.
Ooh, we're tightening up on the button, huh?
This is not my
I don't play
microphone. I
bad
just put it
hands.
on. It's not working. I can't do anything
Not
about it. I
my
don't know what's going
strategy.
on. I'm not in GTO headquartered to set up here. Doug Polk reeling right now. And by reeling, I mean he's only down 3 big blinds to Patrik. He's still in the mix. Chat's back. All right, chat. Thank you guys. Much love. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Nick with the Genius Tech support. Nice job, Pop.
Unplug, replug.
Thank you.
And high here for Patrik. No real draw, but checking isn't great either. Let's see. Checks. Polk with bottom pair now. Queen kicker. He checks back. Barring something
Checking
extreme,
going
this
on.
one's going Polk.
It's really a lot of check raising going on.
Doug betting for value with that 3.
Just take.
We'll nip and tuck here.
Very betting when your
Chat,
opponent
thank
says
you,
that, you know. A lot of check
Thank you,
raising
Twitch.
going on here. It was a bluff though, wasn't it?
About even here, Nick. 51 to 48.
No, I don't know what you had. I had.
In general, there's a lot of check raising.
I like check raising. It's always interesting spots.
Lines just went up. Booner says, is as irritated as I've seen Doug. Top pair for both players here. King 9 for Patrik. King deuce for Doug. Doug gonna need to get lucky here to somehow take this one down. Expect him to lose at least a couple streets.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's about to get less irritated anytime soon. And Patrick's sizing up the flop a little bit, which is nice. He went north of 50 and Polk in a real bad spot, as you said, Joey.
Checks back the turn.
Checks the turn.
I'd see Doug bet for value here, maybe blocks.
Yeah, I'm curious. He goes for like a 75% sizing. And if Patrik raises here, Polk is going to be in a weird spot. Very unpleasant.
He does raise 56,000 chips. Doug leans back, does not like that. Top pair, deuce kicker. Your opponent says they have 10 jack, maybe 9-8. Queen 9, king 9 potentially.
Such an annoying spot for Doug. Doesn't have a lot of time from now, maybe 20 seconds tops. Let's get away.
So Patrik takes the lead in the match.
Kidding.
I don't know if you had anything.
I had something.
Why you bet so much if you had something small?
It was okay. I don't know, something pretty decent.
If I raise less, you call, maybe no.
Yeah.
Should I make less? I just click the buttons.
I'm interested to go back here and see if you really did just have a bunch of good hands or if you were lying to me. It's not nice to lie.
I mean, that's a tough spot there too. It's kind of a funny spot.
Yeah, it is a bit of a strange one.
These 4 clubs for Patrik. About 30 big blinds. Shout out to Tommy YOLO in the chat. He said maybe I need to change my shirt. That might help out Doug.
3-bet here.
I didn't wear a tank top in solidarity today. Maybe that's what's happening here. Doug's gonna call 5-6 of hearts. Not a good board for either player. Queen 7 deuce. Doug backdoor straight and flush draw. Same for Patrik. Third pot bet for Patrik. Doug.
Look with a decision. 5, 6, 7 in the back door. He peels. See a turn, gut shot now. Just ace high for Patrik. This could go a lot of different ways.
Exit Doug. Pot size bet left. Let's see if he bets here. Takes the river card.
Does elect to go with something like third with this small gut shot. Off 23 bigs, puts 6 bigs in. Very nice play from Doug there.
Kind of interesting hand there on the
I don't
flop.
know
The
what
double
you
backdoor
had.
straight drop. Deuce and the
I
7.
guess you had something.
I don't know if I did.
Really shows just the power of position, a hand like that. 7-3 offsuit here for Patrik. He kicks it up.
3-bet from Doug.
Polk is
King
keeping
5.
an eye on
He
him
loves,
here,
he
yeah,
loves
with this
king
king
5,
5.
I'll let you.
Loves those
No
hands.
sweat.
5 offsuit, king 5 offsuit.
Okay. Finally getting some hands over here. You need hands, you know that? To win in this game.
I made a
Claudia says, love Patrik's game talk. I think a lot of people in the chat are enjoying the table talk from Patrik today. Gene Gluck.
Yeah, no,
Team
Patrik
Antonius.
is strong.
Gotta make
Go
some
the
hands.
queen high.
Wow, you have such a momentum right now. How many hands in a row? Too many.
You count those? Number of hands?
You won like 5,
Okay, you know what?
five
You know
in
what?
a row.
I'm getting some bad karma here. I'm gonna let that one go. Bad karma. Or bad vibes.
Wow, did you see that big wave? That was massive.
Yeah, earlier? Yeah, that was
Yeah.
cool.
Much love, Tommy. Hope you're doing well, brother. We're getting shorter here, guys. Blinds just went up a little bit again. If you notice in that top right, you see the blind 1.5K, 3K. Doug Polk down 1-0 right now. Going to need to win 2 in a row. Currently in the lead, up about what is he got? About 40 big blind, 26.
Doug with the
What can
limp
I do?
stab there.
I have
winner.
nothing.
Hard with nothing. Hard to win.
Patrick's not limping with the 8-5 here.
See a small bet of sorts from Patrik here. He comes with jack.
I'd see him bet at some point here. Checks back once again.
Might be going for the double delay.
Pretty good.
Ay, ay, ay. Where's the check raise? I thought check raise coming.
Another good hand? I'm not gonna believe you for forever, you know that, right?
No, I just said what I thought. I thought check raise come.
Hmm.
See Stevie Chidwick, Darren Elias getting ready in the background there to start their match.
Yeah, it's a good match for sure.
Two tough players right there. Both players got a pair. Doug Polk, middle pair. Patrik, bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw for Doug.
Patrik coming with, well, a little north of third pot. Polk here with middle pair and the nut spade. Calling, of course.
Now Patrik plays this turn. Still has the bottom pair. Checks it back.
Check winner for Polk.
Doug got a little momentum going on right now. He's got the lead in the match, 41-25.
Yeah.
Shout out to Green Cooks on Twitch. Much love, brother. Appreciate that, man.
Win situation for Doug here.
Yeah, if Doug loses this, he's out of the tournament.
I can't save you, Patrik.
Can I ask help?
You want a friend?
I was like, what? Like, I wouldn't mind asking help. I usually do the opposite what people are advising me to do. And that's yours.
Hope we at least get to go to the third game, you know? Even it up, get a little sweat.
No, I'm kind of hungry. I would like to go to eat.
Chat wants Bryn Kenny to come on and do some commentary, and he would play these hands. I
Yeah,
like
well,
I heard that.
All in.
Oh,
Pocket fours
wow.
for Doug.
This
Doesn't
is really
called
bad
here
for
by the
me.
7-8.
Wow, I wish I would have limped.
what do you have?
I just had suited connectors.
Ooh, that worked out really well for me then.
And that wasn't too nice.
Yeah, nice flop for Polk there. Top pair in the club.
He says Joey's got a
You're
constant
missing
grin.
some
I mean,
flops
listen.
now.
That's my prop.
How
And
could you
Bob
not?
is wrong. Deuce 3-8. My prop.
Blinds went up once again. 2K, 4K. Patrik, 15 big blinds. Gonna need to.
Oh, and he does
Nice try. Okay.
limp right in. Getting very tricky there, and he picks up the 3x from Polk. So real nice from Patrik there with the limp in. Polk here with 8-3 offsuit.
See if Patrik ships it in now. He does go
Yeah,
all in, and now
definitely.
Doug's going to see the bad
Oh,
news. Doug's been
that's
raising
good.
pretty liberally. Those limps.
Oh, maybe I
Very
should have
weak hands.
called.
2-7 yesterday, 3-8 today.
Give you some
Very
rope.
wide range of hands.
Hmm.
Anyone's match here. All in for Doug with the ace-7. Not going to get called by that.
9 deuce is a fold.
I like it.
Small little straight draw for Patrik here, no spade, but does come with like half pot and Polk's out of there. He's hanging in there. Little north of 2-1 right now.
Getting a little more serious here. Not as much table talk between the players. Doug gets back. The flop turns the 6. Patrik's got the gutter with the 9. Needs a 7 for a straight.
Right. Got the club too. They both have a club. Possibly check winner here for Polk. Maybe no reason to bluff king high if you're Patrik. Although
Doug might be thinking about making a. He does. Wow.
oh,
Okay.
nice. Going for value with 4th pair, queen kicker.
This might have a hand to call with, and Patrick's ended the king 9, blocks the straight, does have the king high.
Very thin. A merge of sorts. I guess you occasionally get an 8 to fold, occasionally, and get called by worse sometimes. Patrik thinking about paying it off with king high, Poppy. You pay it off, guys.
Yeah.
Let's pay it all. What a great bet there from Polk.
Wow.
Bet by Doug.
Good bet.
Thank you.
Good bet. Wow, that feels good for you. To get called by worse.
I feel pretty good about my hand.
Patrik ships it in with the 6-8 of hearts.
That sucks with this hand.
That's a good value bet. Wow. That was a good value bet.
Thank you. Steamed up?
No, I'm just playing GTO.
GTO, wow. You've mastered it then. I'm hoping to one day get there.
Hmm.
You're coming with the limp.
I was playing a lot of GTO solutions
GTO
today
top.
for this.
Nice.
With an awkward one. Does call. King of spades, 6 of diamonds here. Let's see if Patrik has ideas.
Patrik does bet again.
Wow, Patrik. Very nice.
Too much.
Another big hand. Have I ever folded and you don't say you have a big hand after?
There I bit too much, probably.
Okay.
I mean, really nice from Patrik there. 7 high, just 0. 9-10 here, 14 bigs. Let's see limps. Doug checks the jack 4. Oh, slides right in for Patrik trips.
Patrik battling back right now.
Nickel and diming me. Hear that saying, nickel and dime?
No. Well.
Let's see what this. It'd be hard to
Brad.
run more
Brad
card
was telling me
than
Doug stole that saying
she
from him.
has.
Nick the Diamond. Each side hanging in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Doug ships it in.
Jamming the 5-3
this is not a
suited. Very
call.
nice.
It's not on the chart.
Okay.
What do you have, 8 high there?
We'll never know.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh, big
for
pot energy
Polk.
brewing here, guys. Pay attention and lock in. This could be it. Straight draw for Doug Polk. Flush draw and a straight draw for Patrik. Patrik has the 8 high. Doug with the 7 high. See how fast Patrik plays this one. Check raises. Does he check shove? Does he raise smaller? He raises
Comes with
small.
kind of the small raise. Yeah, let's see what Polk comes with. Maybe just call for now, but let's see.
I don't think Doug's going anywhere. He's either going to call or he's going to re-raise all in. He's
Let's
all
just
in.
put it in open-ended, sure, with the heart. Of course, Patrik is calling. Guys, here it is.
All in, wow.
Patrik, 80% favorite to win here. He's 8 high.
Really, really bad shape for
I
such
have
a
to
kind
call.
of clean draw,
So
so to speak.
Here we go.
Oh no! Oh no!
8 high, good.
8 high takes it.
Oh no way!
Takes it.
Oh,
8 high,
God.
good.
What? Ay, Patrik
Unbelievable.
Antonius, 30 big
man.
blinds now. Doug Polk in
Unbelievable.
shambles,
Yeah, let's
7
get the
high.
pain.
No good. 8 high, takes it down.
3-1 chip lead
All
now
right,
for
here we go.
Patrik. And it's
All in
going
for
in, by the
Patrik.
way.
Yeah, the 9
Poppy's
high.
going right in here.
Ooh.
That's it. Patrik gets
come
the 9 on the
Does it
flop.
High.
King.
Ay.
Patrik Antonius.
Takes it
Wow.
down. Okay.
Wow. Patrik.
Doug goes from chip lead in that last maybe 15 minutes, and just like that, gets it in with a 7 high, gets it in with a straight draw, runs into a 8 high. Neither player improves their hand. 8 high takes it down, and immediately Patrik gets it in bad with the 8-9. And listen, man, that's all she wrote. Doug Polk not running well that match, unfortunately. I know Doug's going to go back, and I know he's got regrets. I know he really wanted to win. I know he wanted to make it to the finals. I know he wanted to win for the fans, man. Yeah. Think about that match, Nick. What'd you think? You seem pretty locked in a little bit. What do you kind of see there? See anything takeaways?
Match?
Yeah.
I mean, it was
like battle back and forth. Not many.
an excellent match, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Patrik put Doug in some funky spots. We saw the queen high payoff. Patrik came with a very small size on the end. He was kind of getting in the streets. He was talking a lot. It was a good match. Patrik Antonius, guys, still in. Ivy still in. Chidwick and Elias battling. It's good.
Yeah,
It's
guys,
good.
we're gonna go to the Steven Chidwick first. Darren Elias 2 high stakes beast are gonna be playing next. We're gonna go on break first. Shout out to Patrik Antonius. Moving on to round 3. Doug Polk goes home empty-handed. No cash for him in this $25,000 event. The last 4 places pay. We'll see Patrik back here tomorrow playing his round 3 match. Shout out to Doug. You putting up a good fight, kid. I'll see you on the beach later. I'll see you at the pool. Work on that tan. And thanks for playing, brother. It was nice seeing you guys in the chat. Be back soon. Appreciate you guys for watching, for tuning in. And talk to you guys in a little bit.
I've played some with Darren before. We both primarily play tournaments, but he plays a lot more in the States, a lot more of the WPTs, whereas I've typically played more in Europe and Asia. So we don't have a ton of history together, but yeah, excited to see how the match goes. The my first round match went pretty smoothly. When you're playing heads up and you make a bunch of good hands and your opponent makes slightly worse hands, it can look very easy. But I thought Andrew played really well and just got unlucky to have the second best hand a lot. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I'm good friends with Andrew, so it was funny to send some emotes and make him laugh in hands and stuff. But yeah, it's not too different from playing live and sitting across the table from someone.
friends, I don't think they know that Nick Schulman's not coming back. So Nick, he's not coming back. He actually left. So this last match is going to be me. They're giving me the reins of the WPT Twitch and YouTube channel. I don't have my gorilla or my graphics, but you guys know it's going to be a good time. We got the last match coming up today. You should see the brackets right here. Dan Smith, Sam Greenwood, top left, advanced over JRB, Jean-Robert Belland, and Alexandra Botez. And then we just saw Patrik Antonius take down the Supreme Leader, Doug Polk. And I know we got that step in Daniel Dvoress. Looking forward to see the winner of that. I think we're going to see maybe condensed highlights of that. And then our next match we're going to watch is Darren Elias and Steven Shidwick. Steven Shidwick, Darren Elias, two very successful, long-time, high-stakes tournament players. Phil Ivey also advanced on the bottom right against Anthony Zinno. And that top right, Chris Kruk and Limitless, two high-stakes players. Nick Schulman. Nick, how's it go? No, he's not here. Okay, so it's going to be me. It's going to be you. It's going to be the chat. And I think we're going to get started with our match very soon, I believe. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys. We'll see what goes on here. I'm ready to get to it. So here we go. You kind of see the players. Darren Elias on the left-hand side. Steven Shidwick from the right. Darren from America. Steven from the UK. Just saw Darren down in Texas. He was a part of the Houston poker trip that I was on. So I'm very excited to see what he's got in store. And these guys are real tough players. Work very hard at the game. Take a lot of pride in their game. Darren is a legend of the World Poker Tour as well, too. Long history with the World Poker Tour. And Steven is just, I mean, this guy's, you know, thought to be one of the top tournament players in the entire world for a very long time. Works hard on his game, and I'm excited to see what these two bring to the table. And I think we're going to get started with the match here, I believe. And let's see what happens here. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch that are sticking around for this match Sunday night. We're live down here in Cabo, San Lucas on the beach, and 7 p.m. Cabo time. You can see right here, a little player's card, Darren Elias, winningest player on the World Poker Tour. That's not bad at all. 4 wins, 42 cashes, 12 final tables. The man is a World Poker Tour god, basically. And Lynn said nothing notable about him. Well, damn. Okay, that's a shot fired. Steven Shidwick, $35 million in career tournament earnings. Number 6 all-time on the career earnings list. Not bad at all from Stevie. And here we go. I'm gone from the camera. We'll see if I come back at any point in time. The boys are in studio playing heads-up battleship style. We saw a lot of talking going on last match. I don't think that we're going to see a lot of talking this match going on, but we're going to find out. So once again, we are playing 3 matches, best of 3. Steven Shidwick on the left, Darren Elias on the right, playing on the iPads. We'll see what goes on here. MC said a total shame they didn't let you bring your graphics. That's, I feel like a gunslinger without a gun right now. The overlay's getting fixed up here. Steven check raises the Jack 10, open-ended straight draw. Gonna take that one down. We are starting off 125 big blinds deep. Once again, blinds go up every 7 hands. My man Stephen Bays in the chat. What's up, Steven? How's it going? One of my Houston tour guides down there. Took me around in his truck, showed me some George Strait. Told me about his beautiful Mexican wife that he met and married and had kids with. And, and shout out to Steven. Ace 10 for Darren. Most likely gonna 3-bet this hand. Queen 3. Not the best hand. Facing a 3-bet. Lays that one down. Shout out to Jimmy Bluffett out there on the Twitch chat. What's up, brother? Butt Farm Poker, my guy. What's up, Butt Farm? How's it going? A little weird that you've used that name for so long, but that's what you're into. That's fine. King Queen. Top pair for Steven. Darren. Good board for him. Good board for his range, rather, but he does have the gut shot. Needs a 10 to make the straight. Tom Dwan did indeed get knocked out. He was eliminated by Doug Polk yesterday in maybe one of the matches of the tournament so far. Had some record WPT viewership, I'm told, for that match. Me and Nick Schulman in the commentary booth for that. Very interesting to watch that. Returns a queen, top pair still for Stevie. Darren. Once you get check called here, not loving that, right? Especially your opponent's gonna be calling with any pair on this board. Gonna be 3-betting some of his aces. Gonna be check calling a lot of kings and queens. River's a 4. Steven might go for a little bit of value here. Try to get called by a hand like a king 9. But he does check. I want to check some strong hands as well, like top pairs and trips. Now Darren has to decide, does he want to bluff? He does not, just shows down. This jack high, gonna lose to the 8. So yeah, guys, what's going on, chat? Where are you guys watching from, man? Talk to me a little bit. Claudia out there, we're here for you. Joey smiles. Shout out to Claudia. Claudia said she just passed the bar in San Diego and she's a lawyer, so I don't know what kind of lawyer she is, but I was checking out her page today. Ace 5 for Stevie starts off with a little bit of lead. Nice board for him to keep seat betting. Goes the small size. Not much Darren can do with the 10 high. Just lays it down. Like I said, last match we saw a lot of talking going on. I don't think we're going to see a ton of talking between these two players. More quiet, focused. Ladies for Stephen Chidwick, pocket queens. Beautiful hand for him. Aaron White says we want Jamie. Listen, we want Jamie too, but she's been doing commentary pretty hard these past few days. I think she's out right now. Most of the people are actually out right now in Cabo enjoying themselves. So, and here I am, locked in talking to you guys. Darren calls to 3-bet. 8-9-9 board. Let's see how Stevie decides to play this one. Goes with the small bet. Darren. Most likely going to continue with a lot of ace highs, king highs, backdoor draws, but 7 high, not good. Lays that one down. Even up to that lead, 147. It's like a basketball game, I think I look at this, right? 147 to 110. Steven going with a little bit smaller size. That's 1750. Darren going with the 2000 size. Jimmy Bluffett, what's going on, buddy? Nice to see you. JGA says, Joey, how big is Bryn Kenny's Father's Day party going now that Doug is out? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with those guys. Bryn Kenny and Doug Polk. I mean, two real crazy guys. I don't know if they're actually going to play a match or not, a heads-up match, but we're going to find out. Michael Pierce, what's going on, brother? Nice to see you. I am Skippy. Joey, get Doug to bring his drink to the booth to do commentary with you. Maybe we'll get him in here. You never know. Yeah, Jimmy, I don't think these two players are going to talk at all, so it's going to be me talking to you, watching the match. Ace 4 clubs for Stevie. Let's see if he decides to 3-bet this hand or just call. He does 3-bet. 6 10 of hearts for Darren. Just saw him defend the 4-7. A little bit shallow stack now that the blinds went up. He does lay that one down. Once again, blinds go up every 7 hands. So you can pay attention in the top right. And then the big blinds are above the chip stack. See there, each player's chip stack. So the number above BB means big blind, if you're unfamiliar with what that means. Top pair for Steven, 8-7-5. Darren, backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. Stevie's going to bet. Darren going to continue with most pairs. Less some ace highs, 6s, some 4s. But does not have a hand to do it with. He does just check fold. Yeah, where's everybody watching at in the chat, man? Milan Soccer says he watched Chicago. Poker Boy says Cincinnati. Okay. Eager Beaver, Toronto, Canada. All right. MPV. Syracuse. Pocket 9s from Stevie. Most likely going to 3-bet this hand. And he does once again. So a little more aggressive action going on this match than we saw last match in terms of 3-bet and pre-flop. That guy says, Joey watching a new game, still talking about Polk. Well, we just see him play, so. And he's literally the most exciting thing going on Twitter right now. So, you know. A little bit of something here for Darren, bottom pair. Backdoors for Steven, just checks back. Turn 7, both players. Not really loving that card, Darren. That bottom pair, very vulnerable to many other cards. Stevie, most likely just checks back here with his ace high. He does river. Gonna be an 8. Backdoor flush gets there. Darren. Maybe consider betting for value here. Maybe try to target that ace high. And he does indeed go for that small block bet. Steven might have one of the hands he can call with. Boy, Camzilla says, Poppy does indeed call. Nice bet there from Darren. Gets a little bit back. I mean, I don't think either of these guys going to give up their chips very easily. And I mean, that's what you're going to see from very high level players who have a good understanding of what they're doing. Is they're fighting for every decision, no matter if it's one big blind, big blinds, and the difference is when you play with weaker players, those guys just they just give up very often. They're not really paying attention, especially when the pot's small. But in this format where every big blind matters, especially with these very serious players, you're going to see them. You're going to see them taking every spot. Jimmy Bluffett says, Poppy, superb interview with Ivy. You have indeed perfected your craft with these interviews. Well, I've been doing them for a long time, so I appreciate that. Nice words from you, Jimmy. We got the Tom Dwan interview podcast conversation coming up. Hopefully next week. I just saw Tom today, so should be posted next week. More to find. Nothing here for either player. King high for Darren. Better check here. He does bet small. Steven ace high most likely will check call here. Has some backdoor straight draw potential, and he has the ace high. And he does call. Turns a 6. Interesting turn card. Let's see if Darren continues to bet. Does have that 7 of diamonds in his hand. People in the chat are telling me where they're from. Yo, Poppy, what's up here in Alabama? Brian Thomas says, okay. Majestic Star. All right. I mean, are you at the match right now? Shout out to the Majestic Star. Rivers a 9. Steven. Rivers the pair. Has a little something. Most likely we're going to want to bet here. Hope to get called maybe by a deuce, maybe by an ace high. But he does check. Darren. See if he takes a showdown with the king high. And he does. Can beat a queen high, but unfortunately, Steven has the 9. Kirk said, when's the Tom Dwan interview dropping, Poppy? Yeah, I mean, I know people are excited about that. But yeah, like I said, should be next week, hopefully, here. Claudia says, if you come back to San Diego, let me know. Oh, yeah? Why is that? What did you say? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, looks like we got people watching all over the world right now. Chile, South America, Israel. Okay. South of France, San Diego. Bryn Kenny's Father's Day party. Providence, Rhode Island. Vegas, Golden Knights. All right. Steven, nice turn card for him. Turns the top pair. Darren with the open-ended straight draw with that 7-6. See what bet size Stevie goes with here. Might go for a large bet. Hanking down. And he does indeed go with that large bet. Overbets the jack. Darren has a hand that he most likely has to call with here. Gonna need an 8 or gonna need a 3. Kind of scary card though. Any club, any spade. You know, you're liking it, but you're not loving it, of course. You might be thinking about laying this one down. He's indeed tanking. Iron Bank's running low. And he does lay it down. Okay. So Stevie has a nice lead here, about 2-1 lead. 110 to 55. Yep, just tuning in. You missed the Patrik Antonius first Doug Polk match. Patrik Antonius took that one down 2-0. And he'll be moving on to round 3, going down tomorrow. Shout out to Boyd Fleming. Lowdoke says, are you going to show the Dvoress match? I believe we're going to show, yeah, I think we are going to show highlights from that match, I believe. I will let you know soon. Lacey Williams, how's it going, Lacey? Watching from Vegas. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Morocco, okay, wow. Josh Heinzel from New Hampshire. Stings from South Dakota. Claudia says, what are you doing for your birthday, Joey? Isn't that coming up? That's true. It is coming up. I'm getting old, guys. June 24th. This week, I think I might be down in Cabo still. We're going to find out. I got to go check out what Cabo's got to offer. Big slick here for Stevie. Ace king, beautiful hand. Not a good flop for either player. Jack, Jack 6. Nice small bet. You can see these players c-betting at a very high frequency. And a lot of these flop situations, single raise pots, kind of go either way in terms of betting versus checking. And Darren does check call. The queen nine, backdoor straight draw, and the queen high. 5 on the turn, not good for either player. See if Steven elects to bet once again. He does. Interesting size, goes very small, about a quarter. Darren lays it down. Brandon Patrick says hi, enjoying watching and comments, watching from New Zealand. What's up, Brandon? Nice to see you, brother. Shout out to New Zealand. It's crazy that everyone, I mean, it's crazy. There's people from all over the world watching this right now. It's 7:30 Cabo time. It's all different times all over the world. Sometimes it's 5 a.m. in some places, and people are still locked in watching poker, hoping for a little energy. See some big pots. 3-bet from Stevie with the ace jack. Darren, jack 6 suited. Gotta lay that one down. Probably wants a hand like a jack 10 suited to continue there. Headmaster says, read every country except Australia. Must be invisible here. Well, you're not. I see you. Queen 8-7. That bottom gutter there for Darren, not a very appealing hand. Steven seems to be acting high for Stevie to text it back. Yeah, and when you see these heads-up matches in these single race pots, you know, oftentimes in no limit hold'em, it's hard to make really strong hands for each player. So you're going to see more, you know, not a ton of action. Once the pots get 3-bet, once they get 4-bet, that's when you're going to see some big pots ruin, a little bit better hands. Kind of how heads up goes. And Darren gets very lucky on that river, led that turn with the gut shot. River's the 5. Steven going to have some ace highs, maybe some deuces. Gonna be checking back a 7 and an 8 on that flop. Nice frequency time. He does go for a nice value bet. Nice bet by Darren here, hoping to get called by an ace high. Maybe a hand like king deuce. Oh, Stevie has that king high. Has to be thinking about what he could beat. Could beat a hand like a 9-10, maybe a hand like jack 9. But he does lay it down. And the blinds went up, so Darren still down 2-1 right now. 42-82. Did Ivy win? Yes, indeed, Phil Ivey did win. He moved on to round 3. So Phil Ivey and Patrik Antonius, 2 of the legends of the game. Moving on to that round 3. Web Joker NL. Hi, Joey. Big fan watching and blogging from the Netherlands. What's up, brother? Is that my man, Frank? What's going on, man? Nice to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Hope to see you in Vegas sometime soon. Do you guys plan to come out for the World Series of Poker this year? Let me know. I will be there for the entire summer. And you guys know it always starts off in positive, high hopes and high spirits. And by the end of the second week, you know, you're just, you know, let's hope it goes better this year for all of us. Two pair here for Steven on the turn. Kings and queens. Check this back as well. And he does indeed check back. River's a 3. So Darren might go for a little bit of value here. Hope once again to get called by a hand like an ace high or a jack high. He does go with that small bet. Steven, interested to see if he might want to work in some raises here. He just does call. So Steven takes out another pot. Guys, locked in as locked in as you can be right now. Kel Smalls watching from Long Island, New York. Okay. Horseshoe Hammond. Are you at the Horseshoe right now? You're at the Shoe? That's where my hometown casinos. I grew up right outside of Chicago, near the Majestic Star. Majestic Star was the first place I ever played poker at when I was 21. I would go there. I'd go work at the restaurant, and then I would go to work. I'd go to Majestic Star. I would lose all my money, and then I would drive home on Klein Avenue and want to drive off the Klein Avenue Bridge basically because I lost all my money and I didn't know what the hell I was going to do. So, and then I would keep doing that until I learned about bankroll management. Not good times. Steven checks back this flop. Darren picks up a Flush draw here. He has gutter on the flop. Stevie, third pair. Great draw as well for him. Check back once again. Darren's gonna hit a diamond. And he does indeed hit the diamond. See if he goes with another small bet. Checks it over to Steven. Stevie most likely gonna show this one down. He does. Darren gets a little pop back. He's battling right now, trying to make it back here. 43 to 82. Once that Darren looks like Tom Hardy. I can see that. I like Darren's table presence. He's got a real like I don't know. I like watching him play. I didn't know a ton about Darren. I've seen him a lot on a lot of WPT stuff, and I know he's played a couple cash games that I've watched, but I didn't know a ton about Darren, and recently got to know a little bit more about him. So I'm excited to see just kind of follow along and see how his career develops over time. He's been playing a long time, but just never really knew much about him. So definitely a guy I'd like to have on my podcast, sit down, get to know more about how he became the winningest World Poker Tour player of all time. Juan Pablo says, Joey, no more lobster for dinner. No, I am very red right now. My tan lines are not looking good, and I can't wear a shirt. Or I can't take my shirt off at the pool because I'll just be too embarrassed because my tan lines are yeah, not good, man. Not good. Claudia says, I will be at the World Series of Poker for like 2 weekends. Well, I'll see you there, Claudia. I look forward to it. MVP says, I'm thinking about October 6th to the 13th. Yeah, I mean, the schedule just came out. So what I would suggest if you're interested in attending, which you should, because it's going to be awesome. It's going to be crazy. Poker is going crazy right now in terms of just the energy, the hype, like the events kind of going on, the experience is going on, a lot of great content out there as well too. And Darren limps the 4s. He might go for limp shove here. He does go for limp shove. That went down, but yeah, poker's kind of going real crazy right now. I mean, even if you don't want to play that event, there's a bunch of other events in town. WPT, I think, has events during that time period, maybe some small ones. You know, every casino has a big tournament series, so there's kind of different ways to attack it. You could stay at a more expensive casino. You could try to get an Airbnb. You could try to book up a house. You know, depending on how long you want to come for. Ideally, if you play a lot of cash games and you like higher stakes cash games, you want to stay at a place like Fedara, which is connected to the Aria and connected to Bellagio. So for me, when I used to come here before I lived in Vegas, I would, you know, I'd always stay at Fedara because I'd like to play a lot of the high stakes games in the Aria and then at Bellagio. So it's just perfect. It's kind of quiet. A lot of players stay there, and it's just got real nice rooms. So you do not want to stay at the Rio where the World Series of Poker is. Because listen, you don't want to, I mean, it's just, you want to get the hell out of there after you've been battling all summer. So it's kind of nice to get away from there. You got a house, you got a kitchen, do some laundry. Yeah, it's kind of nice to get a little bit of break from the Rio when you're there all day grinding for the tournament players. I mainly play a lot more cash game, hop in the Pot Limit Omaha tournaments. Darren and Stevie battling back right now. It goes down. Hold'em Media Dan says, Majestic Star, that was not a good experience the few times I considered it. I covered it there. Here we go. Pocket deuces all in. 30 big blind shove for Stevie. Darren calls with the ace-8. Darren, gonna need a club or a 9 or an ace, and he does not get it. So Steven Chidwick eliminates. Match 1. Gets Darren Elias. Very interesting hand right there. So up with the pocket deuces. Darren, the ace-8 off, makes the call. And just like that, Steven Chidwick takes down game 1. And wow, that kind of went fast. Not much action from the players in terms of talking, but yeah, that kind of went real fast. Kind of came out of nowhere. So ace-8 offsuit, interesting play by Darren. Maybe he seems a little bit loose, but yeah, I'm kind of curious if people in the chat out there to think. We're gonna go to a quick break before we come back, and we're gonna find match 2 between players. Don't go anywhere on Twitch, on YouTube. Stick around. Back in a little bit.
So So what was the difference in your mindset between grinding and between having a bankroll where it didn't really matter if you won or lost?
The funny thing is, when I was grinding, I didn't realize I was grinding. But I was grinding, of course, right? But like on the way up, when I was playing, I always saved enough to play at the limit that I felt most comfortable at. And the grinding, you know, obviously if you're out there grinding now, you're grinding low stakes, this is a fun time. Make sure you play within your bankroll and, you know, make sure you, you know, keep poker as a fun thing. In anything, you know, there are some sad stories, people that have lost all their money playing poker, people have lost all their money gambling. So, you know, like, you know, you have to keep that in mind, and it's not something you can take for granted. I put myself in some bad situations through the years. You know, I've played out of my means. Sometimes it's benefited me, sometimes it hasn't.
I know for a while you were doing business type projects. Is that what you would
yeah,
go to?
I'm involved in different businesses. Like, you know, I have a partner in the restaurant business. So of course, I'll let him take care of those things. You know.
So you just be a businessman.
I'm currently in the. You're gonna laugh, but I'm currently in the music business.
Well, I want to hear you sing.
Yeah, right. I have a couple artists, and
Okay.
but that's more of just that's a fun thing to do, and you know, I just you know, I right now I enjoy golfing. I enjoy meditating, yoga, spending time with my family. You know, reading. You know, these are the things I enjoy. People ask questions like, "What do you do when you're 70?" People ask questions like, "What are you going to do at Poker Stops tomorrow?" Right? But I don't. My mind doesn't work this way. So if I answer that question, I'll just be making something up.
Right.
You know, so the thing is,
I think you'll figure something out.
My thing is, I try to live in the day and live in the moment. I don't really think about what I will be doing if this happened. You know what I mean? And I think that's a big problem for most people, is that they start future tripping, start thinking about like all these different scenarios in their head, and then all of a sudden they have anxiety out of nowhere. And you know, so like for me, I try to stay in the present as much as I possibly can. There was a moment where I really was not enjoying playing. Well, that's not true. I always enjoyed playing. I just didn't have the same passion as I did when I was younger. And now that passion for playing is coming back now because I'm more appreciative, you know, and grateful when I'm playing, and more in the moment now, more than I've ever been. And it's like almost like poker's a new experience to me. So, yeah, the fire is there to play. The fire is there to become as you know, as good as I can again.
You're a reborn poker player?
Yeah, I'm a reborn poker player. That's right. That's exactly right. It's pretty funny.
When I think of Phil as a person, he's always someone who proved to me there's more to him as an intellectual person and as a compassionate person than at first you can see. There are people, maybe because of professional jealousy, I want to beat them, I want to do better than them. I never really felt that with you. And the reason is because the way it started out. Because you started out younger than me, and we had our personal friendship. So I never had that adversarial feeling with you.
I never enjoyed beating you either, but it just kind of happened.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
Phil's a friend for life. I know that. The way he's carried on, I sometimes think I'm going to be the one at his funeral instead of the other way around.
Oh my God.
But can you at least say, 5 years ago I wasn't so sure?
Yeah, I was a little out there.
Okay, now I'm starting to feel you're taking good care of yourself. You're going to have to show up at my funeral. We have a bond that's going to last. It's just, that's just the way it is.
When I think of Barry Greenstein, I think of one of my very good friends, somebody who was there for me in poker when I didn't have anything, somebody who I've always looked up to, somebody who's always going to be a part of my life. I'm grateful to have him as a friend. He was a mentor to me. Barry is just a good guy. He's nowhere near as good a poker player as me, obviously. I mean, I didn't want to have to say that, but yeah, that's it. Well, that's not it, but I'm not really good at these things. You know, it would be much easier for me to say nice things about Barry if he wasn't here.
Right.
Guys, back. We gotta get a beer. Listen, we watched that last match, and the boys aren't chatting too much with Steven and Darren, but we grabbed a beer. A specialty Chicate Light Cerveza Lager. Ay, ay, ay. Everyone get a drink out here. We don't condone drinking alcohol around here, but we do during this beautiful match. We're going to see match 2 right now. My man Steven Chidwick versus Darren Elias. Going in match 2. Steven took down that match 1. Pocket deuces versus the ace-8, the 30 big blind shove. We're going to see maybe the boys are a little bit more engaged this match. Take a beer. Let's get into it. Thanks everybody for watching on Twitch, on YouTube. World Poker Tour $25,000 buy-in event. Heads-up tournament. Very classic heads-up bracket style. We haven't seen one of these in a long time, but I'm excited to be here. Obviously, that's why I came down here to Cabo. And 32 players. Invitational for the most part, right? We do have a lot of tough professionals in here. We had a few influencers in here. We have my man Shifter in here. We had Hafu as well. She was in the mix down there. And Botez, Queen of Chess, was in the mix as well too. And unfortunately, all 3 of those are eliminated right now. And basically, we just got a bunch of professionals left in the mix. So here we go. Match pick backed up. Darren Elias on the left-hand side. Steven Chidwick on the right-hand side. Both long time, high-stakes tournament players, successful players in each of their own right as well. Darren plays a lot of cash games, I believe as well. I don't know how much he plays, but I do know he dabbles in the cash game too. Certainly capable in either format. My man Thallo in the Twitch chat. What's up, brother? Nice to see you. He said Badar is a great recommendation for long term. Yeah, we were talking about World Series of Poker accommodations, and yeah, I mean, I've tried it all. I've tried houses. I went there one summer, and you know, I found a nice building, so I just stuck around. I was like, I'm not leaving. You know, like Leonardo DiCaprio, I'm not leaving. You know, Vegas is awesome. Unfortunately, if you live in Vegas, it's a lot of distractions, and you got to be careful. Got to be careful. So right now, Steven Chidwick up 1 match to 0. Darren Elias is going to have to win 2 in a row. And then I believe after this, we're going to see that version highlights of Dan Dvoress versus Stefan. So Stefan, a very successful high-stakes cash game player right now. And Dan Dvoress is does it all, man. He's a very successful tournament player in his own right, too. Another tough player. So those two are very, very, very top-notch competition. So we're going to see some highlights from that match. Picking it up right now. Chidwick with the gutter. Does turn the straight with the 9. Darren doesn't have much to give action with. 55. Chat on Twitch talking about, is someone a gymnast? I am Skippy, getting a little excited in the Twitch chat. What's up, man? Steven bets the turn, not going to get much action. Once again, blinds go up every 7 minutes. We did that because otherwise we'd be here for many weeks. And, you know, it's kind of an experimental style in terms of production, format as well, too. The people are playing Battleship style, heads up, looking at each other, and on webcams on the online format. So just different style, but I've enjoyed it so far. I think it's been fun. Obviously, people want to see, you know, they want to see 25,000 hand death matches. Well, those take 3 months. You can't do those, right? I mean, that takes a lot of time. So this is kind of a different format. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. Maybe you take some tweaks away from it and figure something out in the future. And I expect we're going to see a lot more events like this in the poker world. So I'm excited to see what these companies have to offer, man. Jimmy Bluffett says, get a Modelo. Well, I don't have Modelo. All I have is Hottie right now. No edibles down here in Cabo headquarters, unfortunately for me. And says both of these guys are MGT elite. I mean, you see a lot of at this point in time in the poker world, most of these guys have been around for a very long time, and they've been playing for a very long time with the high stakes, and their reputations are usually highly regarded for a lot of players you see in this field. So, and I mean, to make it 10 years in the game, you got to be pretty decent, right? You got to understand how to be a winning player. You got to understand how to take care of your body away from the table and take care of your mind away from the table as well too. So, you know, it's real hard to accidentally be a poker professional for 10 years. It's a lot of effort. It's very hard. Need a lot of support. And yeah, I think you see a lot of the players who do have that balance of family, married to and have a partner as well that is supportive of what they do. Seems like those are the guys who are still around as they get a little bit older, and maybe some of the other guys who are a little bit more out of line with their lifestyle have a little tougher time managing it all because their habits are not very good, and you know, eventually you just get a little beaten down with it. Grimsit says, Poppy, saw the huge waves on your Instagram. Patrick was talking about. Amazing. Yeah, I posted the waves on my Instagram story. If you guys want to check that out, at Poppy. GTO. There you go. Yeah, the waves down here are beautiful. This beach is awesome. The suite that we're in right now, world class, really. They got a massive balcony out there, hot tub on the balcony. Doesn't really make much sense to have that hot tub on the balcony, but why not? So nothing going on here. Blinds just went up, 104 to 91. Steven in the lead right now. Prize pool is split up. I believe it's $800,000 prize pool, $400,000 first place. They paid top 4 players, I believe, as well too. So right now we're in this second round, and 16 players go on to the next round. So you need to make it down to that final 4 to be able to get paid. Not much of anything here. King high for Steven. Aaron might need to pull up here to take it down, and by might I mean he does. Let's see what he goes with. Maybe half pot. He goes even smaller, 13-20. Steven, king high. Might keep him honest. He does lay it down. He wants to call with ace highs, and he wants to have it. Yeah. I always like thinking about what are the worst hands somebody can call with in a situation. In that situation, maybe a 4. Definitely a 4. Most likely, most ace highs. Then you start thinking about, okay, what are the king highs I want to call with, and what kind of blockers do I want to have? Aaron flops a double gutter here, queen 8. He's a 9. Or just a single gutter, rather. Takes it down. Hold immediate. Dan says, next San Diego trip, Joey, hit up the Jamul Casino Poker Room. And you are just down the road from the border crossing at Pade Brewery. Well, there we go. Yeah, Mike says 400K for first, 200K for second, third and fourth get 100K each. That makes it easy. You can see these two players not very talkative right now, really locked in here. Focused on the action. We saw last match, Doug Polk and Patrik Antonius, very cordial with each other, talkative, going back and forth. Aaron 3 bets with the 7. Steven lays it down pretty quickly. We're back to even here, 100 to 100. This heads up sit and go, you know, it's not a very commonly played format by most poker players. And why that is because a lot of people play live poker. So in live poker, it's usually 9-handed, 8-handed tournaments and cash games. So you only really find the heads up format on the internet. And, you know, a lot of sites just kind of got rid of heads up no limit cash and sit and goes. I mean, I don't really know too many players who are big grinders at heads up sit and goes. I know that made a living playing that before, like Olivier Bousquet, but you know, it's not a very popular format, even though I think it should be because it's very easy to play. You don't necessarily need to be even really good to be able to win, have a good time. So I actually hope that heads up does come back, but it also is kind of easy, you know, how the formats work for heads up is like in the lobby, like basically the good players just sit in the lobby and then all the weaker players can only play really good players. So it'd be nice if there was a way for weaker players to be able to play each other and that way you have a better chance. It's a little more fun. And, you know, obviously you don't, if the best players are the only people that you can play, you know, you can win because there's a lot of variance in the short term, but it'd be nice to see some type of matchmaking system or something like that as Darren 3-bets here. The ace queen of hearts gets called by ace 8. Both players flop that top pair. Could see some action right here. There are 3 spades on the board. Both players have to be concerned about that. Small bet from Darren, 6,300. Steven not going anywhere with that top pair. Going to continue here with most aces and queens. A lot of his 1 spade hands as well, like a king 9. Well, I guess he's not going to be calling too many hands like king 9 offsuit, king 10 offsuit, maybe. Great card for Darren on the turn. Fills up. Steven might still like his hand as well, too. Darren going to be 3-betting. Pretty decent frequency from the big blind. Might feel the need to continue barreling with some of those hands. Maybe a hand like a king 10. Would he even 3-bet king 10 offsuit? I'm not sure. But he bets 15,000. Steven, ace 8. Loses any queen now. Hands like queen jack, king queen. Looks like he's thinking about. Might be thinking about laying this one down. But no, he does call. Pot's brewing here. Big pot, not a good card for Steven. But actually a good card. It's going to save him some money. Obviously, when you call with ace 8, you're hoping a spade does not come on the river. A lot of your opponent's bluffs you now lose to. Darren, see what size he goes with. Might go all in here. Pray that Steven has a flush. Maybe has a queen himself. He does go all in. And now Steven, ace 8. Like I said, probably saved some money here. About what hand he could beat. Maybe a 10 jack suited if he used to blast off of that. Here, kind of like 8-9. I don't think so. Steven, let's lay it down. Be interested to see what hand Steven would decide to call there with. You start with flushes, maybe a 10 high flush, jack high flush, maybe some queens. I don't know. Seems like a situation where you're going to want to have at least a flush to call. And Darren off to the lead here, 106 to 59. Darren came into this match down 0-1. Crazy Good says, who won the Polk Antonius match? Patrik Antonius took him down 2-0. Grimsum said, I'm watching from Michigan. Well, shout out to Michigan. I was just in Michigan last year, spending some time with, with somebody. I thought Michigan was beautiful. Nice outdoor. It was really spread out, though. I'm used to Vegas, where everything's about 30 minutes away from each other. So I live where all the action is. And basically, you can get to any part of town, Summerlin, Henderson, in about 30 minutes. What I really love about Vegas, but it's getting a little more crowded, a lot more traffic, a little harder to get around during those peak times. But I mean, there's really no place like Las Vegas because there's so many card rooms, right? So if you want to play live poker, if you like live no and hold'em, like such a great place for you to go, just because there's so much action at those lower stakes, and you can find some higher stakes as well too. Obviously, other parts of the country like Texas are starting to pop off as well, but it's a little more spread out there. So if you want to leave one card room, go to the other. You got to drive. It takes a little time. And I mean, I guess the same thing happened to Vegas too. Steven, nice value bet the river with the queen jack. Take one down to Darren. Darren, a little bit unlucky card for them on the river. Darren looks like he's got a nice tan going on there. Spend some time outdoors here in the sun. Saw Steven earlier. I saw him with Lucky Chewy yesterday, with his wife. Looked like he was enjoying himself. Got the ladies here for Darren. Probably not going to open the 3-7, and he doesn't. He lays it down. Yeah, I don't use these headset microphones very often. I usually have like my Shure F70 back home. Kind of messes up your hair while you're doing it. Matt Van says, "Hey Joey, remember me from 2 years ago? We played in a tournament together. You kept calling me Liver Lips." No, I don't. I don't know who you are. I don't remember that. Liver Lips, huh? I don't think I would say that. Ben says a lot of sites got rid of heads up because it was bad for bum hunting and became predatory. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you got to be a little more hands-on if you're a poker operator, and if you want to create a heads up ecosystem, yeah, you have to be hands-on with it, right? So you have to make some rules, you have to make some changes, probably gonna upset people, which we kind of see some sites doing now. And I mean, to say the only option is to remove it, I don't believe that's the only option. So yeah, it takes a lot of work, takes some effort. Most sites probably don't want to do that. Most sites neglect cash games to begin with. So, they basically kept the ecosystem the same exact way for about 10, 15 years. And yeah, you're going to have some issues. You're going to have people that exploit that system. You're going to have people who their only goal is to make money and to get themselves in the most plus EV situations. And then you have to figure out as the operator how you're going to combat against that and what strategies you're going to do. And, we're finally seeing stuff like that happen. Of course, it doesn't come without people being upset about that. But I do think you could be hands-on with the cash game ecosystem, and you can at least try to create something, create some games, create some action. And yeah, I don't think it's a total like, hey, we should get rid of heads up altogether, right? But also, if you're an operator, a lot of the cash people lose so much money at heads up, where basically when you're a poker, like playing poker is a business. So this Darren 3-bet the king. So if you're a poker player, you run your own business. Whether you want to be a good businessman or a bad businessman is kind of up to you. So you, as the winning poker player, in competition with the poker site to figure out who's going to win money from the losing poker players. So obviously the operators want to take as much as they can in some situations, right? So what does that mean? Well, that means that money is going to come from the winning players. And then, well, if you play heads up, well, the better players have a huge edge over the worst players. So you're going to lose a lot more money to that winning player, take some money out of the ecosystem. So then in that situation, the operators have to say, well, let's get rid of that format altogether because we're not capturing enough money. Let's send these guys to higher rate games or send them to sit goes or whatever like that. So make complete sense. Bruin right now. Even. Second pair. All clubs on the board. Sheriff says, I think every MTT player should play heads up quite often. From heads up, you learn such a deep way of poker, how to construct your ranges for different bet sizes. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think heads up is it's mainly the main format I study when I study Hold'em right now. But a lot of my studies mainly for Potlam and Omaha and for finance and investing. Steven kicks it up. Lines just went up there. 60-40. Darren in the lead. Darren down 0-1 right now. Volpe says, I got a place in far west Summerlin. That sounds nice. Nori says, watching from Pakistan. Hello, what's up, Nori? Nice to see you. Yeah, I missed Doug Polk in the house making fun of my sunburn yesterday. He was very fired up about making jokes about me not using sunscreen out here in Cabo. Steven kicks it up with the 7-5 of clubs. Darren has that ace-7 offsuit. We saw him put a lot of money in pre-flop with the ace-8 offsuit last match, but he lays down that ace-7. Steven fighting back right now. No 4-bet alerts this match. No Perkins Jet, no Gorilla Gaming Glenn. So Steven gonna limp in here with the king 8 off. Looks like Darren's gonna go with about a little over 3x raise. I expect Steven to continue here with king 8. Good flop there for Darren. Lock in, boys. Straight draw and a flush draw. And a straight flush draw. That is a certified, possibly poker hard board. He goes small bet. Steven has bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw as well, too. Backdoor straight draw. See if he continues here. We need a miracle to win this hand. 10 on the turn. Okay, not bad. Needs the jack now. Darren's still in the lead with the flush. I imagine he's going to look to get bet to get value here. He does check, though. Steven has to decide what to do. Interesting spot. He does bet 69-12. That's about 3 big blinds into 12. And just check calls. River's a 6. Imagine Steven will show this down. Maybe he decides to turn this into a bluff, try to get Darren off a hand like queen. Maybe hand like ace queen, maybe ace 10. But he does just check, and Darren wins a nice pot there. Especially as the blinds start to rise. Every big blind matters. Got about a 2-1 chip lead. Adrock says, "What's up from Pittsburgh? What's up, brother? Nice to see you." Seen you leave a lot of comments over this the time I've been in the booth. I appreciate that. Siggy Man 23, what's up from Illinois? What's happening? How's it going? Uh-oh, we just got a new commentator. It looked like walked in the room here. What's happening? Oh, they'll add a box in there, guys. We got a guest in the house here. How's it going, brother? Nice to see you. You guys aren't gonna guess who's in the booth actually with me now.
Can you guys hear me?
Take this off this way a little bit so that way you can hear me. So basically move this off your ear a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Cool. Okay. Guys, listen. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Tom Dwan's in the house right now, saving me from solo commentary. What's up there? How's it going, man?
Well, I think my headset's off.
I think it should be working. They don't work.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, they should be able to hear you. It's on a little bit delay.
All right.
So we're gonna look to here to add in a nice video for Tom Dwan. Hopped in here. What have you been doing?
I got a little sunburn today. I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can notice.
Join
but,
join the crew. Let me see. Oh yeah. You see my son? Look at this, bro. This thing's crazy. Look at.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I know. Got real bad sunburn. So guys, we got Mr. Tom Dwan in the house. Everybody in the chat on YouTube, on Twitch, give him a nice hello. So you're joining here, right? Watching Darren Elias versus Steven Shidwick. Darren is down 0-1 right now, and Steven is not winning this match so far. So do you know anything about these players, Tom?
I mean, I know Chidwick a little bit. I don't know Darren Elias. I
Uh-huh.
don't think.
Yeah.
Can you give me the scoop?
Longtime player, one of the most winning player of the WPT history.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's basically a WPT legend. So
All right.
yeah, I don't know a ton about kind of personal outside of that. So looking forward to get to know more about him. But yeah, how'd you enjoy playing in this event, man? You and Doug kind of faced off in this epic showdown. The fans were all excited.
Yeah, I wanted to win, and then I didn't. I won the first one, so it's hard to lose after that. But
I know.
Still found a way to.
Yeah. How did you like playing with Doug Polk?
I liked it after the first match. I didn't like it the second match.
The banner and everything like that.
Yeah. I only really have one decision, like that one big swing or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It was neat. I hope we do more of these.
Yeah. I mean, and we talked about this during our podcast that should hopefully be out soon. Once you say I can post the podcast, we can get it up there for the people to watch. You talked about wanting to be a part of more experience and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they need to send me that so I can look at it. Yeah.
I think Thomas should have it. So Bear's got to make sure he didn't get too out of line during our podcast. He gets fired up. This guy had a lot of passion. I was surprised with the passion he brought for the ideas, and kind of working with Poker King as well too. He's obviously been around playing the game for a long time, so a lot of really smart, informed opinions. So what do you got planned for your Cabo trip now, man?
I don't know. I'm gonna try to get a little sunburn after that experience today. I blame JRB. He was just talking to me, and I got distracted.
That's how it works.
Oh, you got a chat thing up, huh?
Yeah, we got chat right here. Yeah, the chat's fired up. What's going on, guys? The chat's all fired up. They're excited right now.
Is Chipwick thinking about doing something crazy?
Yeah, 7-10. No, just lays it down. Jump in the booth. Let's get it. I'll post something up here for the people on Instagram if you guys want to see what our behind the scenes setup is. But yeah, man, here's what I learned from my Mexico trip so far, Tom. Sunscreen it anytime you go outside, because that's what I did. I was talking with Olivier Busquet for a while, and then before you know it, like 3 hours passed, and then I came here and I get made fun of all night. So for my sunburn, so it's like, yeah.
I think I was there for like an hour, and I still got this sunburn somehow. So I don't understand.
Faja Run says poker players don't get outside much. Now that's actually kind of true for a lot of poker players. That's true. You get outside much?
I mean, I get some sun usually, but I don't know. I guess it's a little stronger
That's
here.
what I said too. That's what I said. I was like, it ain't like this in Vegas. Like, you know, I go outside all the time. I don't have to get that burnt. So
Yeah, like I think I was outside like 45 minutes and got maybe it was an hour. I mean,
yeah.
JRB does like to talk. Maybe it went a little over. I don't know.
I saw JRB earlier. Told me he wants to start a podcast.
That's what he was telling me, and
Yeah.
now I got sunburn for it. I'm not going on his damn podcast. 'cause I
Was he
got a
trying to get you
sunburn.
on there?
No, he didn't even bring it up. But I
Oh,
would have
really?
done it if I didn't get sunburn.
Yeah. Post a photo here on the Instagram.
Looks
You
like
guys
we're
want to
gonna
go
have a
check
little
out what we're
pot
going
here.
on here?
Chipwick might raise this. This would be a reasonable raise spot.
Yeah, we
Oh.
haven't seen too many check raises in some. Yeah, nice river there for Darren. But we haven't seen too many check raises in these type of spots with these hands. Some that go maybe either way. With Darren Elias, rivers to straight. Not really going to get much action here from that 9, a third pair. You played a lot of heads up recently. I mean, obviously back in the day, you were a heads up animal, but you played a lot of heads up no hold'em lately.
No, I played almost none.
Damn.
But actually, this format it had a lot of like 20 and 30 big blind, which I've probably played a lot more of than most people in the tournament.
You were talking about that, right? You said you played a lot of cap game format, and you also played a lot of shorter stack tournament stuff like that before too.
Tournaments not so much, but
Cash
a lot
game?
of the cap.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And
Did
this
you
is
like
heads up,
that
so-
cap format? It just seems so gambly, and I mean, maybe the recreational players liked it, or maybe like players were just making really big mistakes, or maybe it's just easier to get action back then. I don't know.
Yeah, I had liked them because the games were good. I mean, I don't know if I would have chosen it normally, but
All in for Darren.
this is a snap for Chipwick. Yeah.
Even calls. You need a king for a queen. Queen on the turn for Stevie. And Rivers a 4, and Stevie's gonna double up right there. So Steven Chidwick gets it in behind.
Who won the first one here?
Steven Chidwick won the first one. Yeah, Darren limped in with ace 8, I believe, and I think it was a limp, or maybe it was 2.2x, and then Stevie shoved for about 30 big blinds of pocket deuces, and then Darren limp called. Yeah, Grimsrud says, Tom, did you have fun playing Doug?
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we might see more events like this, huh? Maybe more heads up
Should,
stuff.
yeah. I was saying, what if we did a 3-person?
I heard you say that.
That could be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I
3-person battleship.
mean, I think we should, right? I mean, you think about the history of poker. We've seen a lot of heads up, and we've seen a lot of ring, but we haven't really seen much like 3-4-handed, right? Like you could experiment with some of those lineups, have a good time. I mean, that seems like a real good idea. Yeah,
It seems like it could be cool.
Yeah, I think so.
You could do like first person to win 2 advances and some kind of
Interesting,
point
yeah.
system for yeah, it could be
Yeah,
interesting.
you have to think about how to do that, right? What do you think about this format with the 7 hands where the blinds go up, and then you kind of start off a little bit deeper, but eventually if he kind of goes down, then you're about 10, 12 big blinds effective, and it kind of comes down to who gets the hands.
I think it's neat for it may not obviously you're not going to have it as the perfect test of skill. The blinds are going up so fast and stuff, but I mean, to me, poker's not about that. It's about like there's elements where you're playing cash all day, especially online, but even live, you're playing cash all day for days or weeks or months, and that's much more of a test of skill. But when you're doing an event like this, you're trying to create something interesting, trying to create a spectacle, and also have elements of skill to that, and interesting decision points, interesting stuff to watch, good content. So yeah, I thought it was neat. I think trying something like 3-man would be awesome. I mean, I really hope we do it. I'm gonna push for it.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying, because a lot of people say, oh well, they want to 20,000 hand death match or something like that. But you know, that's I think different formats work. It doesn't need to be who is the best player 100%, right? Like we got to know who the best player is. I think you can do formats like this and still have it be a good time, right? Like sure, maybe we don't know who the best player is overall of the two that match up, but I think it does, like you said, creates for moments, creates for hands. You get to see the players a little bit as well too, and you know, ultimately put on a show for the fans and create an experience for them. So yeah, I hope that we'll see more. And I mean, I think it seems like you're, you know, from our conversation, you're looking to get more in the mix with ideas, and I know you got a lot of real cool ideas in terms of what you think you might want to see and what the fans might want to see as well too. So, Jack's here.
Oh, that's behind Chibwick. I thought it was someone filming behind us. I was so confused. I was like, there's no one in the room. What's going on?
There's like, where'd that camera guy go?
It's like, that's some good Photoshop shit. Pretty good spot for Darren here.
Darren with those pesky pocket jacks, the jiggities. And Steven, middle pair, 7-8, gonna call. There's an ace. Claudia says, yes, great idea. Okay, well, there we go. She's liking that 3-person idea. Max says 3-person would be really fun because it would be heads up a lot too. That's true. Europe says, is Tom going to play the World Series of Poker?
What is the deal with the World Series of Poker?
It's going on in September, end of September, October, into November.
That's a long time.
I know, yeah. 6 weeks out there.
Yeah, I don't know yet.
Yeah, they announced the biggest buy-in Pot Limit Omaha tournament ever, $50,000 buy-in. So yeah,
maybe I will be playing.
Yeah, that's going on. They got these like high rollers towards the end of the event, which I think will be a lot of fun.
But yeah, the stuff we were talking about, like I like a bunch of fresh ideas. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think this format's neat. I think it's like, because people talk about doing some really long, you know, people played like Doug and Negrano played like 25,000 hands.
Right.
Most people aren't going to watch most of the time. You might have some diehard poker fans got it up in the background, but that's not like growing the game or people that like it or whatever. And something like this, people can watch. You know, it's pretty quick.
Yeah, you wonder about growing the game, right? And if that's like a question, you got to create content for people that are outside the normal scope of who those players might be, or you know, you say growing the game, or you growing people that are spectators, players, you know. So there's a lot of different ways to attack that, but yeah, I think that you know, there's just so much that's unexplored. There's so much that hasn't been tried, and different formats, different ways to promote it, market it, package it together. So. Robinson said, Tom Dwan, demand the Boston Encore reopens the poker room. Okay, he's on it.
Looks like it could be another spot here.
Yeah, top pair, Steven. Gonna get at least most likely 1 or 2 streets of value here from Darren with the backdoor straight draw on the second pair. Yeah, ace on the turn again. Might be a little action killer for both players. Steven might check back turn, go for a little value on that river. How different is it playing no limit hold'em after you play so much short deck?
I mean, it felt real different when it's 100 big blinds deep. Like I said, when it's like 30 big blinds or whatever, it's more formulaic.
Makes sense, yeah.
So that didn't feel that different.
I haven't played much short deck ever. I think I really haven't even watched much of it, so I don't know much about it.
Right.
In terms of strategies and how the games, what are the big differences between how the games change?
I'm looking at this hand for a second. That's what I'm seeing. All right.
Yes, even
This
goes
is
to
a
the
little
value
bit of
bet.
a spot for Darren. I mean, definitely could find a fold here, but you could see arguments for calling. It's decent bluff catcher. Steven's probably not betting queens. You know, could have a lot of stuff that missed here.
And maybe a hand like yeah, I feel like a hand with a jack, maybe barrels turn, maybe a hand like jack 9 bets turn. Think about what Steven's bluffs could be that we would check back turn with. Maybe deuce 5, deuce 3 bet turn as well too. Have 7 in our hand, kind of block one of those cards, and Darren decides to lay it down. Steven. Yeah, he's got the lead right now, and he's got aces, 40-30 right now. Steven Chidwick needs to win one more game, and he's going to move on to round 3. We already saw Patrik Antonius advance over Doug. We saw Phil Ivey advance as well too. They're going to be coming back tomorrow to play. Would be kind of iconic to see those two make it to the heads up in the final.
How did that go? Those two? Did they
Uh,
win 2-1 or 2-0?
Patrik won 2 against Doug. It was quite an interesting match. They were
2-1 or 2-0?
well, yeah, they were both talking back and forth. Patrik was he had some great table talk.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. People were surprised in the chat.
Yeah, it's kind of cool format sitting across from people as they're playing.
You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it looks like Darren isn't here, right?
They're both here. Yeah, they were both here earlier.
Oh, so they are.
Yeah, yeah. We're on a little bit delay with this right now.
That's true. Yeah.
So both players here have gutters. Steven with the initiative, raised pre-flop. Darren, king 8. Lays that one down. He's in here. Poker Bro says they need to update the title with Dwan commentary. We are getting to that point you talked about, Tom, the more formulaic kind of 17 big blind stack. It actually seems like it's pretty interesting, right? The hands, some people kind of like if you kind of study what the ranges are, some of these like, sometimes you're just shoving certain hands that wouldn't make much sense intuitively at 8 big blinds, 9 big blinds, and even 30 big blinds. Like you saw Steven's pocket deuces earlier, I think versus a limp or. Yeah, I do find it really interesting, and I don't think much about it though. I mean, do you find that it hurts your overall 100 big blind game to put a lot of work into, 9 big blind, 10 big blind kind of stuff like that?
I've never put a lot of work into it, but I played it a ton back before there were like really many resources for it. But I don't know about 9 or 10. I mean, you don't have much room at 9 or 10. It's pretty formulaic. But at like even 18, 19, 20, you have options. There are decision points, and especially like 30, there's a bunch of decision points. But it's there's also like constraints, just because you only have 30 big blinds, so it's not like you really can't get more than a certain little amount out of line. So
yeah, I find it when I think about these stack sizes, I'm just so used to deep stack Potlam Omaha. It just like breaks my brain in some ways because like you try, it's so hard to get me. You know what I'm saying? It's like a different game. It's like a different planet of game, really. So it's you've been playing a lot of Potlam Omaha too.
Like maybe 6 or 8 months ago I was playing a bit, but not lately. I like PLO.
Yeah, I love PLO. It's so fun. Top pair for Darren here. Limp in here with Queen 10 suited. Maybe going for a limp jam potentially.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with that. Queen 10 suited there.
Yeah.
Like, what do you have? 17 and a half? Yeah. I don't think that one's optimal.
Yeah. Well, 63s here. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see the players' different styles once you get to the stack size. Some people are limping a lot more. Some people aren't limping at all. They're just making standard raises. There's no real agreed upon best way to play at this depth, huh?
I don't know. At 17, I think there's probably a little more. At like 2025, there's a little less, but.
Eden Rocks in the chat. This is the last match. So this is the last official match, and then we're going to see some highlights from Dvoress versus versus Stefan. So and that'll be the last hit. And then we're going to come back tomorrow, round 3. We're going to see who can take this one down. 400K up top. 25K buy-in.
Who's left?
Right now we got what's it going to be? Dan Smith. We got Chris Kruk in the top right. We got Chris Kruk versus Limitless. Bottom right, we got Phil Ivey versus the winner of this. Bottom left, we got Patrik Antonius versus the winner of the Dvoress versus Steven match. And then Stefan match. And then top left, we have Dan Smith versus Sam Greenwood, I believe. Chopped up there, nothing kind of going on. Yeah, these guys have not been very chatty with each other.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, they didn't say a word last match, and not this match either.
That's funny.
You went downtown last night?
I went to some Mexican restaurant that was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you been to Cabo often?
Yeah, maybe 5 times, 7 times, something like that.
The first time here, I'm definitely enjoying it so far. I mean, we're in a nice place, so it's hard not to enjoy it here.
Everybody's living the 9-3 offsuit here. I think that's a bit ambitious.
Bit
Now,
ambitious.
you know, maybe if he really thinks that Darren's not going to put on enough pressure,
Mhm.
but yeah, I mean, I don't. My guess is it's not going to work out great long term. A little bit. That's just a little ambitious. I think with 17 big, it's different if you have like 25 or 30.
Mhm. Just
We'll
pick up
see.
the flush draw on the turn there.
Yeah, he's kind of got to fire this one, I think.
Yeah, well, we've seen players. Once again, you mentioned the limping. We've seen some players limp in. I think almost 100% of their hands in some situations on the button.
I don't know about that turn check there, but I
Yeah.
see it. Yeah, I think when you get to like 16, 17 big blinds, it's really, I mean, even at 18, 19, 20, it's a little hard to be limping too many hands.
The YouTube chat moderator we might need to pay that guy more money here because he's not doing their job right now.
Yeah, someone's spamming the chat, huh?
Yeah, my man Richard Simmons is going a little crazy. So here we go. Steven's gonna bluff this river, and Darren, fourth pair.
Kind of funny bluff when you think about it. Like he's representing what?
Yeah, what is he representing? It's a good
Ace
question.
8? You know,
Yeah, maybe ace 8. Yeah, maybe a limp ace 8.
tens? Like there's not that many.
Yeah,
Could be king X, but a lot of his queens I think are going to be betting the turn.
it's like Darren kind of thinks the way you think about this one, Tom. He looks like he wants to call. He does lay
Ooh.
it down, yeah. Darren Elias getting a lot of help here, guys. He's 15 to 35 right now, down 0-1. Needs to win the next 2 matches. Picks up the 7s.
Yeah, I think it's quite a bit better to shove this than raise it small.
Yeah, why is
He's
that?
got a problem here if Chivik calls because there's just a lot of flops where he's going to get stacked. If it's like 8 high or queen high flop, he's not really going to be able to fold his hand.
It doesn't seem like these guys are going too crazy post flop. In terms of and, you know, let's say he does call, flop comes 8 high. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, shove versus call.
I'm not saying if you have 9s or something, it's a lot different, but like
I think 7s maybe a little bit.
5s or worse, I think it would be a really big mistake. Even 6s or 7s, I think it's a decent mistake. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm a little rusty, but
well, we're getting unrusty, right? We're talking it out. He talks.
That's funny. I think he's supposed to shove this king 5 too, but I feel like everyone's not quite shoving enough.
We haven't seen a ton of shoving. And Darren does shove ace. Yeah, you're right. We have not seen too much aggressive stuff.
I had thought Doug wasn't shoving quite enough when I was playing him.
Yeah.
I'm just limping a little. But then he was like raising my limps a lot, where actually I was going to be limp jamming a ton, but I just kept having.
Yeah, you
shit.
basically didn't have you didn't have a ton there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was quite. He was
This
raising
king
your
10
limbs kind of light. I think deuce 7. He had one hand too.
This king 10 limp, I think, is a pretty big mistake. I think you just got to rip it.
Steven flops second pair. Where are my chat moderators at, guys?
Is this on Poker King's YouTube or yours?
WPT. World Poker Tour.
See, so like this is funny because Darren, I mean, you really shouldn't have many ace-x hands to limp. And because he's got, I think he started with like 14 bigs. And it just doesn't really work out great to try to trap ace-x that often. If you think about it, he doesn't have many flushes because he's going to be betting the flop with almost any flush draw. So we'll see if Steven puts that together, but I'm guessing Darren's bluffing the river. Yeah, and I
He
mean,
does.
like, it's just pretty hard for him to have something here. I don't know how much Steven's played short, but I think he can find a call here if he's played a bit of short stacked. I mean, Steven's played a lot of tournaments, so I think. But tournaments are obviously different because you have the payout differences, right? So there might be a lot of spots in a tournament
Yeah.
where you should limp ace-x because of payout differences.
That's a really good point. Yeah, that's really interesting to think about. You know, this is a tournament, but it's not necessarily how it's going to be if it's like a full. Let's say it's four-handed, right? You have ICM payouts and that kind of stuff like that. Yeah.
Right here, there's no ICM considerations. You're basically playing a cash game that happens to be part of a tournament. And so yeah, I mean, I think this 5-6 you can find a call.
We haven't seen too much hero calling going on once these stacks a little shorter. Most players.
Because deuce 4 suited, I was definitely raising that. I think that's because you have a hand you're so happy to fold to a shove, but it actually plays decent. You don't mind getting called. But people aren't raising enough. You're supposed to raise a bit to like 2.1, 2.2x with like I guess right now they have 18. I think it's 20x supposed to. So.
Right now, guys, we got a very even match. Darren Elias trying to claw his way back, 21-18. Darren down 0-1 right now, best of 3. Stevie looking to put this one away. Flops the second pair. Darren has the 2 overs and a gut shot. Ooh, nice turn there for Darren. Turns the top pair. Feels a little bit of energy moving here. Looks to take the chip lead. Darren most likely bet again. Stevie, what do you think? Continues with this 8?
Depends how much he bets.
Yeah, 14. Was about 2.5 big blinds into about 4.4-ish. Let's just lay it down.
These guys are playing snug.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this is kind of what we've seen from most of the players once it gets down to the stack depth. Even you mentioned yesterday, you and Doug. I mean, Doug may be playing a little bit loose pre-flop.
When I played cash at these depths, like in the cap games, people were playing a bit wider, and those are people who play more hands and stuff. So my
Yeah,
guess is people are like a little
I see exactly what you're saying.
not
That makes
refined
sense,
or
yeah.
whatever on these stack depths.
Yeah.
I don't really like betting here by Steven, but I'm guessing found the check.
Back turns the flush draw.
So basically, you can assume Darren doesn't have 2 overs very often to a 7, because if he did, a lot of times
raise that limp, right?
Yeah, a lot of times he'd be doing something pre-flop. There's exceptions, but so hands just have a little more definition at this stack size because there's certain hands that are kind of automatic shove. I'm surprised Darren left this river. I don't know that it would have worked. He didn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe both players just choosing to play more passive, pick a little better spots. Do you even own Litecoin says, Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you, Tom. You a father?
My
Maybe.
dad passed.
Yeah.
Oh, am I a dad, you said?
Yeah.
Or? No, I'm not a dad, no.
I don't think I am either, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
You know?
That's true.
All in for King 5. Oh, Darren played the world, right? You stayed a bunch of different countries, right?
Yeah.
I never know, you know.
That's an ambitious shove by Steven, but got it right.
You think so?
I mean, you could do it sometimes, but it's definitely ambitious. King 5 for 20 bigs, right?
Mm-hmm. What site is this being played on? It's being played on Poker King, which is Tom Dwan is one of the main sponsored pros for Poker King. Tom Dwan, Phil Ivey. Is Nikki P a sponsored pro officially?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, the surprising check with the 3-4 by Steven here.
You think maybe more fighting for these small pots and these limp pots like that?
Yeah, I mean, he has an open ender. You know, it's a bad one, but still. I don't know. I don't think he would have won it because I think, Darren has a gut shot and a spade. But oh wow, that's very surprising to me. Let's check to flop and then call the turn. I don't know about that.
Yeah, Darren turned the top pair. River 7 makes the straight. Steven might have bet a 7 on the turn. Darren might think his jack high is good. He does go for a little bit of value.
Weird. What is he doing?
Probably trying to target maybe.
I mean, he's like, come on. He's got a jack. There's a lot of stuff possible there,
He thinks that Steven will bet a 7 on the flop himself. Maybe bets most of his pairs on the flop. So, but maybe he checks back maybe like a bottom pair. So goes for a little bit of value.
I think it's a little thin.
Yeah. So this is gonna get pretty short here, 15-15 right now. These guys are willing to grind it down.
So at 15, I think you're not supposed to raise hands, just shove or limp. Not sure, but like reasonably confident. It's been a long time since I played a lot of like short stack cash, but I'm pretty sure that's right. 20, you're able to raise it occasionally. 30, you're able to raise a lot.
It's always fun watching the evolution of the poker strategy.
Well, a lot of people just go for it anyway. You know,
Yeah.
they may, even if you're not supposed to have 15, they may go for it anyway. But, and I think like a lot of people in this tournament have been playing strategies that aren't necessarily super refined, but they can maybe get away with it. But so here's as an example, right? Like neither one of them should have an ace almost ever here. And so it's kind of funny that the flops bet and the turns bet. And Steven made a good call on the turn here.
Yeah, Steven had that gutter on the turn. And now Darren 10 high. He does check back, does not bluff, and Steven gonna get the showdown with the queen high, takes the lead 22-11. Yeah, maybe a spot Darren might look to. Kind of interesting point you put on about the ace, right? If
Yeah, because you have 15x, so you can't really afford to limp ace x. I mean, maybe like an ace 9 suited every now and then, or ace 8 suited or something, maybe. Or if you really think someone's shoving too much, maybe. But I mean, it's a pretty big equity hit when you limp one of those hands and it goes check check. And if you limp something like a ace 4 offsuit or whatever, it's just a disaster when it goes check check.
So now Stevie turns this hand into a bluff with the 10 deuce, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Bottom pair for Darren. Similar spot we saw a little bit earlier, right? I guess that time he had 3-4. This hand has no equity.
Yeah, it seems a little ambitious. I mean, a lot of stuff's going to hold on, right? Any 9, 8, 7, 6, or 5 is holding on the flop.
And that might be a bigger part of Darren's range once he doesn't raise pre-flop versus the limp.
Right, he's got one of those cards a lot of time, and there's some cards with the 4 that might hold on too.
Does indeed. Interesting hand right there. Darren down to 9 big blinds, guys. He's gonna need some big pot energy here.
So he should be shoving this.
Well, let's see if he limps like he's been doing with a lot of these hands.
Please don't. There. Okay. Good.
Tom Don's in pain right now. Darren does indeed shove, takes it down, 10-23. Anyone's game right now. All Darren needs is one double up.
So, like, this would be a really crazy limp. Steven, oh my god. And big blind, 7-4 offsuit. It's ambitious.
Maybe you're not playing enough hands, huh? I don't know.
Telling you that one's ambitious.
I'm done, not playing enough hands. Who would ever thought that?
So, Darren should be shoving this flop if Steven bets.
Let's see what happens here. Both players got a little piece, guys.
Got to be betting a lot of the time. So, raising, shoving, doing something. And it's actually going to be a tough decision for Steven.
Aaron raises very small. And still a tough spot for Stevie here. Second pair, backdoor straight draw. Darren hasn't really been super aggressive at all for the most part here. It's interesting. Steven does lay it down. So Darren get back there. 21-12, anyone's game. The boys are fighting. They're not giving away a big blind without a fight. 80 Stone in the chat. What's up? Nice to see you. You know Katie at all?
I don't think so. Who's that?
Katie, she's a longtime poker player. We sponsored by Party Poker on the East Coast, and her mother was the restaurant queen of Houston. And yeah.
So the thing is, when you have, 12 big blinds like they have this hand, you can't really afford to trap many hands. And so that means when you're limping as many hands as these guys are, it's pretty exploitable. But it seems like neither one of them is really exploiting it.
So
and I'm not saying there's hands you can trap. You can trap like, a bunch of pocket pair stuff, or maybe something like a queen jack suited, king jack suited, stuff like that. But there's just not that many of those.
Yeah.
And I think these guys are playing a little bit passive, over limped. They're limping more hands than I would be, but then partly because the other guy's not fighting back enough.
So now Steven's going to turn that top pair. That's the pot. Darren bottom pair. queen of diamonds in his hand. Does call. River's a 6. Great card for Steven. River's 2 pair. Darren. Gonna face a bet here. Has to decide what to do, what he beats. Does have that queen of diamonds. Block some of the flush draws he might want his opponent to have. See what size he goes with here, Tom. He goes, puts them all in there, overbets the pot.
I mean, this should be a pretty easy fold for Darren. Like a lot of stuff got there. 6-8, 6-9, hit a 6, you know.
Yeah, I want.
And hands like Jack 9 or Jack 8 should be shoving pre-flop. So there's not really. Yeah, you could have diamond. That's not that many hands.
Steven's probably shoving river. I would imagine 10 plus. So start with some of his 10s and then
It
probably
should
not.
be,
Yeah.
should be a shove from the Jack 9. And then Queen 8 might be a shove. Sure.
Sit down.
Oh, they're close. I don't know. 9 bigs. This should be a shove and a call to you. You have a little 9 big blind check. See what you're supposed to do with Queen 8.
No, I'm ready to get out of the chat. All in, Derek. With A7, looks like he's going to double up here. And he does indeed double up. There we go. We do see our all in. Darren Elias doubles up. 15 to 10. This is going to go down to the wire.
I think you can shove 10-7 too. But if you do, King 8's going to be calling you. I think. Yeah, 10. Oh, wow. Just another limp. Now, this King 8, like, come on. You got to shove it, Steven.
Right. He does shove. You're right, Tom.
King 8's a pretty good hand with 10 big blinds. We should have another all in here.
This looks like it's going to be it.
So this is actually like, if you want to pick a hand to trap, King Jack suited is a reasonable one.
Goes all in a call. Ace deuce versus King Jack. Even top pair flush draw. Bad deuce for Darren.
We'll do it. All right, guys. Oh,
Okay.
sorry. We'll do it.
3 big blinds, 22 to 3, chip in a chair. Anyone could come back. You gonna limp this one? No. Okay, he's in. And Darren's gonna need to get lucky. Steven Chidwick going for the 2-0 lead right now. Queen 5 versus 9-7. Up to 5.
That'll
like
do
that. GG.
See you guys.
Chidwick battled it out. We go to the full screen. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah. Just like that, Steven Chidwick's gonna move on to round 3. Congratulations to Steven. And nice match there against Darren Elias. Unlucky for Darren. He's going to be eliminated in this $25,000 WPT heads-up event. Tom Dwan checking out his sunburn. Yeah. Join us in the booth. I believe we're going to go to one more after this. We're going to do a break, and then we're going to see a 50-minute condensed version of Stefan versus Dan Dvoress. And after that, we're going to wrap it up. So if you guys want to stick around for that.
I'm not sticking around. I'm getting some sushi.
He's going to get out there, get some sushi. I'm going to be relegated to the back room. Tom.
See you, man.
Great to have you on there, brother. Guys in the chat, be back soon. And don't go anywhere.
See you guys.
It's very interesting thinking about the poker boom and thinking about that time, looking back at it now. It was a fun time, and nobody could ever actually prepare me for that. You know, when I started playing poker, I never expected to be Phil Ivey, to get a hold of millions of dollars at such a young age, living in Vegas. It was just an incredible experience. I still remember the first time somebody came up to me and asked me for my autograph. I just couldn't believe it.
You were way, way bigger than me. I mean, if we put a number, 5 times bigger.
100 times.
100 times,
No, I'm
okay.
just joking, I'm joking.
No, but I'm saying people would say hi to me, maybe want a picture. They'd follow you into the bathroom.
Yeah, that happened a couple of times.
Right. No, but you're talking with positive words, and a lot of times you were annoyed.
I was annoyed when I was eating, and I would be bothered. So other than that, I wasn't really. I don't really think I was annoyed too much.
Let
Like
me
you think I
remind
was.
you then. Remember when people were flashing cameras in your eyes and your eyes are red and that stuff?
Oh yeah, of course that stuff annoys you when people are flashing cameras in your eyes, but the overall experience of the poker boom was great. To be completely honest, you know, during the whole poker boom, I didn't really appreciate it. You know, there was times where, you know, like I was golfing with Michael Jordan, like, you know, one of the people that like I looked up to as a child.
That's what I was going to say.
You know, like, you know, I was at dinner with Obama.
Yeah.
You know, things like that, like, were just, of course, those things were amazing. But I can say, like, I honestly didn't appreciate them the way that I do now, being able to look back at those things. The young, up-and-coming poker players, a lot of them are incredibly talented. I'm kind of out of touch with a lot of the players of today. So once I start, you know, playing tournaments, I'm sure I'll learn who most of them are again. A lot of times it's difficult for me to relate to some of the younger poker players because it's, you know, again, we come from such a, there's a generational gap.
It starts out as a generation gap because of our age, but then we became colleagues, so that united us.
There was a gap, there was an age gap, but once we got to know each other and, you know, I became a better player, we became more colleagues. I think it's the same thing, and we were, you know, we were both, you know, made an effort in our relationship or whatever. So, like, I think that if an effort is made, I don't really think that the gap matters, the gap really will matter as much. Yeah, if I could change one thing about poker, well, for one, I would definitely make poker legal, online poker legal everywhere. I think, you know, people should have a choice, you know, whether or not they want to play poker or not, and there shouldn't be any loss. That's just my personal opinion, my personal view. I would definitely get rid of sunglasses. I mean, I don't think those should be allowed at the table, personally.
Right.
I don't know, how about you, Barry?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those hypothetical questions that isn't going to happen, so it's kind of hard to put a lot of effort into thinking what we could do. You know, change is incremental. We see things are wrong, and we make small changes at a time. It doesn't work where you can just change to a big thing in one swoop.
Yeah, I definitely would, if there was something I would change in the poker world, it definitely would be dealer abuse. I think that's absolutely crazy. And I think there should be almost zero tolerance in the poker rooms for players being abusive towards a dealer. One of the hands that I played was against Chris Moneymaker. It was I would say up to date, that was one of the biggest hands in poker.
Well, some people think it changed the course of poker history.
Maybe it did.
He is all in.
And quickly called.
The pot size is 1 million now.
And now Moneymaker is going to need an ace, a queen, or a 6 on the river to win the hand, which would knock out Phil Ivey.
I just remember when that ace hit on the river, just feeling like the wind was knocked out of me.
Oh, amazing. Phil Ivey loses with a full house to a better full house of Chris Moneymaker.
I remember saying to myself, do not show how disappointed you are. Do not let the world see this. You know what I mean?
Do you remember who you called when you got home?
I don't remember. Yeah, I guess maybe I probably called you, I guess.
Yeah, you called me and said, what would you do? I said, I'd have folded on the flop.
Yeah.
And you said, actually, he had what I thought he had. That's what you told me. You said, I just decided I'd take a card off because I knew where he was, and I knew I was going to get all the chips if it hit.
No, I think at the time I didn't really understand No Limit Hold'em, you know, and
right, that's true.
I would have probably. I mean, it was like a 10-handed game, and I, you know, should have folded on the flop. Obviously we know this now, but again, you know, you were just playing off the cusp back then, right?
Right.
The game was not solved in these type of situations. So
for you.
For me, yeah, you know, which was yeah. So you know, so I called and a 9 hit, and then you know, the ace came in the river, but it ended up being better for poker that Chris won, I think. Maybe not better for me financially. At the time, I didn't really have much money.
Yeah, one of the things I would think, we think about hands we played badly more than hands we won, more than hands we played well. Don't you think back about, I wish I'd have done something different? more than how it's kind of like what we're saying. That I was happy out of things about things I did well. You don't have that?
I mean, I think about it. I think about past hands just like as just like kind of like analyze them and like think about like what my thought process was in that moment, and think about what they were thinking and think about like what I could have done differently, but I don't attach to that thought.
That's just because you're more mellow now than you were 10 years ago. That's the reason you're saying it.
No,
10
John,
years ago, I don't know. I don't know if you'd have said the same thing 10 years ago.
I think I may not have said it like this, but I've always, for the most part, I've always been like this. Like as far as like, you know, I don't really dwell on things. Like for instance, like if I have a big loss, I tend to get over it pretty quickly. I like to believe that is in the overall big picture, and that kind of like, you know, what happened in that moment was meant to happen and to learn from that. You know what I mean? Instead of thinking, oh, I should have done this differently. I think it's a much healthier way of viewing it.
Mexico 25K WPT heads up event. You saw the players party right there, that beautiful shot. I was sleeping in a Mexico City sleeping pod during that event. Shout out to me. And yeah, guys, listen, we're back here. We just saw Stephen Chidwick take down Darren Elias. We're going to witness our last match. Couple great high stakes players. Stefan11222 versus Daniel Dvoress. Right here, we're looking at our bracket. Dan Smith, Sam Greenwood, top left. Advanced earlier today. Patrik Antonius took down the Polk, the Supreme Leader. Right-hand side, we just saw Stephen Chidwick advance, and he's going to take on the legend himself, the GOAT, Mr. Phil Ivey. Top right, Chris Krupp, my man Chris, and Limitless. Mr. Limitless is back in the mix, and they're going to be playing to see who goes to the semi-finals. And right now, we're going to watch Dan Dvoress take on Stefan. Actually, I think we're in the round of 8 kind of coming up here. So whoever wins these next matches is going to be able to earn a little bit of money here in this 25K WPT Heads of event, sponsored by Poker King. Right here, we're looking at it. Dan Dvoress versus Stefan. I know Stefan just had an epic heads-up match against Limitless, and I'm excited to see him play. I don't know a ton about him. Dan Dvoress, longtime poker player, used to play, I think, a lot of cash games on PokerStars as well, too. Very well-versed in that. And yeah, I heard he's also very popular in the Chinese poker community as well, too, in terms of having a lot of fans out there. Excited to see how he is going to play versus Stefan. Maybe they'll have some banter. Maybe they won't. We're going to find out. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. Thanks, everybody, for still tuning in right now. It's 9 p.m. combo time. It's getting late up there. And let's get into the flash match. Let's see what kind of goes down. and it's going to be the highlight version of the match. So should be done. I think yeah, it should be about 15 minutes. So hopefully they give us some good hands, good action. Let's get into it. So we're going to pick it up. Match 3 right here. Dan Dvoress on the right, Stefan on the left. Stefan looks like he's got a green door in the background for some reason. I like that green door. It looks nice. Maybe the guy's a content creator that I don't know about. So 1-1 here. Next player wins. They're going to move on to the round of 8. So Stefan, high stakes cash game player. Here he's debatably one of the best at heads up no limit hold'em cash games right now. We'll see how that transfers over to this sit and go format. Shout out to everybody watching still on YouTube and Twitch. Claudia Salinas, tonight's been fun. Gotta love the poker community. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you very much for all the great words, all the great comments, and the prize, the actual championship ambush squad is $400,000 for first place, $25,000 buy-in. Also, get a lot of bragging rights, right? Get to go around and you know, that certainly means something to a lot of people out there. 3-bet by Jack 9 suited from Stefan. I got a, I think I got a sheet over here with some more information. Where's my sheet? Dean C, what's going on, brother? Yes, Stefan is a regular in the biggest online cash games worldwide for the past 5 years. And he joined Limitless in an online heads-up challenge recently. Yeah, I did commentary on Limitless versus Fedor. GG kind of, I don't want to talk about that. He staged him, the kind of match kind of go down there. And also Stefan played Limitless. If you guys know Limitless, he's a, yeah, he's a crazy guy, man. That guy's a real crazy guy, so. Yeah, Stefan took that one down. I didn't follow that match very closely. Little action, picking it up here. Daniel, top pair, open and straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Stefan with the gut shot as well too, second pair. Matt Gibson, what's going on, brother? Nice to see you. Butt Farm Poker, how's it going? Stefan, interesting here. Gonna re-raise with the 6-9. Okay, I can tell we're already getting a little spicier this match. This is what I'm liking to see. Very interesting. So the other mic is echoing. It isn't anymore. I just unplugged it. So Dan does call. Turn is a flush draw. So Dan raises the flop, calls the re-raise. Stefan, what do you think he's going to have here? Obviously a flush draw, maybe some top pairs, maybe some 2 pairs, maybe some straights. Probably not many weak hands. And now Dan has a decision to make. Does have that top pair. He's going to check back. River is the ace of hearts. So Dan makes the flush. Not a very strong flush, though. But obviously he likes that. Although Stefan check raise, he re-raised the flop, bet flop. Yeah, 8-9 maybe 1 heart. Maybe hand like 3-4, 4-8, 1 heart potentially. Stefan thinking about turning this into a bluff. Pot's getting pretty big, 19 big blinds. Stefan checks. Dan's probably going to show this one down, be happy. Collect the chips. Like he's thinking about betting, and he does indeed bet. Interesting. Okay, so maybe he's trying to get value from a hand, maybe like a straight, maybe a hand like 3-4. He does block 3-4 with that 4 in his hand. Maybe 4-8, maybe 8-9. If for some reason Stefan has 8-9, decide to check the turn, and Stefan give it up. And Dan in the lead right now, 101-66. What happened to Darren Elias? He was unfortunately eliminated by Steven Chidwick. Yeah, guys, I'm curious who's still out there in the chat right now. Who do we still got on Twitch? We got on YouTube. I see Rob M out there. Top pair here. Could be an action board. Flush draw and a gut shot for Dan. Let's see how he plays this one. Stefan has that top pair, Queen 10. Dan might be looking to check raise here. Stefan probably not going to go anywhere with his top pair hands. And indeed, Dan does raise, putting a little pressure on Stefan. 1-1. Stefan not going to go anywhere. Is he going to re-raise? He's going to call. Queen 10. Most likely not folding any top pairs here. Maybe fold his 4s. Call with some of his 3s potentially too. He does lay it down. Wow, interesting. Okay. So Stefan holds the queen 10. Dean says Dvoress has the sick fro. He does got a sick fro going on there for sure. Liking that look he's got with that hair. I like that. I mean, I couldn't do that to my hair. So Dan getting a little sneaky here with the king queen offsuit. Let's see if he decides to limp re-raise. Stefan attacks with that queen 8 of clubs. That nice unsuited, not a suited connector, but. And Dan does indeed re-raise with the king queen. So he's been limping. I think we've seen him limp a couple hands so far. It looks like he's going to be limp re-raising some hands. Stefan queen 8 suited. Dan putting him in a tricky spot. G Harvella, much love, brother. Take care. Thanks for tuning in. Stefan does call. Not a good board for either player. Stefan with the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw. Dan with the initiative. Has to be thinking what kind of hand Stefan might call here with. Maybe a hand like, you know, ace jack, ace 10, maybe king 10, jack 10. Probably doesn't think he's calling as wide as maybe queen 8 suited. Dan goes with the nice small bet size. If Stefan decides to attack this. He does indeed decide to attack it. The boys are mixing it up. I love this. And now Dan in a tough spot. King, queen, backdoor straight draw. Equals. Okay, I like this. Queen on the turn. Ay, Stefan. I mean, he's not loving this, right? It's a really strange hand right here. Limp, re-raise, call, check raise. And now Stefan improves on the turn. He's got to be thinking, what does this guy Dan have? Obviously over pairs. Could have some ace king, ace queen, king queen as well too. And Stefan's going to bet the turn. Okay. Now Dan probably gonna have to give this one up. If he's got his ace high, king high, he's probably has to lay it down at this point in time. Dan does fold. Interesting, very interesting hand right there by Stefan. I can tell this guy's not fun to play against. I can tell this guy is not fun to play against at all, man. This is yeah, I'm liking this. Dan taking a swig out of that water. Knows he's got a real match here. My man Brandon Shaq Harris, MC in the chat, Funky Fish, Man the Ran. What's going on, guys? Appreciate y'all for still tuning in here. Matt Gibson, your IG story brought me here. Nice advertising. Yeah, I'm just updating the Instagram while I'm here. Showing people a little bit behind the scenes, what's going on. Scripts on the turn for Stefan. Ball Balky, much love. Poppy! They're lucky to have you in the commentating booth. Yeah, and I'm happy to be down here. I'm down to Cabo, getting a little bit of work. I've been enjoying doing more poker commentary this year. Been trying out working with different companies, kind of seeing what the poker world has to offer, decide if I want to stay in the poker world or not. Or if I want to play more poker, or do my own content on my own channel. So just kind of seeing what these companies got going on. And Stefan's going to value bet the river. Goes for a pot size bet, hoping to get called by a king, by a 7, maybe some ace highs. Dan with jack 8. Doesn't look like a hand that's going to be able to look it up. Poker bra, much love, brother. So the boys are definitely taking it to the streets right here. I would love to see these guys play a couple matches. I would like to see these first 2 matches for sure. Katie Chandler in the chat. What's up, Katie? How's it going? So looks like Dan's going to go with a heavy limp on the button strategy, even they are 60 big blinds deep. Tom Dwan was not a big fan of limping last time he was here. Check, a little more passive. River 8, Stefan with that 9. Might go for some value here. Hope to get called by a king high, maybe 8, maybe deuce. Does want to have some hands he can check call with as well, and he does decide to just check that down. Takes it down. Once again, guys, blinds go up every 7 hands. Dun, 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 dun. Jeff Dime in the chat. What's up, Jeff? He said sick raise. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here we go. Lock in. Big pot energy is about to brew right here. Dan, once again, limping in with the sneak with the ace-queen. Cowboys. Pocket kings for Stefan. Dan is going to go for another limpery raise right here. And he's going to get the bad news, although he might feel good about his hand. Ace-queen offsuit. Beautiful hand. And he does limpery raise. They are pretty deep here. 60 big blinds. This seems like a hand that might end up getting all in. Now, Stefan got a decision. He faced this earlier. He just called with the queen 8 of clubs. He just calls with the kings. Flops 9-5 deuce. Okay. Is he going to go for another check raise on this flop? We saw Dan last time bet pretty like a quarter. This matches out. Okay, I'm liking these two playing. Dan goes small, 7,200. Stefan is he probably going to give him that 17,000 check raise. He might just check call though. Pocket kings, and he does go with that small check raise once again. He's giving it to Dan. Now Dan, ace queen offsuit. What is he going to do? He just faced this spot. We saw him call with the king queen. Maybe he continues with the ace queen. He does lay it down. So Stefan. Now we're going to go ahead once again. Dan is on the short stack, 30 big blinds. Stefan looking to take this match down, move on to that next round. Take on Patrik Antonius, who defeated Mr. Doug Polk a little bit earlier. Little doctor, does Joey still playing live with the bike? Live with the bike just came back, so I'll probably go play on there. Support my man Wayne Chiang. Help to put on that show. Man, the Rand says, what's been my favorite match so far? It was definitely Tom Dwan versus Patrik, or Tom Dwan versus Doug Polk, for sure. Yeah. For sure. But I can tell if I would watch this match, this would be this is an interesting match to me too. So Dan on that short stack, I imagine he's very comfortable with that stack size. Very experienced player. Stefan trying to put him away right now. Yeah, guys, we are down here in Cabo. Most of the players are in Cabo. Dan and Stefan are not in Cabo. Let's see if Dan goes for another limp here. Chooses to raise. Stefan calls. Queen Jack suited. Strong hand. Both players flop a piece. Have that second pair. Dan has him slightly outkicked. Check, check. Aye. Turn is a jack for Stefan. Don't think he's necessarily going to win a ton of money here from Dan. But he might be able to get 2 streets. And obviously, it's a better board for the pre-flop raiser. Pre-flop raiser is going to have more ace 10s. King queen, king jack. Ace jack. Maybe more 9-10s as well, too. So in Stefan bets here, Dan. He gets suspicious. He does call. River's an 8. Flush draw misses. Dan might feel compelled to call down here due to the flush draw missing. The 10 missing as well. Shout out to World Poker Tour. Shout out to Joey for giving the great commentary. Thank you. All in! Man. Tough spot here. Second pair. What did he beat? He beat a 10. Beat his heart. Because this they didn't have much time. Up here. Oh, ay.
Good, GG. Yeah, good luck in the next one.
1, 2,
That was
moves
that
on.
was a fun grind.
Thank you. Yeah, it was tough game.
Yeah, well, we got our money's worth.
Yeah.
All right, see you later, man.
Yeah, good luck.
Just like that. The match ends. The highlight version. I would have loved to see those first two matches. I think there would have been some interesting hands in there. So shout out to Stefan for taking down Dan. Congratulations to Stefan as well. Thanks, Dan, for playing this event. 25K WPT Heads Up Championship. $800,000 guaranteed. $400,000 up first place. Final table on Tuesday, June 22nd. My birthday on June 24th. Here you go. Look at that. Round to 8. Dan Smith versus Sam Greenwood. Patrik Antonius is going to have to take on Stefan. That's going to be a battle. Phil Ivey, Steven Chidwick. Another battle. I mean, listen, these matches are all going to be pretty good. What am I excited to see tomorrow? I'm excited to see Phil Ivey first place it. Steven Chidwick, and very excited about this Patrik Antonius Stefan match. My guys, Chris Kruk and Limitless are playing, and my man Dan Smith and Sam Greenwood taking these guys on. It's going to be some great matches. It's going to be fun. It's coming back tomorrow. I believe we're going to be here about, 12 Pacific, 1 Pacific time. Somewhere around there. You can check my Twitter. I'll put updates on there. Check the Poker King Media as well. World Poker Tour as well. And listen, man, that's what we got. I got to love everybody in the chat still watching, still tuned in. Shout out to World Poker Tour. Shout out to my girl, Kathy, Claudia, Eden Rocks, my man, Carlos Garcia, TJ Shu, Man the Ran, Clubber Flamingo, Lot 707, Hyper Poker 1, Butcher Random, Bias Poker, Sleevey, Dean C. Appreciate y'all very, very much. Thanks to Tom Dwan. Thanks to Nick Schulman for joining in here. Shout out to everybody working hard at Poker King. Shout out to Dan. Shout out to Thomas. Shout out to Schwan Liu, Jamie Kerstetter, all the great people that are in the building as well, too. Working hard to put on a great event for everybody out there. And listen, I thank you guys very much for tuning in. 9 p.m. Cabo, Mexico. Signing out. Gonna go meet up with the players, get some food. Appreciate y'all very much. Take care. Much love. Adios. See you guys soon.